Hanli rustled a sleeve and the other small blue cauldron also shot forth before expanding drastically as it flew through the air. The cauldron then hovered toward the air above the massive formation at Hanli's behest, only stopping after reaching an altitude of over 200 feet. Silver light flashed and the humanoid puppet appeared, standing on one corner of the cauldron in a completely stationary manner. Hanli nodded upon seeing this before abruptly patting one of the spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist. A gust of glacial wind was immediately swept up, following which 12 four-winged centipedes emerged from within the pouch, each of which was several feet in length. These were none other than his 12 six-winged frost centipedes. As soon as these centipedes appeared, they immediately began to blast glacial winds out of their mouths, sending swaths of white mist rising high into the air. The centipedes then obscured themselves within this white mist before splitting up and flying to all corners of the cage of light. After setting up all of these measures, Hanli was feeling a lot more assured. However, he still didn't dare to grow complacent as he carefully examined the surrounding formation again. After verifying that there were no issues, he stood at a certain point within the formation and made a hand seal, upon which a layer of purple flames abruptly appeared over his body. He then slowly sank into the ground as if he were nothing more than an illusionary mirage, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. As such, the only things left within the massive cage of light were the 2 cauldrons, the completely stationary humanoid puppet, and the 12 clouds of fluttering white mist. Meanwhile, Hanli had already reached several hundred feet deep into the ground, and was currently situated within a vast expanse of scorching crimson lava. The temperatures here could melt a human away into nothingness in a matter of seconds, yet Hanli remained completely unaffected in his cocoon of purple apex flames. However, as the glacial powers of his flames intertwined with the scorching lava, an incessant burst of rumbling akin to that of relentless thunderclaps erupted nearby, and that was rather annoying to listen to. It wasn't that Hanli didn't want to switch over to the barrier manifested by his fire dragon pillars. A fire attribute barrier would naturally be able to fuse as one with the surrounding lava quite easily. However, having to control the temperatures within the barrier under such intense heat would result in excessive magic power expenditure, so it was much more efficient to use his glacial flames instead. As such, Hanli wasn't going to summon that barrier prior to encountering the pure sun flame essence. Even though he had unleashed his spiritual sense to its very maximal extent, the fact that he was submerged in lava greatly inhibited his detection radius, making it impossible for him to sense anything beyond a radius of around 1,000 feet. Hanli couldn't help but heave a faint sigh upon making this observation. It was no wonder that Master Arctic Dragon had failed on so many occasions to obtain the pure sun flame essence, even though he knew that it was right in this volcano, to the extent that he had completely given up on trying to procure the flame essence altogether. Under such an environment, it was quite a stretch to ask even a late nascent soul great cultivator to capture a wisp of pure sun flame essence, which already possessed a certain degree of spiritual nature. Only a deity transformation cultivator would have a chance of accomplishing this feat. Even though he had already made extensive preparations in advance, he was still quite unsure whether he would actually secure the flame essence. All of a sudden, Hanli patted the great fire raven, which was still perched on his shoulder. The fire raven spread its wings and flew out of the purple flame barrier, instantly disappearing into the lava up ahead. The entire process was completely soundless, and the fire raven glided through the lava without any impediment, nor did it seem to be affected by the scorching temperatures of the lava at all. Hanli was initially a little speechless upon seeing this, following which a sense of ecstasy welled up in his heart. The great true flame was one of the most powerful attribute existences in the human world, and it seemed to be able to thrive even in lava. As one of the 3 true spirit flames, it appeared that there had to be some secrets hidden within the great true flame waiting to be uncovered. If he had the opportunity to do so in the future, he would really have to conduct some thorough research into these flames. The great true flame was born in extreme glacial conditions, while the pure sun flame essence was born in extreme heat. Yin and yang attracted one another like opposite magnetic poles, so if the pure sun flame essence was nearby, then it would be forcibly drawn to Hanli by his grating fire raven. With that in mind, Hanli followed along behind the fire raven from a long distance away, roaming throughout the lava with this volcanic crater as the center where he commenced his search. Several days passed by, and Hanli had almost searched the entirety of this area, which spanned a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. In particular, he made sure to conduct thorough searches in the locations where Master Arctic Dragon had once made sightings of the pure sun flame essence, but much to his dismay, his search remained completely fruitless. As such, Hanli was forced to expand the scope of his search, but the pure sun flame essence continued to elude him, as if it didn't even exist here. A month later, Hanli was searching through a location tens of thousands of kilometers away from the volcanic crater. His face remained completely expressionless, but he was truly starting to become rather impatient. He was traversing through scorching lava day after day, seeing only vast expanses of crimson everywhere he looked. Furthermore, he had to constantly unleash his spiritual sense to its maximal extent during this process, expending a vast amount of magic power. Anyone would find this to be unbearable if they were in Hanli's shoes. Just as Hanli was contemplating whether it was time to return to the surface in order to replenish his spiritual power again, his expression suddenly changed and a hint of surprise and elation appeared in his eyes. He immediately patted a storage pouch hanging from his waist, and the small black vial containing the unbroken Sink Devils was immediately summoned. The vial tipped itself over in the lava before releasing the 5 devils. The 5 devils were clearly rather uncomfortable in the lava, but the grayish-white devilish chi swirling around their bodies was able to keep the scorching temperatures at bay. Hanli began to chant something, and the 5 devils transformed into ghostly heads, disappearing into the lava in different directions. Hanli then rustled his sleeve again to release his fire dragon pillars, and the crimson light barrier appeared around him. At the same time, his body swayed before becoming blurry and indistinct, completely camouflaging himself in the surrounding lava in the end. As such, the entire place had fallen completely silent aside from the occasional sound of flowing lava. Around 10 minutes later, a streak of crimson light flashed and the grating fire raven emerged from the lava before diving headfirst into the lava on another side. Almost at the exact same moment, the lava nearby began to surge and tumble violently, and its temperature spiked drastically by more than 2-fold. At the same time, silver light flashed, and something sped past in hot pursuit behind the grating fire raven. As the silver light disappeared, the surrounding lava settled back into its original state, but the scorching temperatures refused to let up. Right at this moment, red light flashed and Hanli emerged nearby in his crimson light barrier. He wore an elated look on his face as he gave chase in the direction that the silver light had sped away toward. As such, the 3 pursued one another in direct succession, covering a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers within a few hours, taking them close to the volcanic crater, where the formation had been set up earlier. However, trouble suddenly struck at this point. The grating fire raven's speed and dexterity remained completely unaffected by the lava around it, but it was clearly slightly slower than the ball of silver light pursuing it. After such an extensive chase, the silver light finally caught up to it when they were still close to 10 kilometers away from the volcanic crater. The silver light abruptly pounced onto the grating fire raven, and the crimson and silver lights intertwined with one another. Meanwhile, Hanli was too scared to approach the ball of silver light in fear that he would startle it away, but through his spiritual sense connection with the grating fire raven, he was finally able to catch a clear glimpse of this ball of silver light. It turned out that this was a miniature Pegasus only around a few inches in size. Its entire body was a pristine white color, yet its wings were of a shimmering silver hue. As soon as the Pegasus caught up to the grating fire raven, it immediately summoned countless silver flame flowers on the surface of its wings. The Pegasus that was rushing toward the grating fire raven was naturally none other than the true spirit flame manifested by the pure sun flame essence. When the grating fire raven had first been born, it had been extremely feeble, which was why Hanli was able to easily subdue and capture it. However, after devouring an immeasurable amount of myriad-year glacial qi in the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace, it had become a lot more powerful. As such, its power was actually quite comparable to the pure sun flame essence. However, the miniature white Pegasus was able to borrow on the boundless power of the lava around it, thereby giving it a distinct advantage. In contrast, the Gradine Fire Raven had to expend a portion of its spiritual power to ward off the scorching temperatures of the lava, thereby placing it at a further disadvantage. As such, it was forced firmly onto the back foot after just a few exchanges. Han Li's brows furrowed upon making this observation through his spiritual sense connection. However, neither he nor the 5 devils could assist the Gradine Fire Raven now, as that would only startle the pure sun flame essence. From Master Arctic Dragon's memories, he had gleaned that the pure sun flame essence was an extremely cautious existence, and it would run away at the first sign of any potential danger. Furthermore, its flame movement techniques were extremely profound, allowing it to traverse through the lava in a virtually undetectable manner. As such, if it were allowed to get away, then there was no chance for Hanli to chase it down again. If the pure sun flame essence were to be startled once, Hanli wasn't sure if using the Gradine Fire Raven as bait would work a second time. As such, even though the Fire Raven was clearly struggling in its battle, he didn't dare to intervene, yet his mind was racing for a potential course of action that he could take. All of a sudden, an idea occurred to him. He immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a white bead. It was none other than that snow crystal pearl that the purple apex flames had been nurturing. Hanli cast a few incantation seals onto the pearl, following which it shot forth as a streak of white light. The snow crystal pearl reached the battlefield between the Pegasus and the Gradine Fire Raven in the blink of an eye. The pearl then descended toward the 2 combatants. The Pegasus was immediately startled by its approach, and it flapped his little wings, abruptly vanishing amid a ball of silver flames. In the next instant, it appeared over 200 feet away, staring at the pearl with bewilderment in its eyes. However, the Gradine Fire Raven had no intention of evading the pearl. Instead, it took this opportunity to pounce on the pearl before swallowing it, upon which brilliant crimson light erupted from its body. After doing that, the Fire Raven immediately continued to flee into the distance without any hesitation. The Pegasus faltered slightly upon seeing this. It carefully examined its surroundings, and after determining that there was nothing for it to fear, it finally spread its wings and gave chase once again. However, with the assistance of the power of the purple apex flames stored within that snow crystal pearl, the Gradine Fire Raven was flying far more quickly than it was previously capable of, and the Pegasus was unable to chase it down for the time being. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had reached the massive volcanic crater, following which the Gradine Fire Raven immediately shot upward toward the surface. The Pegasus had been chasing the Fire Raven for so long, so it was naturally unwilling to give up. As such, it hurriedly spread its wings and also flew upward toward the surface. Both of them were fire spirits, so they were naturally unobstructed by the thick layers of earth that stood in their way. Moments later, the 2 fire spirits emerged from the ground one after another, appearing right within the massive cage of light. As soon as the pure sun flame essence appeared, it sensed that something was amiss. However, it was already too late. The humanoid puppet was already prepared in advance, and it abruptly stomped down onto the celestial blue cauldron beneath its feet. A burst of blue flames immediately shot forth from within, transforming into a blue glacial wyrm in the blink of an eye. The Gradine Fire Raven also launched a counterattack, turning around before opening its beak to expel the snow crystal pearl. At the same time, the entire formation was activated by the humanoid puppet. The pure sun flame essence immediately attempted to flee back into the lava upon seeing this. The volcanic crater where it and the Gradine Fire Raven were was the only area that had been left intentionally free of blue ice. However, as the formation was activated, blue ice was also beginning to seal up that crater. However, the rate at which the ice is spreading over the crater was far inferior to the speed of the pure sun flame essence's retreat. Just as the miniature Pegasus was about to disappear into the ground, a horrified look suddenly appeared in its eyes, and it abruptly spread its wings, vanishing before appearing again over 200 feet away. Almost at the exact same moment, 5 pillars of light of different colors shot forth into the air from the ground below. 5 bursts of grayish-white devilish chi then emerged, transforming into 5 ghostly heads, each of which was around a foot in size. They were none other than the unbroken Sink Devils. Hanli was also slowly rising up from the ground. At this point, the entire crater had been covered in a thick layer of blue ice due to the effect of the formation. Hanli stood upon the blue ice and raised his head with a serious look on his face. The glacial Wirm manifested from celestial blue flames, the Great Fire Raven, and the 5 ghostly heads were all converging toward the Pegasus. However, just as Master Arctic Dragon's memories had revealed, the pure sun flame essence was extremely nimble and agile, flashing through the air as a completely untraceable streak of silver light. The Great Fire Raven was the only one that could match its speed, while the 5 devils and the glacial Wirm were clearly unable to keep up. However, on this occasion, the Pegasus was the one being debilitated by the glacial chi emanating from the cage of celestial blue flames, and with the enhancement of Han Li's snow crystal pearl, the Great Fire Raven was now slightly faster than the pure sun flame essence. If it weren't for the fact that the Pegasus movement techniques were truly extremely agile and unpredictable, it would have been captured by the Fire Raven long ago. Even so, the Pegasus was still struck on several occasions in a short period of time by the crimson light being blasted out of the Fire Raven's mouth, thereby inflicting a few minor injuries upon it. However, the Pegasus would rather allow itself to be struck by attacks rather than retaliate, as doing so would force it to slow down, thereby giving the 5 devils and the glacial Wirm a chance to chase it down. Hanli stood down below with his hands clasped behind his back, seeming content just to spectate. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet was maintaining the function of the formation while expressionlessly manipulating the glacial Wirm. All of a sudden, the Pegasus identified an opportunity and came hurtling down toward the ground after allowing itself to be struck by another one of the Great Fire Raven's attacks. It reached the ground down below in a flash without any premonition, then attempted to unleash a movement technique to flee the scene. However, the Pegasus' body faltered as soon as it came into contact with the blue ice down below. During this split second of delay, a streak of crimson light and a burst of blue glacial mist suddenly hurtled toward it. At the same time, a strange unsettling cry rang out. A flash of horror appeared in the Pegasus' eyes, but it was clearly too late to evade. However, it managed to react extremely quickly, flapping its wings desperately to create a series of silver flowers. These flowers instantly enshrouded its entire body, and it appeared that it was planning to take these attacks head-on. 2 muffled thumps rang out, and the crimson light and blue glacial mist struck the silver flowers in quick succession. Much to Han Li's surprise, the Pegasus borrowed the power from the impact of the attacks, flying rapidly through the air to appear over 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. It stumbled slightly to arrest its momentum before escaping toward another direction in the cage as a streak of silver light. Even though the Pegasus was still traveling extremely quickly, Hanli was able to identify using his bright-sight spirit eyes that it was clearly missing a chunk of one of its wings, and a section of one of its legs also appeared to have been dismembered. A smile appeared on Hanli's face and he finally sprang into action. Azure and white light flashed behind him, upon which a pair of wings appeared on his back. He gently flapped those wings and a light breeze was swept up, following which he completely vanished. The Great Fire Raven was also throwing itself at the pure sun flame essence again. However, the Pegasus had already opened up some distance between them by borrowing the momentum of the attacks from earlier, and it unleashed its maximal speed as it reached the border of the cage after a few successive flashes of silver light. A pillar of blue light stood in its way, so the Pegasus decided to fly around it. However, the humanoid puppet up above immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and brilliant light erupted from all of the pillars as strands of light shot forth, creating a dense net that cut off the Pegasus' route of escape. The Pegasus was startled by this development, but it was too late to turn back. As such, it blasted several tens of silver flowers toward the net while continuing to fly full speed ahead. It was planning to puncture the net through brute force. However, what the Pegasus had failed to notice was that 2 clouds of white mist had already appeared above its head. The white mist suddenly surged as 2 gusts of white glacial wind swept forth. Immediately thereafter, 2 snowy white centipedes shot forth like lightning. These were none other than 2 of the 6-winged frost centipedes Hanli had set up in advance. As such, the Pegasus could only evade the 2 gusts of glacial winds and fly toward another direction. At this moment, the Fire Raven, 5 Devils, and Glacial Wyrm converged toward it once again. However, as soon as the Pegasus had changed directions, black light suddenly appeared before its eyes, and a glittering and translucent black blade instantly flashed through its body. An expression of shock and horror appeared in its eyes as its body was sliced cleanly in half. The 2 halves of its body reverted back to their silver flame form before instantly merging back together to form a miniature Pegasus again. However, its body was quite blurry and insubstantial, clearly indicating that it was unable to immediately take on its original form again. It was quite apparent that the surprise attack from the Devil Essence dagger had proven to be very effective. Right at this moment, a dull thunderclap suddenly rang out overhead. An azure arc of lightning flashed, following which Hanli abruptly appeared and immediately flicked his 10 fingers in quick succession. 10 fiery threads hurtled through the air, puncturing the Pegasus' body in a flash. At the same time, Hanli began to chant something, and the fiery threads instantly bound the Pegasus tightly. It was completely powerless to resist against Hanli's surprise attacks. Hanli was naturally ecstatic upon seeing this. He flipped his hand over to summon a stack of restriction talismans that he had prepared well in advance, and a dozen or so streaks of light of different colors flew toward the pure sun flame essence as he flung the talismans through the air. If these restriction talismans could plaster themselves to the Pegasus body, it would definitely be unable to escape, despite the fact that it possessed the body of a fire spirit. However, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The tightly bound Pegasus suddenly let loose a desperate neigh as brilliant silver light erupted all over its body. The fiery threads detached themselves from its body, flashing toward the oncoming restriction talismans instead. Loud explosions erupted as all of the talismans were reduced to dust, while the fiery threads continued to hurtle toward Hanli. Even the perpetually calm and collected Hanli was quite startled by this development. However, he immediately decided on a course of action, raising an arm before waving his hand toward the fiery threads. The threads immediately stiffened before disappearing into his hand in a slightly reluctant manner. Meanwhile, the Pegasus was taking advantage of the situation to try and escape again. Hanli's expression darkened as he harumphed coldly. Upon hearing his harumph, the Pegasus suddenly shuddered as its body plummeted involuntarily toward the ground. Hanli had unleashed his Spirit Stun Thorn secret technique. Hanli flapped his wings and abruptly vanished, appearing directly below the falling Pegasus in the next instant. On this occasion, he merely made a grabbing motion toward the Pegasus rather than rely on any treasures. A large hand constructed from purple flames appeared out of thin air, forcibly locking the miniature Pegasus in a tight grasp. Brilliant purple glacial light erupted as a massive block of purple ice sealed the fire spirit's body within. At this moment, the Gradine Fire Raven and the Glacial Wyrm also finally arrived. Both of them plunged into the purple ice without any hesitation, quickly fusing as one with the block of ice amid flashes of spiritual light. Almost at the exact same moment, the Pegasus within the block of ice seemed to have recovered from the effect of the spirit-stunned thorn, and silver flames immediately erupted violently all over its body as it attempted to escape. However, with the infusion of the grating true flame into the block of ice, there was no way that it would be able to escape in a short period of time. The blue glacial Wyrm and the grating fire raven were like fish in water as they surrounded the Pegasus, blasting out gusts of glacial chi from their mouths to forcibly repress its silver flames. The 5 devils also arrived at this moment. Each of them blasted a type of glacial flame out of their mouths, which then converged to form a 5-colored glacial flame that hurtled toward the miniature Pegasus. Upon coming into contact with this 5-colored glacial flame, the miniature Pegasus immediately became extremely slow and sluggish. On the contrary, the glacial Wyrm and grating fire raven were seemingly completely unaffected even though the 5-colored glacial flames had also washed over them. Instead, the glacial chi billowing out of their mouths had become even more powerful. The pure sun flame essence was unable to withstand such a ferocious assault, and it gradually began to slow down even further as its aura became more and more feeble. Hanli immediately swept his sleeve through the air upon seeing this, summoning a dozen or so talismans. These talismans immediately punctured the block of ice before plastering themselves to the Pegasus body. The fire spirit finally relinquished its resistance with a look of despair on its face. The silver light emanating from its body dimmed, and it was unable to maintain its Pegasus form any longer as it reverted back to a ball of shimmering silver flames. The talisman stuck to the Pegasus seized the moment, fusing together into layers of rainbow light that imprisoned the silver flames. Under Han Li's command, the grating fire raven floating within the purple ice turned into a ball of scarlet flame, enveloping the pure sun flame essence. Then with his hands in an incantation gesture, he struck the purple ice with several spell seals. Light flashed as they passed into it, and the huge glacier glistened as it suddenly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fist-sized ball. Han Li waved his hand, summoning it into his grasp and examining it with interest. At that moment, Han Li heard a child sigh at his ear, followed by words containing a hint of envy. I didn't expect you to be lucky enough to truly acquire Great Sun Essence Fire. If you are able to fuse it with Grating True Flame, you will gain far more than what you imagined. I fear there are many immortal spirit flames in the spirit realm that don't exceed it. Immortal spirit flames. Han Li's expression stirred, but he didn't continue pursuing the topic. Rather, he clasped his hands, resulting in a roll of thunder. Thin arcs of golden lightning shot out and tightly coiled around the ice until it was fastened and secure. In the blink of an eye, all trace of the purple ice was replaced with golden lightning. He shook his sleeve and summoned a small azure cauldron, spinning in front of him before arriving in front of him. It was the Heaven Void Cauldron. He flicked his finger on the cauldron, sounding a clear front from it. The cauldron lid shot up in the air, and a mass of azure thread streaked out from it, coiling around the ball of golden lightning and dragging it inside. Then with the use of his artifact imprint technique, he sealed the cauldron. At that moment, he let out a long sigh, but a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Having acquired this flame, he'll be able to refine the returning sun water. If he could truly extend his lifespan by several hundred years, he should be able to cultivate the divine essence fuse light, even if it were more difficult than he imagined. Having thought that, Han Li withdrew his puppet and the 5 devils, then moving on to tear down the large-scale spell formation he placed down. It was only after eliminating all traces of his presence did he leave. With that done, he completed all his objectives in the Great Gene and set off on his journey back to the heavenly south seemingly without any hesitation. After he returned, he would first refine the returning sun water, relieving any worries about his lifespan or Nangong wands. Following that, he would a spatial pocket out of Devil Fall Valley's spatial tear. And lastly, he would use the Ghost Sifting Banner's soul-producing ability to refine the spatial treasure, the Crimson Soul Flag. Using this flag, he would absorb the essence fuse mountain and bring it back to him to the heavenly south, where he would hide in his spatial pocket, cultivating the divine essence fuse light to completion, then tackling the barrier to deity transformation stage. In order for this to succeed, he would use the peak-grade wood-attributed spirit stone he had been saving from the last time he attempted to use the 5 glacial flames to break through a bottleneck. Not to mention that the Devil Essence pill that Xiang Zhili mentioned when he rescued Violet's spirit from Devil Cliff Mountain. Before he departed, he used the myriad-year profound jade to trade from 3 of the Devil Essence pills from the old devil, increasing his chances of deity transformation just slightly. However, just the thought of the price for these 3 pills caused Hanli to feel a pang of sorrow. He didn't know how that old devil knew so much about the movements of the North Night Palace's myriad-year profound jade, but he was greedy enough to take half of it in one swoop. It was unknown if the Devil Essence pills made for a fair trade, or if he was using it as a pretext for robbery. In any case, no matter how rare the myriad-year profound jade may be, Hanli viewed the aid of the Devil Essence pills to be far more important. Any greater chance of deity transformation, no matter how small, is something he couldn't easily relinquish. Even under the circumstances with Xiang Zhili, he could only pinch his nose and accept the trade. When he recalled the smug face on the old devil's face after the trade, he felt somewhat gloomy. But soon, he tossed the matter to the back of his mind and began to contemplate his future plans. Several days later, he arrived at the end of the red mist, disappearing from the edge of the fire prison. Not long after, a few in the Great Jin who discovered the power of Han Li's existence also noticed his sudden disappearance. This caused quite a few attentive individuals to become restless. It was only after Han Li's departure from the Great Jin was confirmed that they all happened to sigh with relief. Although Han Li's name didn't resound in the cultivation world of the Great Jin, there were several fantastical rumors that were related to him, and he was mentioned in the higher echelon of a few great sections. There was a cultivator who wasn't of deity transformation stage but was able to befriend deity transformation cultivators on equal footing and even able to easily kill late nascent soul cultivators of the same grade. He also had no fear of his essence eroding from the worldly chi of heaven and earth. This caused many eccentrics to hold him in fear. Now that they knew Hanli had no intention of founding a sect in the Great Jin, they sighed with relief and didn't keep him in mind. Since the day Hanli disappeared, time slowly passed by. It was as if 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the cultivation world of the Great Jin was exceedingly peaceful. Although there were events that burst forth on occasion, there was nothing world-shaking. But at that same time, overjoyed laughter bellowed in a cave residence a myriad of kilometers away in the heavenly south. All my hard work has finally paid off. I've finally refined the fire. With this, I can create the returning sun water. Eventually, the laughter in the cave died down until there was only silence. Then a month later, the silhouette slipped out from the mountain cave and tore through the sky in an azure streak. 3 months later, a young man appeared inside Devil Fall Valley, quietly making his way to the valley depths before disappearing once more. More months passed, and a small mountain inside the valley suddenly emitted an endless dark ghostly chi. It was a mist as pitch black as ink and thoroughly enveloped 50 kilometers around it. Yin winds swept through the fog, carrying countless ghostly wails. If anybody walked through it, they would believe they were in the underworld. This extraordinary event continued for half a year before the yin qi gradually dissipated. A month later, the young man strangely appeared from Devil Fall Valley and left as quietly as he appeared. Because his movement and concealment techniques were superb, none had detected any trace of him. Of course, this person was Hanli, who recently finished refining the Crimson Soul Flag and the Spatial Pocket. Several decades before, when he returned to the Drifting Clouds sect from the Great Jin, he spent a great deal of effort before eventually refining the returning sun water and taking it himself. And a few months later, he refined several more bottles. Because Nangong Wan was still in seclusion, he delivered one of the bottles to her cave residence with a flying sword. Then he set off to Devil Fall Valley to refine the Crimson Soul Flag. With tensome ghost-sifting flag's abundant souls and the guidance of the soaring sky beast, he was able to smoothly refine it despite the time it took. The remnant of the Black Wind banner had finally turned into the Crimson Soul Flag. As of present, Hanli had returned to the sect and began to comprehend the first two layers of the divine essence fused light. After all, even with the Crimson Soul Flag in hand, he needed to be able to command the essence-fused mountain if he wanted it to enter the flag. Before he entered seclusion, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated before bringing a bottle of the returning sun water to the medicinal garden. Afterwards, he immediately returned to seclusion. The human-like puppet was placed inside the cave residence responsible for using the small mysterious bottle to nurture spirit insects and a few medicines. 10 years later, Hanli eventually woke from meditation with a trace of perplexion on his face. As expected, the divine essence-fused light is incredibly difficult to cultivate. It seems without the aid of the essence-fused mountain, cultivating the divine light is impossible. Now that I've finished cultivating the first layer, it seems I'll have to go to the Star Palace and retrieve it. A child's image appeared suddenly in front of Hanli and said, "If I were you, I'd first prepare a pure metal-attributed demon core to fully complete 5 elemental spirit roots." Although this is the first I've heard of this method, this technique simultaneously contains the power of all 5 elements. Without the corresponding spirit roots, it would put a vast strain on your body. I know, you already mentioned it. However, metal-attributed demon beasts are incredibly rare, and I will require the core from a beast that has metamorphosed. It won't be easy to find. Hanli sighed and he flipped his hand to produce a beautiful, glistening rainbow light in his hand. The child rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you already meet that metal-attributed flood dragon king in the scattered star seas? That was a genuine grade 10 demon beast. Its demon core should suffice." Hanli frowned and slowly said, "Of course, but the demon beast lives in the outer seas. It won't be easy to reach. I should first prepare several metal-type magic tools before I consider it. I recall you saying that I can use magic tools to replace spirit roots as well." The boy shook his head. Admittedly, it is true you can use tools instead of demon cores to replace spirit roots, however, it will be far slower to refine and there is a certain level of risk. With the returning sun water, a bit of time doesn't matter to me. Let's continue talking about this after I arrive at the scattered star seas. Hanli nodded and stood up, stretching his limbs before walking out of the secluded room. In a flash of silver light, another Hanli appeared in front of him. Hanli didn't take it to mind and mentally exchanged a bit of information with the second nascent soul in his puppet. In a sudden change of expression, his face changed and he cried out, "What? The profound goddess palm has revived." When Hanli acquired this information from his puppet, his mind underwent a massive shock. Before he secluded himself, he did pour a few drops of the returning sun water on the profound goddess palm out of curiosity, but it remained as dead as ever. But with the news of its revival, he could hardly believe it. Hanli promptly made his way into the medicine garden. The profound goddess palm was placed next to several other precious spirit medicines such as the 9-curl ginseng. When he arrived, he clearly saw the current condition of the profound goddess palm. Despite what mental preparations he made, he was fully shocked. Originally, the green liquid from the small mysterious bottle only changed its color green slightly, but it remained completely dry. But now, its palms spread throughout the ground and climbed up on many white jade stone pillars. It was lush, green, and filled with life. The vine emitted a faint scent that exceeded the qualities of the medicines in the garden. Even the 9-curl spirit ginseng's white rabbit incarnation felt at ease sleeping on one of the vine roots. When Hanli arrived near it, the white rabbit's ears moved and its fire-red eyes opened a sliver and resumed its nap after seeing it was Hanli. After several hundred years of contact with Han Li, the nine-curled ginseng's incarnation had begun to treat Han Li's garden as its own. Under his protection, the rabbit hadn't encountered the slightest danger and no longer felt any danger towards him. Han Li remained silent and didn't bother it. Rather, he began to examine the vine. Apart from emitting an astonishing spiritual qi, the revived profound goddess palm appeared no different from ordinary vines. But under careful examination, one could find a few peculiar differences. The vine's color was emerald green, but its surface seemed to give off a metallic sheen. Additionally, the veins of the vine's leaves were bizarre. Each one was distinct but were somewhat familiar. Han Li silently gazed at the leaves and his heart stirred as something came to mind. The vein patterns had a faint resemblance to the silver runes on the golden jade tome. He frowned and examined a dozen more leaves before eventually discovering something wondrous. The leaf patterns were written in half of the silver rune scripts as if they were written only to half completion. Han Li was amazed for a long while. Eventually, he brought himself to touch the leaves with his fingers. They were sleek and smooth as if he touched fine jade. He stroked his chin and began to wear a pensive expression. At that moment, he thought to call out to the soaring sky beast and ask it a few questions related to the profound spirit trees, but he finally decided not to. As of current, the child was most likely cultivating inside the heaven void cauldron. He was completely ignorant of what was happening. Even since he returned to his cave residence, he wanted to make use of the cauldron's power and completely severed the demon's connection to the outside. So long as he remained in secluded cultivation, he wouldn't release the demon beast to prevent any of his secrets from being made known. As such, the soaring sky beast didn't have any knowledge of the small mysterious bottle. As for any rumors or legends regarding the profound goddess palm, Han Li had already researched them. According to a few creation myths, when life sprung from primal chaos, the profound heavens came, being lifted with the appearance of spirit trees. Regardless of the spirit tree, it would spring flowers and grow fruit that granted inconceivable abilities that ignored the laws of the world. They were true heaven-defying treasures. However, these were only rumors during ancient times. He had never seen it for himself. However, for this to be mentioned several times in ancient records could be considered to be substantial. There were over 30 layers of restrictions present, but he was able to sneak in without alerting her. Fellow Daoist Ling, in the years we haven't seen each other, your grace remains strong. However, your cultivation technique seems unsuitable. Han Li spoke with a slight smile. As you've said, there must be a problem with my cultivation. I've been meaning to seek some guidance from an expert. Now that you're here, I'll have to make a request. Han Li chuckled. Oh. Guidance will be out of the question, but I'll give you my thoughts after you speak. But before that, I want to retrieve the essence fuse mountain. Ling Yuling was stunned and hesitantly asked, of course, it was something you left in our care after all. However, how do you intend on moving it? I have a way, but I don't know if it will truly work. I can only give it a try. Han Li slowly replied. With surprise briefly appearing on her face, she answered, in that case, I'll guide you there. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Ling. Han Li nodded with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the two arrived in a passage underneath the mountain, arriving in front of a large jade door. Ling Yuling released the seal on the door with the command medallion in her hand and it slowly opened. Han Li let out a sigh and slowly walked in. Ling Yuling followed after some hesitation. The past scene appeared once more. As they walked past the gate, the elemental power immediately immersed them and violently stirred the spiritual power in their bodies to rush out. However, Han Li was now at the peak of late nascent soul stage with far denser and purer magic power than before. He wasn't about to allow his spiritual power to be absorbed. He immediately circulated his cultivation art and suppressed the oddities occurring in his body. Then with his hands held in an incantation gesture, he slowly focused on the center of his chest. A crackle sounded. An egg-sized ball of light appeared, glowing with 5-colored light that roamed across its surface. Suddenly, nearby elemental light coiling around Han Li immediately dimmed by a third. Standing behind him, Ling Yuling could sense the changes of elemental power and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Han, you've completed the first layer of the divine essence fuse light. If I hadn't refined the light to this point, I wouldn't have been able to shift the mountain," Han Li casually replied with a chuckle. Ling Yuling couldn't help but urge, "Although you only cultivated the first layer of the divine essence fuse light, you can move the mountain. But I fear it won't be an easy matter to take it. If Brother Han's method isn't effective, wouldn't it be better to join our palace? You have my guarantee that no one will disturb your cultivation and that you will have priority over our resources." Han Li glanced at Ling Yuling and indifferently said, "Fellow Daoist Ling doesn't need to mention it again. If I intended on entering the palace, I would have already done so. As for whether my method will work, I'll have to give it a try first." Han Li tossed the ball of spiritual light in his hand, which is suspended itself in midair. He reached to his waist with his other hand, summoning a small flag that was several inches long. The flag was entirely crimson and released bursts of scarlet light that contained ghostly wails. Ling Yuling glanced at the item in surprise and shot an odd glance at Han Li. However, Han Li had no intention of explaining anything. He simply muttered to himself and tossed the flag above him. Light flashed and a small flag massively surged in size, turning 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The surface of the flag glistened crimson as if it were coated with blood. When he pointed at the huge flag, it spread open, emitting a mist until it was only a crimson cloud, and rushed to the top of Essence Fuse Mountain. The cloud roiled as it stopped over its destination and began to slowly expand, covering most of the top and filling the air with a stench as if blood were mixed into the air. Ling Yuling swept her spiritual sense through the cloud and sensed an unfathomable amount of Yin souls. In a start, she hastily withdrew her spiritual sense, a sense of dread lingering in her mind. At that moment, Han Li took large steps towards the Essence-Fused Mountain and waved his hand into the air. A ball of light flashed and shot towards the small mountain, vanishing from sight. Han Li waved his hand again, this time reaching his hand out and grabbing at the air. The small mountain flickered with rainbow light and swayed several times. Its rumbling shook the air, and it eventually lifted off from the ground, slowly floating up to the blood cloud. Lin Yuling looked on in astonishment. The mountain entered the cloud and vanished. Han Li then released a spell seal from his hand. The blood cloud roiled before it eventually shrunk and returned to its form as a crimson banner several inches large. It fell back into Han Li's hand only a moment later. The mountain was now as empty as could be, as if the Essence-Fused Mountain was never there. A spatial treasure. Ling Yuling eventually regained her bearings, shock still clear on her face. "The treasure does have some spatial abilities, and it seems I've given you quite a show." Han Li smiled in satisfaction, having swept his spiritual sense through the Crimson Soul banner. Ling Yuling gasped in surprise and it has spatial abilities and can even take in the Essence-Fused Mountain. "I fear only a few exist in the mortal world. How fortunate that fellow Daoist Han was able to acquire one." Back when the Star Palace sages left behind the method to control Han Li, they believed that cultivating the divine Essence-Fused light would have kept him tied to the Star Palace. But now, Han Li rendered her completely powerless with this ingenious move. The woman inwardly sighed, finally giving up on having Han Li join the Star Palace. Crimson light flashed from his hand and the small flag disappeared. Following that, Han Li pondered to himself for a moment and smiled at her. "I can stay at the palace for a short amount of time, exchange a few cultivation insights with you, and take a look at what is causing you problems with your cultivation. But during this time, I still have something I need your help with." Although Ling Yuling blanked for a second, she immediately replied with a smile, "Brother Han has already treated our palace with much kindness. It is only natural for us to help you as best we can. There is no need to be so polite. It is a small matter. I want to know the most recent whereabouts of the golden WYRM in the outer seas. The more accurate its position, the better." Han Li calmly spoke as if it were a trivial matter, but Ling Yuling was astonished upon hearing him. Her eyes grew wide. With a hesitant tone, she muttered, "Brother Han wishes to know the whereabouts of that old demon. Could it be you? I found the tree unintentionally in the past. From then on, I came here to pick the fruit once every 10 years. In human records, the fruit is said to be wondrous. Once eaten, it would allow one to soar the skies. High-grade cultivators may see it as worthless, but it is rather delicious for those from the WIRM clan like me. But who could have known that the spirit fruit is beyond what the human records have described? If one eats it often, it can strengthen one's body, granting limitless strength. However, this won't occur without periodic consumption. Very few of these fruits exist in this world, so human cultivators weren't able to figure this out. However, I'm quite surprised that fellow Daoist Fong knows many secrets, including the method to transport the fruit tree." The large golden-robed man looked at the azure-robed cultivator with an awed expression. The azure-robed cultivator calmly replied, "I merely found the ancient remains belonging to an ancient demon. The secrets of the fruit and its method of moving it was left behind on it. It also mentioned that each time a fruit was taken, it would change one's body very slightly where one wouldn't notice any effects. But if one were to eat one every day over a long time, one's body would become as tyrannical as that of a true dragon. But there is no way of knowing that is true. In theory it certainly is possible, but in truth, that can't happen. Even if we gathered together all of the dragon-scale fruit trees, there is no way for one person to eat that many of the fruit. Even a single tree is extremely previous to our WIRM clan. Actually, if it weren't for your complete confidence in the method to transplant the fruit tree, I wouldn't have brought you here," the large man said with a solemn expression. "Hee, I admire many of the fellow Taoists in your clan. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. However, you've agreed to my—" The azure-robed demon cultivator was Feng Shi, the Grade 9 windbreaker beast that pursued Han Li in the past, the same one who he acquired the thunderstorm wings from. And that large man was the golden WIRM king. As of current, he didn't appear to be in his half-dragon form from Green Spirit Island but had the appearance of a normal cultivator. The WIRM king waved his arm, "So long as fellow Daoist Fang's information is correct, I won't go back on my word. I will present several of the fruit to you." Feng Shi revealed joy upon hearing this and saluted him with both hands. "These fruits are greatly useful to me. I'll have to thank you ahead of time. Enough chatter. We'll first have to see if your method will work," the large man said calmly. "Be at ease. If I weren't certain, I wouldn't dare to seek you out." This transplant method was something the ancient demon spent all his life researching. Not only is it useful for the dragon-scale fruit tree, but it is also useful for other spirit plants. Feng Shi said confidently. The large man chuckled, "I hope that is the case." Feng Shi smiled and said nothing else. His body flickered with azure light and flew downward. "Wait!" Feng Shi couldn't help but stop the shout. With a sullen expression, the large man said, "I still feel there is something amiss. I have a faint sensation of dread. I will use a secret technique to examine the area again to make sure there is nothing wrong." Feng Shi felt unhappy when he heard this, but he naturally kept quiet. He had no choice but to comply. With that said, the large man spat out a sparkling golden pearl. With it in his hand, he placed it against his forehead and closed his eyes. Soon after, light passed by and the light from the pearl gradually shined and strain appeared on the man's face. The pearl was a rare supplementary treasure that could greatly increase the power of a cultivator's spiritual sense. When the WIRM released his spiritual sense, it was strengthened by nearly a half. It also strengthened the range of his spiritual sense farther than before. A short while later, the WIRM's expression changed and he looked around him with sharp eyes. He withdrew the pearl and loudly shouted, "Who dares to sneak up on me? Reveal yourself." His voice shook the air like thunder. Fengshi was greatly shocked to hear this and bewilderedly released his spiritual sense. The WIRM had continued to look at a certain spot on the island with an icy expression. "I didn't expect your esteemed self to be in possession of such a treasure. It seems I've miscalculated." A voice spoke from where the WIRM was looking. Then, an azure streak shot forward, arriving 100 meters away from them in the blink of an eye. Hanli calmly looked at the two. "It's you. That youth named Li." The WIRM King and Fengshi both shouted out following Han Li's appearance, but the expressions on their faces greatly differed. Fengshi had delight on his face, while the WIRM appeared cautious. The large man narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "What? Does fellow Daoist Feng know this person?" "Brother Jean, this is the human cultivator who killed your descendant in the past and stole away a treasure I refined. I didn't expect him to see him again in the outer seas after so many years. This time, we cannot allow him to escape." His cultivation. In his excitement, Fengshi swept his spiritual sense past Hanli and his expression vastly changed to disbelief. A golden light flashed from the large man's eyes and he sullenly said, "Escape. Haven't you noticed? This person took the initiative to come to us. Impossible, when I last saw him, he was only a core formation cultivator. How has he acquired the fearsome power of a grand cultivator?" When Fengshi sensed Han Li's unrestrained cultivation, his mind grew blank from shock. Fellow Daoist Feng spent several hundred years in secluded cultivation. It seems you haven't heard what happened at Green Spirit Island. There is no doubt that this person is a grand cultivator. His arrival is far from good. We'll have to deal with him carefully. The Golden WIRM King said through a voice transmission. Fengshi licked his lips and nodded without a thought. As the two demons looked at Hanli with hostile expressions, Hanli spoke, "Originally I was only waiting for fellow Daoist Jean. I didn't expect the pleasant surprise of finding another old friend. It seems this trip has been well worth it." He had his hands held behind his back and wore a cold smile after taking a look at the azure-robed demon cultivator. The large man fiercely smiled and boldly asked, "You wish to find me? Could it be you felt that peak-grade spirit stone was too much for you to handle and you wished to hand it over to me? It is still useful to me, so I'm afraid I can't let you have it. This time, I've come to take your demon core. If you spit it out for me, we won't have to fight." Han Li's calm words left the two demons completely stunned. The Golden WIRM King grinned in his fury and bellowed in savage laughter. "You want my core? You dare you to say such words in front of this king? Good, very good. If you want it, come get it." A layer of dazzling light suddenly shined from his robes, instantly revealing glistening gold armor. Meanwhile, a blinding light appeared from the old devil and glistening scales appeared on his cheek. A dragon's tail appeared from the back of his body. The Demon King was sharp, quickly turning his body into a half-demon state for combat. He flipped his hand, summoning a golden halberd in his hand, silver lightning arcing from its surface. The halberd let out a roll of thunder before blurring out of sight, appearing in front of Han Li just a moment later. It fiercely struck while covered in lightning. The Demon King attacked immediately without another word. Han Li's heart trembled but he was already prepared. Without a thought, he waved the item he hid in his sleeve. Silver light flashed in front of him, followed by the strange appearance of a meter-large lotus. The golden halberd struck the lotus at its center. A huge eruption sounded and the silver lotus violently swayed, 7-colored Buddhist light shooting out from its center. The spear was blocked, and the light from the lotus faded, but it appeared undisturbed. Han Li quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands as thunder suddenly rang out from his back where a pair of azure and white wings appeared. With a gentle flap, he appeared over 30 meters away. A sneer appeared on his face as he looked at the two demons. The thunderstorm wings. Feng Shik shouted in fury upon seeing them and his body shook. Red light flashed in his hands, summoning a pair of short axes. He waved them, sending them off to Han Li in crimson streaks. Han Li coldly glanced at the demon and snorted. He opened his mouth and spat out an azure mist. It contained a cauldron that was several inches large, the Heaven Void Cauldron. Han Li uttered the artifact imprint technique in his mind and a clear ring sounded from the cauldron. Its lid flew off. Winds tore towards Han Li as the two crimson streaks arrived above his head. They spun, just as they were about to cleave down, almost certainly about to tear him to pieces. But Han Li simply extended his finger to the cauldron in front of him and flicked it. Bang! A mass of azure threads shot out, filling the air with azure light and wrapping around the two crimson streaks. Feng Shi was greatly alarmed and hastily commanded his treasures to free themselves. But despite his commands, he watched as the axes were dragged into the small cauldron and away from sight, his mental connection to them severed. When Feng Shi saw this, he was left dumbstruck. When Feng Shi saw this, he felt a chill down his back. Those two axes are something I acquired from a nascent soul cultivator I killed. They have many uncommon abilities, but they were unable to activate and were seized by that unremarkable small cauldron without any effort. As of current, he realized Han Li was no longer the core formation cultivator that fled for his life. After his first strike failed, the Wyrm King didn't continue his attack. Instead, he recalled the golden halberd with a wave of his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Feng, be careful. That small cauldron is the Heaven Void Cauldron of human legend. It would be best for us to attack together." The Heaven Void Cauldron. Yes, let's do as you say. So long as we kill this person, I'll give the cauldron to you. All I want are the thunderstorm wings that was taken from me. It is agreed. The Wyrm King wildly laughed and golden armor shined from his body. Dazzling golden light radiated from his body as his body ascended into the air like a blazing sun. The light was near blinding. It was clear the demon was circulating the fullest extent of his body's magic power. Then, an inconceivable event occurred. The Wyrm King let out a long shriek and a light blurred from underneath his ribs, producing another pair of gold-scaled arms. The two arms grabbed at the air and light flashed. One of the arms held a white meter-long sword while the other was holding onto a small glistening shield. The shield was filled with coin-sized scales, appearing as if they were refined from the scales of the Wyrm King himself. The demon then pointed his only free hand at the sky and formed an incantation gesture as if making use of a secret technique. When Han Li saw this, he narrowed his eyes and his face grew sullen. The words "Sacred Provenance Plate" appeared in his mind along with its connection to the Elder Devils. Feng Shi tore away at the robes on his body to reveal his bare upper body. He then lowered his torso and revealed two protrusions on his back, followed by the unfolding of his wings. Each of the wings was 3 meters long and was bright green. At that same time, Feng Shi's face turned dark gray and his hands turned into extremely sharp claws that possessed a chilling sheen. Both of the demons were now in half transformations. Han Li curved his mouth several times as he watched this and eventually settled with a slight smile. "It seems you two are taking me seriously now. That is fine, but don't blame me for having some help too." Before the Wyrm king and Feng Shi understood the meaning of Han Li's words, they heard wailing and shrieks from the horizon, as if something were flying towards them from all sides. At that same time, white light flashed from underneath the island, followed by a dozen white streaks ascending from the ground. "Attack! Kill him before his help arrives." A fierce expression appeared on the Wyrm king's face as he shouted. Soon after, the Wyrm king ceased his incantation gesture and opened his mouth, releasing a dense beam of golden light as he set into motion. He pounced so quickly at Han Li, he left an afterimage in his wake, still unleashing light from his mouth. Feng Shi didn't dare to slow down. He unfolded his wings and wrapped himself in a gale, blurring his image as he charged forward. When Han Li saw this, he raised his brow, but he didn't move. He raised his hand to reveal a green wooden ruler and spun it in his palm. A large silver lotus bloomed in front of him and covered him completely. And with a flip of his other hand, a ball of tricolored light lit up, turning into a feathered fan. Han Li took hold of it and waved it in the direction of the incoming ray of light. A pillar of tricolored flame rushed out and struck the golden pillar of light in front of Silver Lotus. A large gust blew from the collision. The golden flying swords took advantage of his moment of carelessness to break free from their capture, instead winding around the huge claws that captured them and easily cutting them to pieces. The destroyed claws scattered with the wind. The flying swords then changed direction, swiftly continuing their pursuit of Feng Shi. This time, Feng Shi felt an even greater shock. He quickly opened his mouth and an azure jade bowl flew out. It flipped through the air, suddenly producing an azure barrier to sweep away the flying swords. As the two sides clashed, several crisp cracks sounded. Under the bright golden glow of the flying swords, the azure barrier was pierced through with ease. Feng Shi's expression greatly changed. He no longer dared to meet the flying swords head-on, and he flapped his wings flying off to the sides in an azure streak. The flying swords changed direction, silently continuing their close pursuit at a speed no slower than Feng Shi's. At that moment, the demon began to curse in his mind. As he was forced to twist through the skies, he took a glance at the golden Wyrm king. As a result, his heart sank even further. The golden Wyrm king blocked the tricolored flames and had arrived next to Han Li. He struck at the silver lotus with ferocity, each attack seeming to scatter the lotus slightly. Within the lotus, Han Li simply waved the emerald ruler in his hand a few times and restored all of the damage with a few flashes of seven-colored Buddhist light. The golden Wyrm king was unable to deal with him. Feng Shi's eyes looked around him and he began to ponder whether he should escape. It was clear that Han Li's current abilities far exceeded what he had imagined. And the ferocious flying swords were more than enough to deal with two of him. But then, the demon came to a sudden stop and remained in place, revealing Feng Shi's half-demon form. At some unknown time, a dozen-meter-long snow-white centipedes had surrounded him. They had 4 wings and sparkling crystalline bodies. The 6-winged frost centipedes. When Feng Shi recognized them, he cried out in alarm and wore an unsightly expression. The golden Wyrm king's fierce assault on the lotus also came to a sudden stop, and he tore through the air in a golden streak, hoping to get away. Han Li's indifferent voice sounded from within the lotus, "It is already too late to think of running away." As soon as those words were said, 10 red threads shot out from the lotus with extreme speed. They flickered several times and tightly wound around the demon. Following that, light flashed from them, turning into several dense ropes of flame. They continued to roil around him and drown him in them. At that same moment, a gray demon wind blew through the sky, carrying wheel-sized ghost heads. They all appeared fierce and wailed without end. They entered the sea of flames without any regard for it. Within the flames, the golden Wyrm king let out a shout of terror. His cold scream contained an immense fear. As foam sheets swept his gaze past the scene, an icy chill froze over his heart. Be it another attack from Hanli or the dozen six-winged frost centipedes surrounding him, he wouldn't be able to deal with any of them. Having come to a decision, Fengshi grasped his hand in an incantation gesture and a crimson red bloomed from his upper body. Blood loudly splurted out from his flesh, hiding his body in a cloud of blood. Meanwhile, the demon's wings absorbed the blood in an instant and turned scarlet. He took a deep breath and waved his wings, intending on fleeing using a secret technique. But at that moment, he heard a beautiful scripture being uttered and a huge attractive force weighing down on his body. The demon felt his body tensed as he was kept in place, the magic power in his body frozen. At that moment, Fengshi discovered a foot-large silver lotus below him in his terror. It was slowly blooming, keeping him trapped in seven-colored Buddhist light. The demon panicked, immediately casting techniques in an attempt to escape. However, the dozen centipedes surrounding him used this opportunity to spit glacial chi onto him. The icy white chi enveloped him, containing the blood cloud completely. Fengshi's miserable screams sounded from within it. A distance away, Hanli fiddled with the eight-spirit ruler in his hand with a calm expression, not even taking a glance in Fengshi's direction. Everything was completely under his control. At that moment, the golden Wyrm King's void came to a sudden stop. This caused Hanli to cause his brow and take a look upward. A world-shaking explosion suddenly sounded from within the sea of flames, and the flames scattered in an instant. A gust blew out, followed by something flying at immense speed. Hanli's expression sank and thunder rang out from his back. He vanished. In the next moment, the thing that escaped came to a sudden stop. Above it, azure and white lightning flashed, followed by Hanli's sudden appearance. Hanli looked down and only saw the skeleton of a miniature Wyrm. It was only a foot large and glistened with golden light as if it were created from pure gold. The flood dragon was holding onto a thumb-sized golden core in its mouth. Wails sounded from behind it, and 5 ghost heads charged out from the sea of flames with miserable faces. Their faces were ashen as if they were injured. The golden bone Wyrm stirred upon seeing the sink devils and immediately flew off in a golden streak, soon vanishing from sight. Above, Hanli coldly snorted. Black light flashed from his brow, following the appearance of a third black eye. It released a streak of black light that disappeared as soon as it appeared. As a result, a muffled explosion sounded. Golden and black light intertwined and the bone Wyrm toppled out from the explosion, flipping several times. The bone Wyrm knew things were far from good. It immediately thought to regain its bearings and continue its escape, but it was already too late. Azure light suddenly flashed from nearby, following the appearance of an azure net that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The bone Wyrm was caught and was unable to move. Meanwhile, a 3-meter-long golden light flew out from the sky. Golden light flashed and the bone Wyrm was cleaved into 2. A green flame flew out from the bone Wyrm yet again in a desperate escape. However, Hanli was already prepared. He reached out with a single hand, creating a large azure hand and grabbing a hold of the green flame. Following that, Hanli flashed forward and took out a small green bottle with a shake of his sleeve. He flipped the bottle, and it released a black mist. The azure hand relaxed its grip, allowing the mist to sweep past the green flame and draw it back into the bottle. After that was done, Hanli raised the bottle and swept his spiritual sense inside of it, wearing a satisfied expression from what he saw. The soul of a grade 10 demon beast was an incredibly rare material. Once the small bottle was placed away, he took a look at the golden pearl and the remnants of the bone Wyrm and collected them without a thought. The pearl was clearly his main objective, the metal attribute Wyrm core. As for the golden skeleton, he was rather interested in it. Back in the Sea of Flames, he saw the Wyrm King unable to escape the shackles of his flame threads and the jaws of the Sink Devil. But through some unknown technique, he detonated his flesh and broke free, scattering his constraints and controlling his miniaturized skeleton with his soul. In this manner, the Wyrm King seemed to have two bodies. He would be able to catch his opponent off guard in this inconceivable turn of events, shedding off his flesh and fleeing with his bones. The Wyrm King was a grade 10 demon cultivator and a famous one at that. It would be odd if he were killed off so easily. Hanli possessed two spirit treasures, and the Sink Devils. Ordinary late nascent soul cultivators couldn't hope to compare. The Wyrm King was already far stronger than ordinary demon beasts, but the 8th spirit ruler had miraculous defensive abilities and he naturally wasn't able to break through in a short amount of time. And with the capture by the renowned fire spirit threads and the flesh-eating Sink Devils suppressing him, Hanli was able to subdue him without any further abilities. Hanli curiously examined the golden skeleton and hesitated before placing it in his storage pouch as well. At that moment, Fengshi remained trapped within the white glacial mist to no surprise. The frost chi of the dozen centipedes had already sealed it into ice. Hanli glanced at the enemy he once feared long ago and shook his head. His thoughts stirred and he had his flying sword streak around the block of ice. Suddenly, the ice split into chunks and a green demon's soul rushed out from it, fleeing off in a panic. But it ran into a centipede headfirst and was swallowed with hardly any resistance, becoming mere insect food. With the two demons were killed, Hanli decided to examine the storage pouches they left behind. Hanli found a pleasant surprise. From Fengshi's storage pouch, he acquired an ancient jade slip detailing several demon cultivator techniques as well as information on the dragon scale fruit. It also detailed methods to uproot and transplant different kinds of spirit trees. It should prove greatly useful. From the storage pouch of Wyrm King, he found an interesting technique called the Tempered Bone Arts. It would allow humans and demons to cultivate their skeleton to the point of becoming a magic treasure, and in the process, it would turn one's flesh unreasonably powerful. It was a pity that it took much time to cultivate this technique. He was too busy to cultivate this technique was of current, but he collected it into his storage pouch nonetheless. After he collected all of the Sink Devils and centipedes, he immediately flew off in an azure streak and flew into the nearby seas. Since the dragon scale fruit had such miraculous effects, he couldn't let it go. As a result, Hanli eliminated several restrictions he found in a cave underneath the sea and eventually found the tree. Fortunately, Fengshi packed all the materials he needed to uproot the spirit tree. Hanli naturally put them to good use and shrunk the tree for temporary storage in his pouch. In the time it took to finish a meal, an azure streak brushed through the seas and disappeared off the horizon. When Hanli returned to the inner star seas and the heavenly south, almost another year had passed. When he returned to the Dream Cloud Mountains travel-worn Nangong, his disciples, and several sect elders gathered together with him for a secret discussion. After most of a day passed, they all left. Their expressions were all grave as if the topic had been of great importance. Not long after, the Drifting Cloud sect's disciples discovered that the sect had begun to gather together large quantities of obscure spirit medicines no matter what the cost. At that same time, cultivators in higher positions of the sect repeatedly gathered together for discussions. Not long after, a piece of information was made known throughout the heavenly south. Hanli, the Grand Elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, in his last journey acquired a secret technique that would aid in breaking through to deity transformation. However, the secret technique was quite peculiar and required a special area to cultivate. As such, the greatest cultivator in the heavenly south planned on departing from the Drifting Cloud sect for several hundred years in secluded cultivation. Apart from life or death situations for the sect or until he fails in cultivating this technique, he will not easily emerge from this place. When this information was made known, the higher echelons of the large sects had different attitudes spanning from excitement, happiness, worry, and fear that great events will shake the heavenly south once more. After a year passed, not only did Hanli disappear, but his Tao companion Nangongwan, Mu Piling, and his other personal disciples also disappeared. But Lu Yu did remain at the sect. The Drifting Cloud sect ceased their attitude of expansion and began to consolidate their existing power. Although the other sects eyed the resources of the Drifting Cloud sect with greed, Han Li's fearsome reputation kept them at bay. A year, 10, and 100 passed by. The greatest cultivator of the heavenly south had completely disappeared and had yet to make another appearance. In the Drifting Cloud sect, the Dream Cloud Mountains, and even the heavenly south, Han Li's reputation began to fade with time and fewer people mentioned him. After an unknown amount of time, the Grand Elder of the Drifting Cloud sect turned into a legend and his position remained empty for over 1,000 years before a new Grand Elder was selected for the sect. But after nearly 1,000 years, a golden era appeared yet again for the Drifting Cloud sect. Nascent soul cultivators sprouted up in large numbers, elevating the sect to becoming a superpower in the heavenly south. Its prosperity remained for thousands of years to come. Afterwards, he walked to another corner of the garden until he arrived in front of a few especially green vines and poured a drop of green liquid on its roots. The vines absorbed the liquid nearly instantly and Han Li turned around, placing the bottle back where it was originally, and head back to the building to meditate. But suddenly, he stopped and he held out his hand. A white formation plate was flying towards him. He caught it and looked down. Large amounts of azure text floated off of it. After heading it, Han Li took to the skies and flew off to another hidden corner of the valley. Eventually, he arrived at his destination, in front of a 3-meter-wide small-scale spell formation. He took a seat and uttered not a word. A short moment later, the teleportation formation glowed with trembling light and an azure silhouette walked out from it. The person took large steps forward from the teleportation formation, revealing himself to be another Han Li. The newly appeared Han Li appeared to have the same one that was waiting. He smiled and said, "I've troubled you much these past few years. If it weren't for you delivering spirit medicines to the teleportation formation every day, I feared I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the peak of early deity transformation stage in such a short amount of time. I am you and you are me. What difference is there?" The first Han Li spoke with an indifferent expression. He was the second nascent soul that controlled the human-like puppet. The newly arrived Han Li was the original and had just emerged from secluded cultivation from within the spatial pocket. It was now 300 years since Han Li left the Drifting Cloud sect. At the time, he brought Nangongwan and his disciples away from the sect to an ancient teleportation formation. They then journeyed to the scattered star seas and occupied a small remote island with decent spirit veins. After they were settled there, Han Li made the journey back to the heavenly south's Devil Fall Valley and entered the spatial pocket where he began to cultivate the divine essence-fused light. But before he entered the spatial pocket, he released his hidden fortune mansion, depositing his spirit beasts and insects there and arranging his medicine garden as well. The profound goddess palm and the dragon scale fruit were also placed within it. Finally, he had the human-like puppet remain behind and gave it the small mysterious bottle, leaving the garden entirely in its care. But he still felt ill at ease, fearing that cultivators would discover traces of him in the valley. After a year of effort, he placed down a huge ancient formation that released a bewitching mist that manipulated a cultivator's senses and perception, covering most of the valley depths with it. Then with that finished, he gave his second nascent soul several commands and teleported into the spatial pocket through his formation. Before he began cultivating, Han Li first refined the golden WIRM King's core in accordance with the soaring sky beast incarnation suggestion. Using a peculiar method, he turned it into a metal-attributed core spirit root, allowing him to refine the divine essence-fused light with greater ease. But Hanli and the boy couldn't have possibly known that this unintentional action solved the fatal flaw in cultivating the divine essence-fused light. This could be considered a brilliant stroke of luck. Otherwise, it would have taken Hanli over 100 years of cultivation before he discovered something amiss. When that time came, even if he began cultivating again, the harm would be too great. But even with this and the aid of the essence-fused mountain, Hanli's cultivation still didn't go smoothly. The cultivation of the first several layers went well enough, breezing through them quickly with the aid of the mountain. But during the later stages, he would often run into bottlenecks and nearly undergo chi deviation, which would result in great harm to his vitality. If it weren't the countless spirit medicines in hand and that mysterious bottle, he feared his cultivation would have come to an end. Lastly, what caused him the most pain was cultivating the power of the 5 elements and the essence-fused mountain, and fusing them together. For several tens of years, he wasn't able to take a half step away from the mountain, where he experienced hardship that outsiders would never know. Had it not been for Hanli's extreme wisdom and perseverance, he wouldn't have been able to continue. As such, his diligent cultivation continued inside the spatial pocket for 200 years. Eventually, his cultivation succeeded and the essence-fused mountain was completely refined. He was able to take it into his body as a precious treasure. It was now that things finally began to go smoothly. Hanli found an appropriate opportunity to take the devil essence pills and other spirit medicines. With the additional assistance of the peak-grade spirit stones and 5 glacial flames, he succeeded in breaking through to the deity transformation stage. Now that he was a deity transformation cultivator, Hanli was able to manipulate worldly origin chi, commanding wind and rain. His abilities were now on par with an immortal god from the secular world. It could be said, he has completely elevated his existence. Hanli was overcome with joy and immediately departed from the valley, making his way to the scattered star seas. He discovered Nangong Wan and his disciples were safe and sound. His disciples even developed a significant faction in the scattered star seas, directly controlling several tens of the nearby cultivator islands. Nevertheless, he didn't hold much of a strong opinion on this and remained neutral on the matter. When Nangong Wang and his disciples saw that he truly entered deity transformation stage, at that moment, with the aid of the large quantities of medicine pills Hanli left for her, Nangong Wan had already entered late nascent soul stage. For the time being, she was strenuously cultivating so that she may one day reach the peak of late stage and break through as well. Shi Jian was also a person possessing exceeding aptitude. After several hundred years, he also succeeded in condensing a nascent soul, much to Hanli's joy. However, there was also misfortune during this time. Since Mu Peeling's lifespan was approaching the end, she was in a rush to break through to nascent soul stage. As a result, her state of mind entering seclusion was unstable and her inner demons caused her death through a backlash of magic power. When Hanli heard this, he was somewhat saddened. In preparation for her breakthrough to nascent soul stage, he also gifted her supplementary medicine made from the 9-curl spirit ginseng, but her fate can only be said to be the will of the heavens. As she was his in-name concubine, Hanli naturally paid a visit to her grave. At that moment, Hanli arrived back on the main island and properly accompanied Nangong Wan for well over a decade before returning to the heavenly south to continue his cultivation. Before his departure, Hanli brought Shi Jian back to the heavenly south, so he could go to the far west and fight for leadership for the Thousand Bamboo School. As Hanli had already told Shi Jian about inheriting the legacy of Monarch's soul divergence, he naturally didn't object to the matter. When they arrived back at the heavenly south, Shi Jian left for the far west of his own accord. With his current cultivation, it was a trivial matter to take a hold of the Thousand Bamboo School. Hanli also had no worries about this. As soon as Hanli returned to Devil Fall Valley, he immediately resumed his cultivation. Because of the 3 transplant techniques that Feng Shi had given him, the spirit medicines that were originally restrained in the spatial pocket could now be taken outside. With this, the fuchsia cloud pill no longer had any restrictions for its refinement. Although the fuchsia cloud pill was a medicine pill for nascent soul cultivators, it had overbearing medicinal strength and was quite useful for deity transformation cultivators as well. With this medicine pill freely refined, the originally difficult cultivation of early deity transformation stage passed by quickly. After 100 years of bitter cultivation, he reached the peak of early stage and reached the final stage of the Azure Essence Sword Art, fulfilling it to grand completion. At this point, taking any further fuchsia cloud pills no longer had an effect. And since the spiritual qi in the mortal world was too sparse, it was impossible for him to enter mid-deity transformation stage. As such, he had no qualms about leaving seclusion. During his time in seclusion, he encountered several bottlenecks in his cultivation and used the myriad distance talismans to contact that old eccentric Xiang Zhili many times. He also began to divulge some of the information that Silvermoon had left behind for him. As a result, after countless years of persistent searching, Xiang Zhili finally found a usable spatial node. This caused the old deity transformation cultivators to rejoice. Hanli joined in their celebrations upon hearing the news as well. As a result, Xiang Zhili, old eccentric Feng, old devil Hu, and old demon Che joined together in 100 years of preparation and entered the spatial node. But not long after, 3 of the 4 primal soul lanterns that were left behind were soon extinguished. And the one belonging to old devil Hu was still lit, but it was extremely dim. Several days later, his primal soul lantern was extinguished as well. It was unknown if the old devil managed to successfully ascend to the spirit realm, severing its connection to the lantern, or if it dropped into the spatial node. Eventually, Hanli was informed by a myriad distance talisman of this news, though the disciples of these great cultivators. He was completely shocked. It appeared the danger of these spatial nodes was greater than what he expected. Even with their vast ability, the deity transformation cultivators were completely wiped out. This left him ill at ease. It appeared Silvermoon's warning over the dangers of the spatial nodes weren't exaggerated. It truly was a path that would kill most who go through it. Fortunately, Xiang Zhili also kept his promise and had already given him the location of the spatial node. Hanli didn't have to worry about finding it. As of current, since he wasn't able to progress his cultivation even an iota further, he planned on taking a look at the spatial node and making full preparations. After all, the more prepared he was, the greater his odds of successfully making it through. The information passed through the myriad distance talisman wasn't something he could rely on. However, the spatial node wasn't located in the Great Gene, Heavenly South, or anywhere else he had been. It was in an unfamiliar territory called the 5 Dragon Seas. This was the place in the Great Gene that rarely anyone knew, but Xiang Zhili and the other old eccentrics managed to find a teleportation formation that led directly to the area. He would have to first go to the Great Gene to use this formation. As this journey would take quite a long time, he decided he would first pay another visit to the scattered star seas. Having come to a decision, Hanli left behind his puppet to guard the spatial pocket and left Devil Fall Valley. On a small island with beautiful scenery, there were several nascent soul cultivators gathered together on a stone pavilion on top of a mountain. They were having a lively discussion. A white-haired old man wearing wide gray robes twirled his beard and smiled at a green-robed woman sitting across from him. "Fairy Bai, I heard you refined a sweet fragrance pill, a top-grade pill that can cleanse one's essence. Do you think I could ask for some of them?" Before the fair lady could reply, a middle-aged blue-robed cultivator laughed and said, "Brother Can must be joking. Everyone knows of your skill in pill refinement. Why would you care for a few sweet fragrance pills? Rather, I will trade for a few of them on behalf of my disciples." The old man took no offense, rather answering him with a beaming smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhao is mistaken. My mastery in medicine pills is only towards cultivation progression. Pills with regards to advancing magic power are beyond my expertise. Now that a seldom opportunity to acquire some has arrived, I must take it. The green-robed woman spoke with a gentle tone, more expected from that of a sheltered noblewoman. There is no need to fight one another for them. We can participate in an exchange. I've brought most of the sweet fragrance pills with me, enough for the both of you. Please bring out what you wish to trade for them. I hope you won't disappoint me. The old man and the scholarly man both inwardly sighed and politely replied. These cultivators were holding a small-scale trade meeting. There were 2 more people sitting down that have yet to speak. When they saw this, they couldn't help but smile. One of them was a large yellow-skinned man who put a golden wooden box on the table. He pushed it to the center and solemnly stared at the old man. This is something that I, Fan, and fellow Daoist Sun used our strength to collect. I will exchange it for 2 of Brother Kan's wormshift pills. Only with these pills can my swift-winged python evolve into a WIRM. The old man appeared displeased and shook his head. You hadn't mentioned it during the last trade. I will not let them go. I also need them for my own green spirit serpent. The cultivator surnamed Fan smiled and confidently said, Hee, don't refuse so quickly. You can give me an answer after you take a look. The old man felt his heart throb, but he relented, saying, apart from the azure spirit mushroom and other such materials, I won't be agreeing no matter how previous the box's materials may be. He then waved his hand and summoned the box into his hand. He opened it to find a blue glistening pearl. A thunder whale's core. The old man shouted in surprise. The others were shocked and couldn't help but look in their direction. Cultivator Fan grinned and said, Brother Kan is quite experienced to recognize it at a glance. It truly is the demon core of a grade 7 thunder whale. Although it is only a grade 7 demon beast, it is incredibly rare. It is something Brother Sun and I pursued for 3 entire days. How do you feel about trading for it now? The old man stared at the box in his hand with longing, but the wormshift pills were something he also had great use for. He hesitated for a time. The demon core of a thunder whale is quite rare. Do you think you could let me have a look at it? Suddenly, a man's calm voice sounded from outside. None of the cultivators recognized it. Who is it? Startled, the cultivators all looked outside. It was unknown when he arrived, but an azure-robed man had appeared outside the pavilion. He appeared young and had a common face, but an exceptional intelligence shined from his eyes. The cultivators in the pavilion couldn't help but take a look at one another. None of them recognized this man. And while the pavilion didn't appear out of the ordinary, it was concealed with restrictions. How could this unfamiliar man find them? And the reason why none of them turned hostile was that, at a glance, they couldn't detect a trace of magic power from his body. But since it was impossible for a mortal to be here, then... Cultivator Fan hesitated and cautiously asked, May I ask for your esteemed self? The youth saluted them, It's nothing. I only came here for directions. If I am bothering you, I hope you won't take offense. Of course, this was Hanli, who now found himself in the 5 Dragon Seas. Hanli found this place unfamiliar and need to find the lay of the land. He needed to buy a map. Although the illusion restrictions as of present were uncommon, they couldn't escape his bright-sight spirit eyes. As such, when he spotted a gathering of high-grade cultivators, he promptly descended. Directions? Cultivator Fan asked with doubt of his face. Fellow Daoist, if any of you have maps of the nearby area, it would be great. Hanli spoke casually and then glanced at the box and smiled. Ah yes, the Thunder Whale's demon core may look intact, but its demonic power has already scattered. Even if you use it to make medicine, it wouldn't be very useful. Is this true? What nonsense are you saying? The old man was startled, but Cultivator Fan's expression changed to that of fury. Whether you trust my words is up for you to decide. It's merely something I said in passing. However, if you are willing to sell me a map, I can answer several of your questions. I am also willing to present a Thunder Whale's demon core as a gift. Although its grade is lower, it will have more medical potency. Hanli took out a sparkling blue pearl that was clearly bigger than the one that was brought out before. The cultivators in the pavilion were absolutely dumbstruck, and odd expressions all appeared on their faces. There were a few with bright eyes and others were disbelief as they all stared at Hanli's face. Cultivator Fan finally looked away from the demon core in his hand and shouted with a harsh expression, "May I ask where you have come from? Have you come here to amuse yourself?" "Amuse myself with you? Over a trifling grade 6 demon core?" Hanli raised his brow and wore a mysterious smile. "Humph, if it were the core of a common grade 6 demon, it wouldn't be worthy of our attention, but the demon core of a lightning whale is an exception. Furthermore, you discredited Brother Fan's demon core as soon as you appeared. I feel this deserves some consideration." The cultivator's surnamed son finally broke his silence with a cold tone. He was an old man with a fierce expression. Hanli chuckled and calmly said, "You took a long time before you managed to kill that thunder whale. It had exhausted most of its demonic power before you managed to kill it. Unless its demon core had its power replenished, it doesn't have much intrinsic quality. It seems you two haven't killed many high-grade demon beasts, otherwise you would have known about this." When he heard this, Cultivator Fan and son exchanged a glance. They couldn't help but wear a hesitant expression. The white-haired old man cautiously said, "Even if the matter about the demon core is true, why have you come here?" Fellow Daoist Fan clearly used an illusion technique to conceal this place. "Has your esteemed self come here specifically for us? A trifling illusion formation is beneath my notice. As for you, this is the first time I've come to this sea, so there is no way I came for you specifically. My mood is quite good today, so I've been polite. But if you ask any more questions, I won't be interested in answering them. My previous conditions still remain. Are you willing to trade a map with me? I don't plan on staying here any longer." When Hanli finished speaking, his face stiffened. Hanli's tone wasn't loud, but it heavily shook the hearts of the cultivators in the pavilion. When they realized Hanli was such a mysterious character, his bold tone inspired fear in them and none of them replied. The beautiful green-clothed woman examined Hanli for a moment before suddenly asking, "From your tone, it seems you aren't a cultivator from our 5 dragon seas. Did your esteemed self come from the Great Gene? Do you know Senior Xiang? You know fellow Daoist Xiang?" Hanli stared at the woman and narrowed his eyes. He did feel somewhat surprised. When she heard this, an odd look appeared in her eye. She stood up, curtsied to him, and spoke to him with a most respectful tone. "Senior Xiang has visited my island for a time. He had given me cultivation guidance that has greatly benefited me. If you two are acquainted with each other, could you also be a deity transformation stage senior? A deity transformation stage cultivator?" The others that heard this each jumped up in a start. Cultivator Fan and the harsh old man both wore a trace of terror from the words they said before. Hanli seemingly ignored the action of the other cultivators. Rather, he turned his attention to the woman and frowned, "Since you recognize this, I won't keep it hidden. When did you last see fellow Daoist Xiang?" The woman smiled and answered, "This junior had last seen him 200 years ago. I had yet to condense my nascent soul. If it weren't for his guidance, I fear I would still be lingering at core formation stage. 200 years ago was around when Xiang Zhili and the others discovered the spatial node." Hanli's thoughts quickly churned and in the blink of an eye, he determined her words to be true. With an eased expression, he said, "Since you know fellow Daoist Xiang, that is good. Take this demon core and give me a map. Han Li raised his hand and tossed the rare demon core in his hand over to her. In her joy, the woman raised her arm and summoned the core into her hand. She bowed in thanks and immediately took out a faint green jade slip before sending it over to Han Li. Han Li caught it and promptly read through it with his spiritual sense. After he compared it with the information Xiang Zhili left behind, he instantly found the location of the spatial node. It wasn't too far from this place. He should arrive within a month's time. Very good, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, using a tone of unquestionable authority, he commanded, "Now, I have a few questions for you. Listen well. As of current, he has achieved the highest state of existence in the mortal realm. There was nothing in this world that scared him apart from an encroaching lifespan." The green-robed woman naturally agreed. In the following moments, his mouth moved, but he seemingly uttered not a word. The woman's beautiful eyes quickly stirred, and when Han Li ceased his voice transmissions, she immediately responded to them in kind. When Han Li heard this, he stroked his chin and lowered his head in contemplation. The other cultivators didn't dare to even breathe in this stifling atmosphere and remained still in place. They feared if they disturbed this deity transformation stage senior, they would be provoking a huge problem. As if something came to mind, Han Li raised his head and chuckled, "I have things to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Go ahead and continue." Then, he waved his sleeve and in a flash of azure light, he suddenly disappeared. Once Han Li vanished, the cultivators remained motionless, still in awe of Han Li's presence. Eventually, the cultivators let out a huge sigh and looked at the Thunder Whale's demon core in the woman's hand with envy. It was rather good luck to be able to acquire a Thunder Whale's demon core with a map and a few words. The green-robed woman noticed their gazes and calmly put away the demon core. Then with a chuckle, she said, "Fellow Taoists, since the senior has departed, let us continue." The scholarly man let out a sigh and wore a wry smile. "Fairy Bai, there is no need to hurry. Rather, I didn't think that you had previously befriended a deity transformation stage cultivator. It seems we've been disrespectful." The woman shook her head and answered with a faint smile, "That was something that happened long ago when I was still a core formation cultivator. How could I dare say I befriended him? Senior Xiang had only given me a few pointers at the time. Even if it was only a few pointers, you had something of a relationship to a deity transformation cultivator. It is something that people could only dream of." Cultivator Fan spoke with a tone of admiration, but then he frowned and bewilderedly asked, "But oddly enough, why would these pinnacle existences from the Great Gene come to our 5 dragon seas? Could it be that something great has occurred?" The old man chuckled and said, "That is possible. However, since a deity transformation cultivators are involving themselves, how would we hope to participate? If we're not careful, they could end us with a flip of their hand. It'd be best not to make any careless inquiries. If we were to anger a deity transformation cultivator, hee." When that was said, the others' expressions changed and they nodded. Han Li remained underneath the huge ball of light for nearly a whole day before returning to the island. When Han Li returned, the 3 disciples had already cleaned out the largest of the buildings for Senior Han's use. When Han Li saw this, he was very pleased. With the addition of their service of guarding the spatial node, he presented to them each a magic treasure and several bottles of medicine pills. The core formation cultivators were overjoyed and expressed their ranks. Soon after, Han Li used the myriad distance talisman to tell Nan Gongwan and the others to dispatch several reliable core formation cultivators to the island, also requesting Tian Qiner to accompany them. With Tian Qiner cultivating with the aid of Han Li's medicine pills, she now spent most of his time researching spell formation and restrictions. She was already astonishingly talented in the field, and now that she spent even more time, she has made significant gains. Her mastery over spell formations was now far beyond that of Han Li's. He feared he would need the woman's spell formation knowledge for his journey into the spatial node. Afterwards, Han Li kept watch over the huge ball of light almost every day for some time. Then he would return to the island and contemplate over the changes he observed. After a year, Tian Qiner and 3 core formation cultivators had finally arrived at the island. Han Li immediately released the 3 core formation cultivators originally guarding the island and assumed direct control of the area. Although Tian Qiner was struck at late core formation stage, Han Li specifically gave a bottle of the returning sun water, allowing her more opportunities to condense a nascent soul. When Han Li saw she finally arrived, he immediately brought her to look at the spatial node and see whether or not the seal could be strengthened, giving him more time to prepare. Unfortunately, despite her inconceivable mastery over spell formation, she hadn't touched upon the subjects involving spatial power. After several months of strenuous research, she eventually found a method to gradually strengthen the seal. However, this method only had a 30% chance of success in stopping the entrance from collapsing. Although the odds weren't very high, he had no other options and could only give the method a try. As for the rare materials it would require, Han Li could only journey throughout the 5 dragon seas to find them. This took him about 6 years with his abilities. In this time, he discovered that the situation was exactly as Xiang Zhili's disciples had described. The spatial node would fluctuate every year with each interval in between decreasing and each successive fluctuations becoming increasingly violent. As a result, Han Li's original joy from entering deity transformation had completely disappeared. Han Li remained unfazed by her aloof demeanor, but he had also relinquished further attempts to strike up a conversation. After a short while, a streak of white light approached from the direction that the spatial node was in before descending beside Han Li. The white light faded to reveal a slender yellow-robed woman with a set of gorgeous features. She was none other than Tian Qiner. Tian Qiner pays her respects to her master. Tian Qiner extended a respectful bow before standing off to the side. So that's your disciple? Is that the dragon cry physique? The silver-robed woman turned her gaze toward Tian Qiner, upon which a surprised look appeared on her face. Han Li smiled as he said, "It is, indeed. My disciple is female, yet she possesses a physique that should be unique to men, and it's truly a curse rather than a blessing for her. I had heard the glacial essence cultivated by the Ice Phoenix race extremely useful for cleansing one's essence as well as to balance the energies of yin and yang within one's body. I was hoping that you would be able to bestow a few drops of this essence upon my disciple so she can lift the curse of her own physique and restore her potential to pursue the great Tao." He hadn't mentioned Tian Qiner's dragon cry physique much, but behind the scenes, he had spent a vast amount of time researching this physique, and this was the only potential method of rectification he had discovered. As such, he was naturally unwilling to give up on this rare opportunity. A few drops. You sure dare to dream. Our race's glacial essence is extremely valuable, how could I possibly give a few drops to a human on a whim? Maybe I'll consider it when I'm in a good mood someday, the silver-robed woman scoffed. Instead of reacting in an angry manner, Han Li gave a hearty laugh instead before turning to Tian Qiner with a meaningful expression. Of course. Qiner, make sure to listen to this senior. Fellow Taoist Phoenix will be staying here on this island for a while, and you'll be responsible for catering to her needs during that time. After hearing that a potential cure for her dragon cry physique had been found, Tian Qiner's eyes immediately lit up, and she hurriedly agreed to look after the silver-robed woman to the best of her abilities. The Ice Phoenix glared coldly at Han Li, but didn't say anything. The rest of the process was quite simple. Han Li led the Ice Phoenix to the spatial node in person, then remained on the island for a further half a month. After verifying that the silver-robed woman harbored no ill will toward Tian Qiner, He left the small island and flew into the distance as a streak of azure light. Mid-flight, a small azure cauldron emerged from his sleeve. Fellow Daoist Han, are you really planning to join forces with this ice phoenix? The projection of a small child abruptly materialized atop the cauldron. Han Li turned to the small child with a rather surprised look. During recent years, the small child very rarely emerged unless if you were requesting for some materials or pills from Han Li. As such, Han Li was quite taken aback by his sudden emergence. That's the plan. She possesses extremely powerful spatial abilities that will be very useful once we enter the spatial node, Han Li replied. That's true. The Ice Phoenix race hasn't inherited the bloodline of the true Phoenix, but they have inherited its spatial aptitude. With her assistance, it'll make the journey slightly safer. However, shouldn't you free me from the Heaven Void Cauldron first before you leave the human world? Have you forgotten about that? The small child asked. Of course not. Speaking of which, it's been many years since I gave you that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome. Isn't it about time that you gave me your observations? Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he diverted the conversation to another topic. I've indeed managed to glean some of the contents of that half-page. I can't guarantee whether that information is correct or not, and I'm unable to put it into practice in the human world. After all, if anyone were to attempt to craft an immortal talisman in a world with such scarce origin chi, they would be completely sucked dry long before the talisman could be successfully crafted. Are you sure you want to see my observations? The small child asked with furrowed brows. Of course. I also plan to take back the half-page as I'll be studying it once I get to the spirit realm as well, Han Li replied in an indifferent voice. If that's the case, then here it is. The small child stomped a foot onto the lid of the cauldron without any hesitation. The lid lifted itself slightly to release two balls of spiritual light, one of which was yellow while the other was green, and both were caught by Han Li at once. They were a yellow wooden box and a green jade slip. The mysterious cultivator then waved a hand through the air again, and both the crimson sword and the golden brick descended toward him. The mid-nascent soul stage elderly man was truly getting quite flustered now, and he immediately made a grabbing motion toward the mysterious cultivator. A massive white hand abruptly appeared above the black-robed scholar before crashing down with devastating might. He was clearly trying to put an end to this mysterious cultivator's life. However, the cultivator down below merely flicked a finger toward the massive white hand. Golden light flashed, and a burst of sword chi swept through the white palm, slicing it cleanly in half and reducing it to specks of white light that disintegrated into nothingness. The mid-nascent soul stage elderly man's face paled upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the mysterious cultivator brandished the two treasures in his hands before looking up at the two elderly men with a cold expression. If you think I'm offering too many spirit stones, then I'll take these two treasures as well. Are you willing to make the exchange now? The elderly men's hearts sank in unison. It was completely incredible to them that this mysterious cultivator could take their treasures from them as if he were merely taking candy from a baby. Just what was that unfathomable gray light? Neither of the elderly men dared to give a reply. The mysterious cultivator chuckled upon seeing this before tossing the two treasures into the air and flying away as a streak of azure light. The two elderly men faltered upon seeing this before hurriedly recovering their lost treasures. They then glanced at the streak of azure light in the distance before turning to look at one another. After a while, the elderly man with bushy eyebrows hesitantly asked, "Senior Marshal Brother, should we give chase?" "Give chase? Do you want to die? He's clearly just spared our lives. If we continue to pester him, he might change his mind." The other elderly man heaved a resigned sigh. "But the shimmering golden ring is our sect's most important treasure. What are we going to tell the rest of the sect if we can't recover it?" The elderly man with bushy eyebrows was still unwilling to give up. "We'll just tell the truth. We encountered someone far too powerful for us to oppose, so we had to let him go. This is the nature of the cultivation world. The strong can impose their will upon the weak as they please, and nothing can be done about it. Come to think of it, the shimmering golden ring didn't always belong to our sect either. Our martial forefathers plundered it from another sect. We can only concede our bad luck now that it's been taken away from us as well. Let's go back. The sect still needs us, so we can't throw away our lives like this." The mid-nascent soul-stage elderly man gave a wry smile before departing back the way they had come from. The bushy-browed elderly man was rooted to the spot for a long while before heaving a resigned sigh as he also departed from the scene. High up in the air a long distance away, the mysterious cultivator suddenly stopped after flying for tens of thousands of kilometers. A series of crackles and pops erupted throughout his joints as he grew taller by around an inch. At the same time, azure spiritual light surfaced over his face, warping his appearance into that of a young man with a set of ordinary features. This man was none other than Hanli. He rustled a sleeve and a golden ring abruptly appeared his hand. He gently waved the golden ring, and countless projections were summoned. Not bad. In terms of defensive ability alone, this treasure ranks among the top 3 that I've collected during these past years. A pleased smile appeared on Hanli's face. "It's about time you went back, fellow Daoist Han. Otherwise, you'll be in complete despair if the spatial node suddenly collapses before you get back," the voice of a small child chuckled from within his sleeve. During these past few decades, Hanli would consume dragon-scale fruits, which he had prepared in his storage pouch in advance, at regular intervals. As such, his strength had exceeded the upper limit of human cultivators a long time ago. He had planted the dragon-scale fruit in the Devil Fall Valley, and it was among the spirit medicines that the humanoid puppet had begun to deliver to the spatial pocket. However, Hanli didn't consume one of these fruits every single day. Instead, he had one every half a month. The medicinal effect of the fruit wasn't very strong, but if he didn't absorb the medicinal effect in time, it would slowly build up within his body. If this trend were to continue for several decades, his body wouldn't be able to handle the backlash, even though he had mastered the 3rd layer of bright jade arts. The Golden Wyrm King was only able to consume one dragon-scale fruit per day as Wyrms possessed far more powerful bodies than normal demon beasts. Due to the fact that Hanli had spent most of his time in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, he wasn't able to dedicate much time to refining this fruit, only around a dozen years or so. After that, he stopped and began to focus wholeheartedly on cultivating his Azure Essence sword art instead. Prior to arriving at the 5 Dragon Seas on this occasion, Hanli had deliberately filled an entire storage pouch with ripe dragon-scale fruits. As such, he had a steady supply of this fruit during his journey throughout the human world in the past few decades, and he was able to cultivate the bone-tempering art that he had unintentionally obtained, thereby allowing him to refine the medicinal effect of these fruits. As a result, Hanli was astonished to find that the dragon-scale fruits and the bone-tempering art created an extraordinarily effective combination. The bone-tempering art had initially to be quite difficult to cultivate, but with the assistance of the dragon-scale fruits, Hanli was able to make rapid progress, mastering several layers during the short span of a few decades. If he were to inspect his internal condition now, he would find that not only had his bones become noticeably thicker, they had also taken on a faint golden hue, similar to the color of his skin when he activated his bright jade arts. In terms of strength, he was now able to easily lift massive rocks that weighed several tons without using any magic power. What came as even more of a pleasant surprise to Hanli was that consumption of dragon-scale fruits also seemed to be quite conducive to the cultivation of the bright jade art. As such, as he was cultivating the bone-tempering art, he mastered the 4th layer of the bright jade art as well. Due to this observation, He speculated that the bone-tempering art most likely really was somehow related to the sacred provenance plate, perhaps it had even been created based on the bright jade art. Otherwise, this cultivation art wouldn't act in such a complementary manner with the bright jade art. After mastering the fourth layer of the bright jade art, he was able to cultivate several of its accompanying Buddhist secret techniques. When used in conjunction with the bright jade art, these secret techniques were extraordinarily powerful, and further contributed to enhancing his combat prowess. While consuming the dragon scale fruits, he would always conceal the heaven void cauldron temporarily to prevent the endless sky beast from discovering this secret. Otherwise, it would be very suspicious if he were able to bring out dragon scale fruits on a regular basis. So once full mastery of the divine essence fused light is achieved, it becomes gray. That's rather strange. I thought that it would become five-colored light. Now that you've achieved full mastery of the divine essence fused light, I can use its 5 elemental power to subdue 5 elemental treasures. As your cultivation base continues to improve, as will the power of your divine essence fused light, so there won't be any need to specifically cultivate it. This is quite a rare ability, and even cultivators of a higher level will find it quite difficult to handle this power, the small child suddenly remarked. I didn't think that the divine essence fused light would turn into such a monotonous color either. While I was cultivating it in the past, it did indeed produce 5-colored light, and it only changed into this color after I reached full mastery. Hanli was also stroking his chin with a rather perplexed look on his face. He had been wondering about this for a long time, yet never articulated this internal query. Now that the small child was raising this question, his own confusion also rose to the surface. This cultivation method was created by a cultivator of this world, so it's not really surprising that it can undergo some strange transformations, the small child said with a nonchalant chuckle. That's true. As long as the power of this divine essence-fused light isn't hampered in any way, it doesn't really matter that its color has changed. Hanli nodded with a smile in agreement. That's the best way to think about it. Looks like you're really planning to ascend to the spirit realm soon, Brother Han. In that case, I won't be returning to the 5 dragon seas with you. Let's part ways here. As soon as the small child's voice trailed off, a ball of azure light shot forth from within Hanli's sleeve, revealing itself to be none other than his heaven void cauldron. A crisp ringing sound erupted from the cauldron, following which the lid was lifted slightly. A burst of gray chi flew out, transforming into a small child that was several feet tall. You can already leave the heaven void cauldron? I thought you'd still require some more time. Hanli was rather surprised to see this. I've been working on the restriction that's bound me this entire time as well, so the remnants of the restriction is no longer enough to confine me, the small child replied. Hanli recomposed his surprised expression before asking, I see. Are you planning to stay here, fellow Taoist endless sky? Why don't you go back to the Heaventide prairies or go somewhere else? This continent is actually nothing more than a massive island, so it really can't compare to other places with cultivation foundations. I'm just an avatar of my true body in the spirit realm, so there's no need for me to cultivate too quickly. Cultivation resources are completely pointless to me right now. I've decided to stay here on this continent because I've discovered the aura of one of my brethren recently. Even though their bloodline isn't very pure, I've still decided to grace them with my presence, the small child explained calmly. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face, and he said, I see. I must congratulate you then, fellow Taoist. Nan Gongwan's brows furrowed slightly as she said, looks like you'll have to join forces with fellow Taoist Phoenix to ensure the best chance of success, then. There's no need for you to be overly concerned. After all, you possess 2 divine spirit treasures and you've achieved full mastery of the divine essence fused light. No ordinary cultivator can compare to you. I also have a treasure with powerful defensive properties with me here for you to take on your journey. What kind of treasure could this be? A rather peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. Nan Gongwan smiled and was just about to say something when she suddenly closed her mouth. Moments later, the sound of footsteps rang out from outside the hall, following which a silver-robed woman strode in. She was none other than that ice phoenix. Nan Gongwan immediately rose to her feet upon seeing her, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she said, "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist phoenix. My Tao companion and I were just discussing your joint venture into the spatial node." "There's no need for him to enter the spatial node with me, is there?" the silver-robed woman asked in an indifferent voice as she sat down in a chair. Nan Gongwan was completely unfazed by the silver-robed woman's aloof response as she continued, "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist phoenix. The spatial node is extremely perilous and entering it alone would be akin to suicide. I'm sure you've seen how unstable this spatial node has been in the past few decades, and it's most likely close to collapsing. It's not impossible for me to enter the spatial node with him. However, I have a condition that he must agree to before I can work together with him." The silver-robed woman glanced at Han Li with a peculiar look in her eyes. "What's your condition?" Han Li was rather curious now. "I still don't fully trust you, so if I were to enter the spatial node with you, we have to set restrictions on each other prior to entry. In that case, if one of us falls into trouble, the other side must assist them with all their might. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to leave the spatial node alive. I'll only agree to join forces with you if you agree to that condition," the Ice Phoenix replied. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he immediately agreed, "I have no objections to this condition. In fact, it also puts me at ease." In contrast, the silver-robed woman was rather taken aback by Han Li's quick response, and she aimed a cold glance at Han Li before continuing, "In that case, I have to leave this place for a while to make some preparations. This spatial node can last at least 3 more decades, so I'll come back to meet you here in exactly 30 years. I hope you won't change your mind by then." The silver-robed woman departed as soon as she finished her sentence, not giving Han Li any time to state his opinion. Han Li's brows furrowed, but he didn't say anything. It was instead Nan Gongwan who rose to her feet to accompany the Ice Phoenix out of the pavilion. It appeared that Nan Gongwan had something to say to her alone. After the two women exited the hall, Han Li fell into deep thought, seemingly contemplating the suggestion the Ice Phoenix had just raised. After a short while, he raised his head just as Nan Gongwan returned to the room. "Looks like you'll really be departing in 30 years. A hint of dejection appeared in Nan Gongwan's beautiful eyes. "My main concern now is that this spatial node will collapse soon, and you won't be able to reach the spirit realm even if you progress to the deity transformation stage," Han Li sighed with furrowed brows. "That's not a problem. This isn't the only spatial node in this world and I've already taken the returning sun water. If I can reach the deity transformation stage, my lifespan would be far lengthier than that of the average deity transformation cultivator. I'm sure I'll be able to find another spatial node in the human world during that time," Nan Gongwan replied in a gentle voice. She then made her way over to Han Li and slowly lowered herself into Han Li's arms. Han Li wound his arms around her exquisite body, and was slightly entranced as he inhaled her faint fragrant scent. Neither of them wanted to say anything as they basked in each other's warmth. The light spilling in from the window cast their shadow onto the ground, and it appeared from that shadow that they had already combined as one. After a long while, Han Li asked in a gentle voice, "By the way, Wanna, what's that defensive treasure you were talking about earlier?" Nan Gongwan reluctantly freed herself from Han Li's embrace as she smoothed down her palatial dress, and asked, "Do you recall the golden box I found in that underground cave during the trial by blood and fire?" "Golden box? Oh, yes, I do recall that box." The bloody restricted area was actually the hidden abode of an ancient cultivator, and that golden box contained the restriction badge that would grant one access into the tallest tower at the center of the restricted area. Even with that badge, one would still have to at least be at the late nascent soul stage to enter that area and be unaffected by the strange restrictions there. Once I reached the late nascent soul stage, I immediately traveled to the state of you to venture into this tower and obtained the inheritance of this ancient cultivator. Aside from that, I also discovered the remains of a cultivator within a certain restriction in the tower. He had clearly ventured into the tower without a restriction badge, and had fallen there as a result. The treasures that he was carrying were all quite extraordinary, so he must have been quite a powerful cultivator in his heyday. One of those treasures would most likely be very helpful to you, so I brought it along with me, Nangong carefully explained. As she spoke, she patted a storage pouch hanging from her waist to produce a ball of shimmering six-colored light, within which a silver talisman could be seen. This talisman is what you were referring to. Hanli was struck by a sense of familiarity when he saw this item, but he was unable to put his finger on where he had seen it before. I'm not sure who refined this talisman, but let me show you its ability first. Nangong Wan smiled as she tossed the silver talisman into the air, then made a hand seal as she chanted in her beautiful voice. An incredible scene ensued. The silver talisman suddenly transformed into a burst of silver light as it flew toward Nangong Wan, enshrouding her entire body under a silver light barrier. Silver light was flashing violently on the barrier, and the barrier itself was rumbling incessantly. Hanli didn't pay any heed to this initially, but as the rumbling became more and more pronounced and relentless, he discovered that it was drawing more spiritual qi into the hall, thereby increasing the spiritual qi density in the surrounding area. Hanli stirred as he narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a wisp of colorful spiritual light surfaced within the hall before surging toward Nangong Wan in a frenzy, disappearing into the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The silver light barrier began to flash erratically as layers of barriers began to materialize around Nangong Wan, each of which was a different dazzling color. A few moments later, 6 layers of light barriers had taken shape. A thought suddenly occurred to Hanli upon seeing this, and he exclaimed, "That's the 6th divine talisman." The 6th divine talisman. Is that what it's called? Do you recognize this talisman? Nangong Wan was slightly taken aback by Hanli's reaction, but she continued to make hand seals. The 6 layers of light barriers instantly transformed into a 6-colored suit of armor that adhered tightly to her body. Exuberant spiritual light was shimmering over the surface of this suit of armor, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. I think I do. Within the misty seas, a group of cultivators in different attire gathered below a massive ball of light. Hanli stood below the ball of light, looking up with a solemn. Nangong Wan stood beside him in silence. Everyone else was also completely silent, and they seemed to be waiting for something. Among this group of people were Tian Qiner, as well as Shi Jian, who had already become the Thousand Bamboo sect master. After a long while, Tian Qiner couldn't help but ask, "Master, will Senior Phoenix really come here today? It'll be quite troublesome if we can only lift the seal after noon." "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Phoenix sent me a message a month ago, so she'll definitely arrive today," Hanli replied without even turning his head. Tian Qiner fell silent again and continued to wait upon hearing this. A short while later, Hanli abruptly turned his gaze toward a certain patch of mist. Everyone else also turned their attention in the same direction. A heavenly cry soon rang out from that direction, following which the mist tumbled and surged before revealing a snowy white ice phoenix that was several tens of feet in length. The phoenix only flapped its wings several times before reaching Hanli and the others, upon which it transformed into a silver-robed woman amid a brilliant flash of spiritual light. The woman turned to Hanli with an indifferent expression, and asked, "I'm not late, am I?" "Of course not. You can lift the seal now," Cheener. Fellow Daoist Phoenix, we can set up each other's restrictions now. Han Li issued an instruction to Tian Cheener before turning to the Ice Phoenix with a smile. He then disappeared into the mist as a streak of azure light. The silver-robed woman raised an eyebrow before following him as a streak of silver light. Nan Gongwan remained standing on the spot, looking at the direction that the two had disappeared in with a hint of concern in her eyes. At this moment, Tian Cheener and a dozen or so other cultivators rose into the air, where they assembled in a strange formation directly beneath the massive ball of light. After that, spiritual light flashed as they produced a series of formation plates, formation flags, and various other types of treasures. Following an instruction from Tian Cheener, all of these cultivators raised their formation tools in unison. Scintillating light radiated forth as the formation tools released either pillars or wisps of light, all of which disappeared into the ball of light up above. Tian Cheener and the group of cultivators then set about lifting the restriction around the spatial node. Time slowly passed, and as the restriction was gradually loosened, the ball of light that had previously been quite blurry and indistinct became clearer and more dazzling. Furthermore, its color also transformed from a dull gray into a scorching white, making it appear as if a new sun had surfaced over the misty seas. In the face of such piercing light, even a great cultivator like Nan Gongwan was forced to narrow her eyes and look away. Meanwhile, Tian Cheener's group of cultivators had already closed their eyes and were manipulating their formation tools through the use of their spiritual sense alone. Right this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared on Nan Gongwan's shoulder. At the same time, a warm male voice sounded beside her ear. "Are you still worried?" Nan Gongwan's body stiffened before relaxing as she put on a rather forced smile and turned around. Han Li was standing behind her, appraising her with a smile on his face. "I definitely am still worried, but we're defying the natural order by pursuing the Great Tao anyway, so there are bound to be hazards involved. Have you and fellow Daoist Phoenix already finished setting up restrictions?" Nan Gongwan asked in a gentle voice after heaving a faint sigh. "Yes. Both restrictions are very secure and cannot be lifted by anyone aside from their respective casters. Looks like we won't have to worry about the other person plotting against one another now," Han Li replied with a wry smile. As long as you don't try anything, I have no reason to plot against you." White light flashed behind Han Li, and the silver-robed woman emerged from a spatial rift. "Fellow Daoist Phoenix, I'd advise you not to use your spatial abilities now. You should conserve your magic power so we can better deal with the hazards present within the spatial node." Han Li's brows furrowed. Perhaps it was due to the fact that both of them had set restrictions on one another, but the Ice Phoenix's enmity toward Han Li seemed to have been curbed slightly, and she replied in a slightly more amicable manner, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Han Li smiled and didn't offer a response. He stepped forward and stood beside Nan Gongwan as they both looked up at the seal being lifted overhead. The silver-robed woman had also fallen silent. Around 15 minutes later, when the ball of light in the sky had reached its most dazzling point, a dull thunderclap suddenly erupted. The white light receded and the ball of light in the sky suddenly transformed into an inky black hole. It was like the bottomless gullet of a giant beast with not even a single hint of light to be seen within. Han Li and the silver-robed woman both stirred upon seeing this, and she said, "Let's go, fellow Daoist Han." Silver light then surfaced around her body as she slowly hovered toward the black hole. Han Li's lips twitched as he patted a storage pouch hanging from his waist. Silver light immediately flashed from within as a second Han Li emerged. It was none other than the humanoid puppet. Han Li raised his hand and imprinted his palm onto the humanoid puppet's head like lightning. An inky black nascent soul emerged from the humanoid puppet's head before disappearing into Han Li's body. Han Li then pointed toward the puppet, and brilliant silver light abruptly erupted from its body. The puppet shrank rapidly amid the silver light, reducing itself to a tiny little wooden puppet in the blink of an eye. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli whipped his other sleeve through the air, and two tiny blue cauldrons emerged along with a ball of three-colored flames. Warner, these treasures won't be very useful to me after I pass through the spatial node. You'll most likely have to face many more tribulations here in this human world, and I can only leave these items behind to assist you, so please accept them. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, sending a burst of azure light sweeping forth, which pushed those four treasures toward Nangongwan. After that, Hanli rose into the air and flew toward the ice phoenix as a streak of azure light. Nangongwan gritted her teeth and waved a slender hand through the air, drawing the four treasures into her grasp. She then stood on the spot and looked up at Hanli's departing figure with a set of slightly pale features. At this moment, the ice phoenix stopped in front of the unfathomably deep black hole. After Hanli caught up to her, she asked, "Aren't you going to speak with fellow Daoist Nangong for a while longer? I'm not in a hurry to enter this spatial node, so you can spend some more time with her if you want." The ice phoenix was putting on a rare display of thoughtfulness. Hanli took a deep breath before replying in a calm voice, "That won't be necessary. Warner and I have already said everything that needs to be said long before this. We just need to focus on passing through the spatial node now." He then laid a hand over the top of his own head, and azure light flashed as a miniature azure cauldron emerged. He then gently stomped a foot into the air down below, and green light flashed as a green ruler abruptly appeared amid the projection of a silver lotus flower. Following a nonchalant flap of his sleeve, a silver talisman shot forth and transformed into a tight-fitting suit of three-colored armor that settled over his body. Immediately thereafter, 72 small golden swords shot forth from various parts of his body, transforming into fragments of golden light that revolved around him. At the same time, Hanli flipped his hands over to produce a shiny golden ring and a small jade umbrella that was around several inches in size. A hint of surprise flashed through the silver-robed woman's eyes upon seeing this before she shrugged her shoulders in an unhurried manner, sending a dozen or so streaks of white light flying through the air, which transformed into a series of long translucent feathers. The feathers swirled through the air before descending to form a white barrier that shielded the ice phoenix within. At the same time, silver spiritual light revolved around her body, manifesting a mystical image of countless birds revering a single phoenix. What was most surprising was that she then opened her mouth to expel a semi-transparent ice arc. The arc was already several inches in size as soon as it emerged from her mouth, and it swelled drastically thereafter, reaching a length of over 100 feet. The silver-robed woman's body swayed as she drifted onto the ice arc before turning to Hanli as she said, "This heaven-puncturing arc is a top-grade defensive treasure that finally took shape within my body after being nurtured by my glacial essence for over 10,000 years. It should be able to protect us and save us a lot of inconvenience during the initial phase of our journey." Hanli didn't waste any time with formalities as he also immediately strode onto the arc. He stood beside the silver-robed woman with a calm expression and said, "Seeing as you have such a potent treasure, allow me to give you a hand." A large swath of gray light immediately surfaced from Hanli's body as he spoke, following which a dark shadow flashed, and a completely mundane and nondescript miniature mountain appeared. The miniature mountain was only around 10 feet in size, and before the ice phoenix was able to figure out what it was, it had already emerged from the expanse of gray light and landed securely on the ice arc. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal, and a vast expanse of gray light erupted from the mountain, enclosing the entire ice arc within. The silver-robed woman didn't know what this gray light was, but she could tell that it possessed extraordinary properties. As such, she summoned a silver light barrier from the ice arc which combined with and fortified the gray light emanating from the miniature mountain. The arc then shot forth into the black hole, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone down below looked on with wide eyes, staring intently up at the spatial node with unblinking gazes. However, everyone was soon disappointed. Following Hanli and the Ice Phoenix's entry into the spatial node, the condition of the black hole remained completely unchanged, as if nothing had ever happened. Nan Gongwan finally withdrew her gaze as she issued a calm instruction to Tian Qiner. "Qiner, station a couple of disciples here, and get everyone else to go back. There's no point in having too many people remain here." "Yes." Tian Qiner extended a respectful salute and organized for 2 core formation disciples to remain here before returning to the island with Nan Gongwan and the others. After a month, no changes to the entrance of the spatial node were observed, and Nan Gongwan instructed Tian Qiner to seal the entrance with a formation spell again. She then left several disciples behind to guard the entrance while everyone else returned to the scattered star seas with her. Hanli didn't leave a soul lamp for everyone, so no one knew whether Hanli had already passed through the spatial node and emerged on the other side, or had followed in the footsteps of Xiang Zhili and the others, perishing to spatial storm and the power of the boundary between realms present within the spatial node. This was exactly why Hanli was unwilling to leave a soul lamp behind. After all, it was always better to have some hope rather than be plunged into complete despair. Hanli lay on the ground in a completely still manner, experiencing the uncomfortable heat rising up from the ground while calculating the time in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, he had already been lying here for 3 months based on the timing conventions of the human world. There were currently 3 suns and 4 moons in the sky, and Hanli knew that during the night, all of those suns would also convert themselves into moons. When daytime arrived, all of those moons would then transform into scorching suns one by one, until there were 7 suns hanging in the sky. This meant that there were constantly 7 celestial bodies of light hanging in the sky. The difference was that temperatures were unbearably hot during the day, and freezing cold during the night. From his observations, it appeared that the days and nights in this place were extremely long, roughly 3 times the length of the days and the nights in the human world. The temperature difference between daytime and nighttime was also absolutely staggering, and he would most likely already be dead if not for his special constitution. This place was naturally no longer part of the human world, but was it the spirit realm? Hanli couldn't be sure. The spiritual qi here wasn't very abundant, seemingly not too different from the amount of spiritual qi produced by a normal spirit vein in the human world, and furthermore, he had arrived here completely by accident. As such, he had no idea whether he had actually reached the spirit realm. Thinking back to the events that had taken place within the spatial node, an expression of lingering fear appeared in Hanli's eyes. But then again, if it weren't for the accident that had taken place on the final stretch of the journey, Hanli had no confidence at all in his ability to withstand the relentless waves of spatial storms that had appeared in the end. After all, most of his protective treasures had been destroyed, including even his 8th spirit ruler. If it weren't for the fact that his spirit form talisman had activated in the nick of time, he would have most likely been reduced to nothingness in the spatial node already. However, his current situation wasn't very optimistic either. When he had just exited the spatial node and appeared in this place, he had been forcibly separated from the Ice Phoenix, and the restrictions that they had set up in each other's bodies were beginning to take effect. Thankfully, he had mastered a vast array of secret techniques, and one of them allowed him to forcibly repress this restriction. Otherwise, he would already be dead from magic power backlash. Even so, the residual power of the restriction was still wreaking havoc within his body, relentlessly destroying his meridians and bodily structures. If it weren't for the fact that the Wood Birth Bead's immortal body ability was constantly repairing his bodily structures, his body would have been reduced to a pile of mush already. At present, there was one burst of power constantly destroying his body while another burst of power was relentlessly repairing the damage that was being done. This was naturally an extremely painful process. During this time, not only was he unable to draw upon any magic power, he was also unable to move even in the slightest. Furthermore, the destructive power was inflicting damage at a slightly faster rate than the regenerative power. As such, his body would still be destroyed eventually if things continued like this. In this dire situation, Hanli was forced to expel all of his treasures and store them into a storage pouch, then use a secret technique to dispel his nascent soul. In doing so, the enormous amount of power created by the dissipating nascent soul would inject itself into his body, thereby enhancing his regenerative ability. However, the price he had to pay for this was that he wouldn't have so much as a single shred of magic power within his body for over 100 years, and nor would he be able to use any spiritual power or spiritual sense. Even if a cultivator of a higher caliber than Hanli were to make a rough examination of his body using their spiritual sense, they would only regard him as a mere mortal, and they wouldn't be able to detect that anything was amiss unless they conducted a more thorough examination. The consequences were quite dire, but the effects of unleashing this secret technique were also very potent. During the past 3 months, the remaining power of the restriction had finally completely disappeared, and most of his meridians had been healed. According to his estimation, it would only take him a month or so before he would be able to walk again. With that in mind, he turned his head to the side with great difficulty, only to be greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of barren gray sand stretching as far as the eyes could see, with not even a single blade of grass in sight. He was currently situated in a bleak desert, and most of his body had been covered by this strange type of sand, making him appear as if he were a deceased corpse. The suns in the sky were gradually reduced from 3 to 2, then to 1, and it finally appeared as if dusk was approaching. However, as opposed to closing his eyes and settling in for another freezing night, Hanli's eyes abruptly widened as a faint blue light flashed through his pupils. A short while later, a series of sharp cries suddenly erupted from the sky above. Immediately thereafter, one black spot after another appeared in the air, amounting to a total of over 20 dark shadows, all of which came swooping down rapidly toward Hanli. Even though Hanli was unable to inject any magic power into his eyes, he was still able to clearly make out the appearances of these black spots with his astonishing eyesight. They were a group of strange black birds with falcon heads and bat bodies. Each and every one of them was around 4 to 5 feet in size. They all had a pair of sharp claws growing from their respective abdomens, and their black fleshy wings were fully spread to create a sinister sight to behold. These birds flew extremely quickly, and had plummeted to an altitude of just over 300 feet in the blink of an eye. It appeared they were targeting Hanli as prey for their next meal. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes and his 4 limbs remained completely still, but he suddenly turned his head and inhaled sharply. A small clump of gray sand abruptly materialized into a ball before flying toward Hanli. Just as the ball of sand was about to fly into his mouth, Hanli blew out a gentle gust of wind, upon which the ball of sand began to hover beside his mouth as if it were completely weightless, rotating on the spot without traveling any further downward. At this moment, the flock of birds was only just over 100 feet away, and Hanli felt as if he could already catch a whiff of the putrid nauseating scent of rotten blood and gore wafting out from within their beaks. Hanli's face remained expressionless, but his depressed chest suddenly bulged as he blasted out a gust of strong wind into the ball of sand. The ball of sand was immediately dispersed into countless specks of azure light that shot forth into the air, striking the first few birds among the flock amid a series of dull thumps. The birds that had been struck let loose shrill cries of agony before fleeing away into the distance. However, they only managed to fly for about 100 feet before collapsing to the ground with blood gushing from their bodies, clearly having been severely wounded by Hanli's innovative attack. An incredible turn of events then unfolded. Upon catching sight of their wounded companions, the rest of the birds completely lost interest in Hanli, flying toward their injured companions instead before tearing them into shreds in the blink of an eye. After that, all of them flew away in contentment with a chunk of their companion's flesh caught between their beaks. Thus, Hanli was all alone in this vast desert once again. His expression remained unchanged, as if he were already accustomed to such occurrences. However, the contemplative look in his eyes suggested that he was in deep thought about something. A while later, the final sun in the sky also gradually darkened as it transformed into a moon. Hanli had witnessed this spectacle countless times already, yet he was still struck by a sense of awe and wonder at the sight of the 7 moons in the sky. All of a sudden, a slightly bewildered look appeared on Hanli's face, but unfortunately, he was unable to do anything aside from turning his head slightly to the side. After a short while, a faint rumbling intermingled with the sound of thundering horse hooves erupted in the distance. It appeared that there seemed to be a large group of travelers approaching. Hanli's brows furrowed, and a hesitant look appeared on his face as he tried to decide whether he should act to intentionally catch their attention. If he didn't make a sound, it wouldn't be easy for them to discover him, given the fact that most of his body was obscured by the sand of the desert. However, Hanli didn't have to grapple with this dilemma for very long, as a crimson fist-sized bird had appeared about 300 to 400 feet above Hanli, letting loose a clear cry that was audible for several kilometers. It was clearly sending a message to the group of travelers. Hanli heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this. The bird was at too high of an altitude for him to try and replicate his sand attack, so he could only wait in silence. As expected, only a short while had passed before the ground beneath him began to tremor, seemingly as if something were traveling toward him. Following a burst of low roars, a few knights riding on a type of strange beast stopped far away from Hanli, looking at him from afar with cold expressions. Hanli turned his gaze toward these people. They were dressed in a rather strange way, but they definitely were humans. Hanli was quite relieved to see this. The group of knights was comprised entirely of men who appeared to be between 20 to 40 years of age. Some of them wore full suits of shiny armor, while others were wearing nothing aside from a few faintly shimmering slabs of bones that covered their vital regions. However, all of them were holding an extremely heavy-looking club-like weapon each. These weapons were much thicker on the end than they were in the hilts, and there were many sharp spikes protruding from them, giving them a very sinister and dangerous appearance. What was even more intriguing to Hanli was that all of these men were riding massive azure wolves as steeds. Each and every one of these wolves had a single straight black horn growing on their heads, and were clad in thick slabs of armor. They were each over 20 feet tall with burly muscle-bound bodies, putting on a very intimidating display even in stillness. As Hanli appraised this group of people, the knights on their monstrous steeds also seemed to have arrived at the conclusion that Hanli posed no threat to them. As such, their expressions eased, yet they still showed no intention of approaching him. One of the men, who appeared to be over 40 years old with a deep scar on his face, suddenly turned to a young man beside him and said something. The young man immediately pulled out a round white disc before spurring on his wolf steed to approach Hanli. The young man stopped several tens of feet away from Hanli and said something that was completely unintelligible to him. The lack of reaction from Hanli brought a frown to the young man's face, and he gently waved the round disc in his hand toward Hanli. A pillar of azure light with a diameter comparable to that of a large bowl shot forth from the round disc. Hanli's expression remained calm as he allowed the light to shine on him. On one hand, he lacked the ability to take evasive measures, and on the other hand, he could sense that this beam of light was for detection purposes rather than an attack unleashed against him. The pillar of light receded, but the round disc itself suddenly began to glow with brilliant light. The young man looked down at the disc before suddenly yelling to the people behind him with a stunned expression. His cry of surprise created a stir among the group behind him as well. The middle-aged man with the scar on his face yelled a few questions at the young man before also turning to Hanli with a hint of surprise in his eyes after hearing the young man's answers. The middle-aged man then made his way over to the young man beside atop his giant wolf steed. He then asked Hanli a few questions, but Hanli naturally had no idea what he was saying. The middle-aged man stroked his chin before switching to another language. Hanli stirred slightly upon hearing this language. Even though it was still unintelligible to him, it sounded somewhat familiar, as if it were similar to a certain type of ancient language used in the human world. The middle-aged man was ecstatic to see the change in Hanli's expression, and he hurriedly switched to a few more languages, in response to which Hanli continued to shake his head with difficulty. The middle-aged man was at a slight loss for what to do now. He hung his weapon down the side of his massive wolf steed's body before pulling out a yellow wooden box and removing its lid. A thumb-sized yellow bead was revealed within, and it was shimmering with faint spiritual light. A slightly reluctant look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he looked down at Hanli again. He then turned his gaze back to the bead with an indecisive expression before finally gritting his teeth, seemingly having arrived at some kind of decision. Immediately thereafter, he flipped over a hand and a peculiar ring appeared over his palm. There were a few types of runes carved onto its surface, and a precise green jewel had been embedded into the ring. The man pressed the bead down onto the jewel, upon which scintillating light abruptly erupted from the bead. The man then immediately tossed the jewel toward Hanli without any hesitation. As soon as this object came into contact with Hanli, it disappeared into his body without a trace. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this, and his heart jolted as a burst of cold energy suddenly emerged from the bead, flowing directly toward his brain. If he still had his magic power, then he could naturally expel this object at a whim. However, that was not the case, and he was completely immobilized, so he was powerless to do anything. Thankfully, this group of people didn't seem to bear any ill will toward him, and Hanli wasn't overly flustered by this development. The burst of cold energy swirled through his brain before disappearing. However, Hanli was suddenly struck by a sharp headache as a vast stream of information tried to forcibly inject itself into his mind. Even though Hanli was unable to release his spiritual sense out of his body, there was no doubting the fact that it was extremely powerful. As such, his expression only changed slightly before his spiritual sense absorbed all of this information, thereby instantly allowing him to master a foreign language. This language was none other than one of the tongues spoken by the middle-aged man earlier. The man was rather surprised to see Hanli absorb the bead with such ease, and he asked, "You can understand what I'm saying now, right? Who are you and why are you here? This place is really deep into the azure sifting desert, no normal person would ever come here." Azure sifting desert. I've never heard of it. Could it be that even mortals of the spirit realm could use treasures? However, upon closer inspection, Hanli finally noticed the only point of difference: there was a golden spirit stone embedded onto the hilt of the sword. This spirit stone was a mid-grade metal attribute spirit stone, and it was around 1/5 the size of a spirit stone in the human world. Just as he was contemplating these thoughts, Little Seven pulled out a beast-hide glove before slipping it onto his hand. Only then did he grab onto the hilt of the sword with his gloved hand. Runes flashed over the surface of the glove, and there were also possessed spirit stones of different colors embedded into the glove. That Little Seven was riding on his wolf steed in front of the giant creature, seemingly leading the way. Only after the creature drew closer did Hanli discover that it was a massive tortoise that was around 40 to 50 feet tall, and roughly 70 to 80 feet in length. There was wooden carriage set up on the tortoise's back as well as a seat toward the front end of its shell. There was a thin gray-robed elderly man sitting on that seat, and it appeared that he was the coach driver. The massive turtle stopped in front of the group of knights, and the carriage door was opened from the inside. A slender figure emerged from within, revealing herself to be a young woman who appeared to be 15 to 16 years of age, wearing a green dress. She had a round face with a set of sweet and adorable facial features. The young woman glanced at Han Li before smiling as asked, "Is he the one, Uncle Zhang?" "Xiang'er, this is Brother Han, and he's already one of us now. It's just that he's unable to move at the moment, and all of the other carriages contain cargo, so I'll have to trouble you to look after him." The middle-aged man was speaking to the young woman in a very polite and respectful manner. "I see. I'm happy to look after one of our own. Get him onto the carriage," the young woman replied with a smile. Even though she was still quite youthful, she was already displaying a hint of seductive feminine charm. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude toward this Xiang'er before waving a hand toward his companions. Two knights immediately dismounted from their wolf steeds and dug Han Li out of the sand. One of them was carrying his legs while the other had his hands hooked under Han Li's armpits as they carried Han Li up the tortoise along a rope ladder. The young woman entered the carriage first, following which the two knights also arrived at the entrance. Han Li glanced at his surroundings and took in the entire carriage. The carriage was very spacious, able to house a dozen people with ease. Aside from Xiang'er, there were also 3 other young women sitting in the carriage, all of whom appeared to be between 12 to 17 years of age. All of them were quite pleasing to the eye, and they didn't appear to be ordinary people. There was only a chair and a few benches in the carriage, all of which had been stabilized to the ground, so the carriage appeared rather empty. It was no wonder that the middle-aged man would arrange for Han Li to stay here. In the end, Han Li was laid down on one of the long benches in the corner of the carriage. The yellow hide of some unknown beast had been spread over the bench, and it was quite warm and comfortable to lay down on. Immediately thereafter, the two knights exited the carriage, not taking the opportunity to steal so much as a single glance at any one of the girls in the carriage. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. However, he was naturally not going to delve any further into this observation. Instead, he merely gave the girls a smile before closing his eyes to rest and recuperate. In reality, he didn't have a single trace of magic power within his body, and his meridians were yet to be fully healed, so there was no way for him to actually cultivate. However, he had stayed in this godforsaken desert for several months, getting baked during the day and freezing during the nights while his body was destroyed and repaired from the inside, so he really was feeling quite exhausted. The 4 young women in the carriage were all looking at Han Li with curious expressions while discussing quietly among themselves. Even though they were speaking in extremely low whispers, their conversation was naturally unable to escape Han Li's extraordinary sense of hearing. "Sister Xiang'er, what kind of injury has that man been afflicted with? How is he completely unable to move?" "Who knows? Uncle Zhang told me that he'll get a cultivator to come and have a look at him soon." "Tsk, looks like Uncle Zhang holds this man in extremely high regard. It's not easy to employ the services of those cultivators. I'm not sure about the details, but Uncle Zhang tells me that this man is a rare talent with extremely strong potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't be letting him stay in this carriage with us." "A rare talent, is he? Why do I not get that feeling? He looks really ordinary." Han Li pretended to not be able to hear their conversation as he lay on silently on the beast hide bench. At this moment, the giant tortoise began to move again. Even though it was traveling quite quickly, it was doing so in a stable manner, and Han Li could only detect a few minor bumps here and there during their journey. However, the giant tortoise came to an abrupt halt a short while later. From the sounds of the commotion outside, it appeared that the tortoise had caught up to the rest of the squad. The middle-aged man outside delivered a loud instruction, upon which the entire squad set off once again. Even though Han Li was unable to witness the scenes outside the carriage for himself, he could tell that there were at least 200 to 300 people outside. The 4 young women discussed among themselves for a while longer, but they eventually grew bored upon seeing the lack of reaction from Han Li. As such, they moved on to other conversation topics, and on this occasion, they made no effort to keep their voices down. I heard that the cargo being delivered by the Heavenly East Enterprise this time is imperative for the safety of an Yuan city. That's why the city lord was willing to spend an absurd amount of spirit stones to hire us to deliver the cargo from so far away. Otherwise, we wouldn't normally accept orders from a secluded city like theirs. But why has the mistress gone ahead to an Yuan city first without taking any one of us? That's rather strange. Let me leak some insider information to the three of you. The mistress is traveling to an Yuan city in person, firstly because the cargo that we're delivering this time is very important, and secondly, she's heading there to welcome the fifth young master home. The fifth young master? You mean the mistress's son that was sent away to cultivate more than 10 years ago? Didn't they say that the fifth young master possesses a spiritual root and was accepted as a disciple by a cultivator? Why would he be in an Yuan city? Xiang'er exclaimed. I'm not too sure about that. I heard this information from the mistress herself. I heard that the mistress has always heavily favored the fifth young master because he possesses a spiritual root. In that case, it's no wonder that the mistress was so eager to travel to an Yuan city. The four young women were chatting spiritedly among themselves while Hanli lay silently on the bench, looking as if he had already fallen asleep. All of a sudden, the eldest girl in the carriage, a young woman in a blue dress, suddenly adopted a serious expression as she exclaimed, "Who's there?" The other three young women's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a male voice sounded from outside the carriage. It's me, Nan Chizi. I was sent here by Benefactor Zhang to inspect the condition of Benefactor Han. The young woman's expression eased slightly as she replied, "Oh, my apologies for my rudeness." Luer pays her respects to Daoist priest Nan Chizi. Please come in. She then cast a reflexive glance toward Hanli, upon which her expression abruptly stiffened. It turned out that Han Li's eyes were already open, and when she turned her gaze toward him, their eyes just so happened to meet, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Xiang'er had already opened the carriage door to reveal a yellow-robed Daoist priest and a white-robed elderly man. The Daoist priest appeared to be over 30 years of age and there was faint azure light shimmering on his face, which was a clear indication that his magic power had reached a certain level. In contrast, the white-robed elderly man had a head of gray hair and a face that was riddled with wrinkles, giving off the appearance of a frail geriatric. Old man Fu. Why did you come here as well? Xiang'er appeared to be quite surprised to see the elderly man. The elderly man coughed before replying, I had no choice in the matter. Zhang Kuei insisted on getting me to come here as our newest member is apparently a cultivation prodigy who's already mastered the third layer of the Vajra arts despite his young age. The third layer of the Vajra arts. Him. Xiang'er's eyes widened with shock. Don't be rude, Sister Xiang'er. Invite Daoist priest Nan Chizi and old man Fu into the carriage, Luer instructed. Xiang'er immediately stepped aside to allow the two men into the carriage as she apologized. Please forgive me for my rudeness. The Daoist priest merely smiled in response before entering the carriage. In contrast, old man Fu heaved a faint sigh before slowly making his way into the carriage as well. At this point, the light in the sky was already beginning to fade, yet the squad was still traveling full speed ahead with no intention of stopping at all. This is the man that Benefactor Zhang was referring to, right? The Daoist priest turned his gaze toward Hanli as soon as he entered the carriage. Indeed, I am the new recruit that Brother Zhang was referring to. I appreciate your visit, but I'm afraid that you'll most likely be powerless to remedy my condition as well. I'll be able to recover after a few months of rest and recuperation, Hanli replied in a calm voice. Nan Chizi wasn't irked by Hanli's rejection. Instead, he merely put on a faint smile, and said, you've already mastered the third layer of the Vajra arts, so your powers are not inferior to mine. However, there are many differences between cultivators and body refinement warriors like you. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way to reduce the time required for you to make a full recovery. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. Even though his spiritual sense was unable to leave his body, thereby rendering him unable to ascertain the Daoist priest's cultivation base, in such close quarters, Han Li was still able to determine that this man was a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the human world, all cultivators look down on mortals as if they were mere ants, and even Qi condensation cultivators despise mortals as if they were an inferior species. However, this Foundation establishment Daoist priest was the first cultivator he had encountered in this world, and he was conversing in such a polite manner with a mortal like him. This type of interaction struck Han Li with a rather peculiar feeling. It appeared that the endless sky beast hadn't been exaggerating about the power of the mortals in the spirit realm. With that in mind, Han Li nodded with a polite smile, and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to conduct a thorough examination." Nan Chizi nodded with a smile before raising a hand to reveal an azure bracelet around his wrist. He laid his other hand on the bracelet, upon which a copper mirror appeared in his hand. Han Li stirred slightly upon seeing this. That bracelet appeared to be a storage treasure, one that was clearly of a far higher caliber than his storage pouches. If even a Foundation establishment cultivator possessed such a treasure, then they were most likely very prevalent here in the spirit realm. As such, it was most likely the case that storage pouches weren't used at all in the spirit realm. Aside from his 2 immortal vanquishing beads, Han Li had stored all of his treasures into his storage pouches prior to dissipating his nascent soul. After that, he had buried those storage pouches along with his spirit beast pouches over 100 feet deep into the ground. As a safety precaution, he had also opened a few of the spirit beast pouches to release his gold-devouring beetles, 6-winged frost centipedes, and weeping soul beast to dwell underground, and he had commanded them to guard his storage pouches. As for that armored earth dragon, Han Li didn't even take it with him to the spirit realm. Instead, he had left it with Nan Gongwan. As such, aside from his immortal vanquishing beads, the invisible spirit form talisman, and his law destruction eye that could be hidden within his body, all of his treasures had been left in the desert, including his heaven void cauldron and azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. He was unable to use any magic power at the moment, so those treasures would be useless to him. Carrying those treasures with him would only get him killed, so he would simply have to recover them after he regained his ability to use his magic power. The desert was an extremely barren place, so his storage pouches should be safe there, particularly with his spirit beasts looking after them. As for that mysterious little green vial, Han Li had thought about it for a long while before deciding to keep it with him. The vial had no features to suggest that it was anything out of the ordinary, so it would simply be regarded as an ordinary vial even if someone were to discover it. Nan Chizi was naturally unaware of what Han Li was thinking, and he was certainly oblivious to the fact that Han Li was a deity transformation cultivator. As such, he merely asked a few questions to assist in making his diagnosis before waving his copper mirror toward Han Li. A swath of azure light flew forth from the mirror, enshrouding most of Han Li's body. Nan Chizi then closed eyes, appearing as if he were trying to sense something through the use of the treasure in his hand. After a while, a hint of surprise appeared on the Foundation establishment cultivator's face. A short while later, he opened his eyes again and appraised Han Li with a rather peculiar expression. "What is it?" Han Li asked. "Benefactor Han, I suggest you take better care of yourself. I can see that many of your meridians are damaged, which suggests to me that either insufficient spiritual qi was injected into your body during your cultivation of the Vajra arts, or you didn't have enough pills to assist you during that process. Us humans don't have powerful bodies from birth like demon beasts do, so we have to be extremely careful when refining our bodies. Thankfully, the damage is not irreversible and your meridians appear to be healing. However, such injuries are indeed quite difficult to recover from, and I don't have any effective treatment method I can suggest, nor any suitable pills I can offer. The only thing I can do is to craft a few pain-killing talismans for you to make the recovery process easier to bear, Nanchizi replied with a wry smile. Then I'll have to thank you in advance for your efforts, Hanli said with a smile. Seeing as Taoist priest Nanchizi has already examined you, it doesn't really matter whether I have a look or not. However, that Zhang brat asked me to come, so I can hardly leave without doing anything, the white-robed elderly man mused. You're far too modest, benefactor Fu. The profound golden needle techniques passed down in the Fu family have saved countless lives, and even many cultivators have benefited from it. I'm sure you'd be far more capable than I am when it comes to remedying Benefactor Han's condition, the monk replied modestly. I'm just an in-name disciple of the Fu family, so I know nothing about the profound golden needle techniques. You have far too high an opinion of me, Taoist priest Nanchizi. The elderly man shook his head in response. Nanchizi merely chuckled and stepped aside. The white-robed elderly man stepped forward and took his place by Han Li's side. He raised a hand and grabbed one of Han Li's wrists, then raised his other hand into the air as several streaks of golden light shot forth. The golden light revealed themselves to be thin golden needles that embedded themselves into Han Li's body. Han Li was completely unable to move a moment ago, but as soon as those needles entered his body, he sprang up into a sitting position like a jack-in-the-box. Lure, get something for him to lean on. The elderly man issued a calm instruction to the girl in blue. Yes, old man Fu. Xianger, grab some blankets and tuck them behind his back, Lure instructed. Xianger faltered slightly upon hearing this, seemingly quite reluctant to use her blankets as a backrest for Hanli, but she still did as she was told in the end. Meanwhile, the elderly took a seat beside Hanli, closing his eyes as he laid a hand over Han Li's wrist to examine his pulse. Han Li looked at the elderly man in silence, and he could sense a feeble flow of energy rapidly traveling through various parts of his body. If it weren't for the fact that spiritual sense was extremely powerful, it really would have been quite difficult to detect that flow of energy. The elderly man seemed to have sensed Han Li's scrutiny, and he opened his eyes to find Han Li looking at him with a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Xianger had already carried a stack of blankets over to them. Before the elderly man had to say anything, she had already tucked the blankets behind Han Li's back. Han Li rested his back against the blankets, and was greeted by a faint fragrant scent as he extended words of gratitude towards Xianger. In response, Xianger merely gave a clipped reply that was neither cold nor pleasant. Han Li paid no heed to her attitude as he continued to scrutinize the elderly man. At this moment, old man Fu waved a hand through the air, and another golden needle appeared in his palm. This was one slightly longer than the ones already embedded in Han Li's body. The elderly man expertly tightened 2 fingers around the needle before his arm transformed into a blur as he rapidly pierced the needle into various parts of Han Li's body in quick succession. Han Li felt as if countless acupoints in his body had been pierced in unison. A throbbing sensation then began to flow through his limbs, and Han Li discovered that he was able to slowly raise his arms. Everyone drew a sharp breath in unison upon seeing this. Not only were the 4 young women's eyes filled with admiration, Nanchizi was also quite impressed. As expected, the profound golden needle techniques of the Fu family really are quite extraordinary, the Taoist priest chuckled. It's nothing much. All I did was temporarily restore a certain degree of mobility to his limbs. However, you still can't use any strength or your meridians could be ruptured on a large scale, the elderly man warned with a stern expression. Thank you, old man Fu. Han Li was ecstatic as he flexed his fingers. He had learned similar needle techniques in the human world, and he had thought himself to be somewhat of an expert in this art, but he couldn't even hold a candle to this old man Fu. It was amazing to think that someone really could create such miracles with needle techniques alone. However, his heart jolted upon hearing the cautionary words that the elderly man extended toward him. Upon verifying that Hanli was indeed able to move his limbs again, Old Man Fu waved a hand toward Hanli, upon which golden light flashed and all of the needles extricated themselves from within Hanli's body before disappearing up the elderly man's sleeve. Hanli slowly lowered himself down from the bench and took a few tentative steps. "That's all I can do for you. You'll have to recover your meridians on your own. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer." The elderly man rose to his feet and prepared to depart. Nan Chizi nodded upon hearing this, and he pulled out several talismans before waving a hand through the air. All of those talismans then transformed into streaks of azure light that disappeared into Han Li's body. Immediately thereafter, the Taoist priest also stood up to leave. Thus, the four young women accompanied them out of the carriage before closing the door again. At this moment, Han Li had sat down in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly experiencing the effect of the talismans within his body. The four young women glanced at one another after returning to the carriage before Luer suddenly smiled, and asked, "Brother Han, have you really mastered the third layer of the Vajra arts?" "I was merely lucky," Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. Mutated insect beasts. That really is a little dangerous, but don't we have Taoist priest Nan Chizi and the other cultivators? Just get them to take care of this matter, Luer instructed after a brief pause. Leader Zhang has already requested for their assistance, but was turned down. The cultivators are all from the Gula Mountains, and they're unwilling to attack unless the insect beasts attack them first, the elderly man sighed. We really are in some trouble, then. I said from the very beginning not to hire those cultivators from Gula Mountains. They're always restricted by this rule or that regulation, Xinger scoffed as she wrinkled her nose with disdain. Taoist priest Nan Chizi and the others are not to blame. Most of the cultivators on the Gula Mountains practice insect manipulation arts, so it's simply bad luck that we encountered insect beasts rather than other types of beasts. I'll release the thing that the mistress left with me before she departed so we can give Leader Zhang a hand. You go and inform him of this, and I'll go to see him soon. A grim look appeared on Luer's face. With that thing, we'll definitely have no problems dealing with the insect beasts. The elderly coach driver seemed to have been greatly relieved upon hearing this arrangement. Big Sister Luer, are you really going to release that thing? The mistress will punish you if something goes wrong. Xiang'er was rather concerned in contrast. Don't worry, that thing has already been tamed by the mistress, and possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Its power is comparable even to that of low-grade demon beasts, let alone a few mutated insect beasts. Luer gave her a confident smile before striding out of the carriage. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to have a look. Xinger bit down on her lower lip before also departing from the carriage. Xiang'er and the last girl glanced at one another before wry smiles appeared on their faces. Neither of them said anything, but they seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another as they also exited the carriage. As such, Han Li was the only one left in the carriage. He sat in his chair and narrowed his eyes with a contemplative look on his face. A few moments later, the thunderous roar of a tiger that was filled with a sense of violence and bloodlust erupted from nearby. Han Li stirred slightly upon seeing this before slowly rising to his feet and making his way toward the carriage door. After pushing open the door, Han Li strode out of the carriage in an unhurried manner, standing on the edge of the giant tortoise's shell as he looked into the distance. The light of all 7 moons in the sky was illuminating their surroundings, so Han Li was able to see everything around him with great clarity. He could see that their band of carriages stretched for around 500 meters, and there were over 30 of these giant tortoise beasts situated at regular intervals down the line. Most of them were carrying massive cargo crates that were no smaller than the tortoises themselves, and all of them also had 4 or 5 armored guards standing on their backs. At the same time, there were also knights riding atop giant wolf steeds traveling on either side of them, making sure that they were very well guarded. However, none of those giant tortoises caught Han Li's interest. Instead, he was more intrigued by a cuboid object that was around 20 feet tall and shrouded under a glistening black cloth. At this moment, the middle-aged man, the 4 young women, and Nan Cheesy were all standing around this object. Low beastly snarls could be heard coming from beneath the back cloth. Furthermore, there were runes shimmering over the surface of the cloth, indicating that it was a low-grade treasure. At this moment, Lure was holding a badge in her hand, from within which swaths of blue light were radiating forth. Even though they were situated quite far away, Han Li could see everything they were doing with perfect clarity through the use of his Brightside spirit eyes. As such, he was able to catch a glimpse of a green bracelet on Lure's hand, which had tiny shimmering spirit stones embedded onto its surface. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. It appeared that these so-called spirit tools could only be used by mortals if they had an external power source. Seeing as they had spirit stones embedded into them, it was clearly the case that they would lose their efficacy once the spiritual qi within those spirit stones was exhausted. Just as Han Li was pondering this notion, the black cloth seemed to have absorbed sufficient blue light, and it suddenly disappeared as a vast expanse of black smoke, revealing an intricately crafted silvery beast cage within. Inside this cage was a crimson tiger beast. From its outward appearance, this beast appeared to be no different from an ordinary tiger, aside from the fact that its fur was as crimson as blood. However, all of the bystanders were struck by an involuntary sense of fear as they cast their eyes toward this beast. At the sight of so many people standing around its cage, a vicious light abruptly flashed through the beast's eyes. All of a sudden, it pounced violently without any premonition, crashing heavily into the cage, causing the entire structure to tremor violently. Everyone's expressions changed as they retreated involuntarily. Lure took a deep breath before raising her badge again, upon which crimson light began to surface over the badge. Strangely enough, as soon as the tiger beast caught sight of this red light, the ferocious gleam in its eyes immediately disappeared, and it lay down at the center of the cage like a tame kitten. Zhang Kuei and the others were all greatly relieved to see this. Right at this moment, the clear cry of a bird suddenly rang out from afar, and it was as if it were trying to transmit some kind of message. A grim expression appeared on Zhang Kuei's face as he yelled, "Those insect beasts have sped up and have already surrounded us. Everyone, prepare for battle, but don't stray far away from the carriages, let them come to us. I'll lead a group to slay that low-grade insect demon. None of these other insects have any intelligence, so once that thing dies, all of the insects will disperse on their own." His words sent a stir throughout the entire squad. All of them began to converge toward the giant tortoises that were carrying cargo, and all of the knights had drawn their blades as they sat atop their massive wolf steeds with wary expressions. Meanwhile, Lure issued a command, and someone opened the cage to release the tiger beast. The elderly coach driver turned to Han Li with a smile, and said, "Brother Han, you're yet to recover from your injuries, so it's best if you return to the carriage for your own safety. These sandbug beasts can't jump and the carriage is constructed from heavy iron wood, so you'll be safe in there. Thank you for your words of caution. I haven't ever seen sandbug beasts before, so I want to see them for myself. If it gets dangerous here, I'll be sure to return to the carriage," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. When Han Li saw them, this face faintly changed. He exterminated countless such demon beasts during his time in the scattered star seas, but they were far more deadly and powerful than the current worms before him. As soon as the worms appeared, the sound of tearing wind sounded, followed by the glint of a dozen arrows piercing into the worms. But apart from one arrow striking at one of their mouths, the rest of the injuries didn't seem to be lethal. Rather, they only further incited the worms. Regardless of the blood leaking from their bodies, they pounced onto the nearest tortoise. The 4 guards on the tortoise remained calm and brandished their blades to meet the attack. It was clear they cultivated a peculiar technique. Although they weren't able to defeat the worms in one fell sweep, each of their strikes left long gashes on the worms' bodies, forcing them to the ground. For a time, the huge worms twitched on the ground, suffering from their heavy injuries. But then, more giant worms emerged from the dust clouds, slowly trickling out in an unending streak. In the blink of an eye, the caravan found themselves surrounded. Naturally, a huge battle erupted. Shouts and dancing blades were abruptly mixed together, scattering blood in the air. At the center of the tortoise carriage, Hanli was in the most defended position, but apart from him and the carriage driver, there was no one else present. The 3 young women with him had disappeared at an unknown time. Having no need to worry about his safety for the time being, Hanli looked at the surrounding battle at his leisure. But a while later, he unconsciously frowned. It was as the old carriage driver said. Because of the worms' giant size, there was a limit to how high they could jump. Most of them could only jump at the side of the tortoise shells, not over them, granting the guards a prime opportunity to strike. As a result, the guards have had a massive advantage since the beginning. But due to the overwhelming number of worms, the yellow clouds have yet to disappear. It was impossible to see through their true numbers, but in such a short amount of time, over 300 worms have attacked the caravan. Although the worms' movements were clumsy, they each had rough hides and thick flesh. Even with a dozen slashes, the worms could continue to attack so long as none of their vitals were struck. The increasing numbers of worms meant that it was impossible to maintain a tight defense. Eventually, a few of them managed to jump over the tortoises and injure the guards. If one wasn't able to dodge out of the way, a guard would lose an arm to a huge worm's mouth. If a worm came from behind, it was possible to lose one's head. And when they managed to jump on top of the tortoises, they were also able to use their thick antennae as ferocious weapons. As time went on, the situation for the caravan worsened. The only peaceful areas were the several tortoise carriages at the center of the caravan, where Hanli happened to be. Under the spell formation's effects, the situation reversed. It appeared they could hold out for a while longer. But just as Hanli was wordlessly watching the battle, something unexpected occurred. Following a loud bang, an explosion occurred near the 3 women. A demon beast with a serpent's body and a human head shot out from the sand. The demon serpent had a head of sickly yellow hair and a hideous woman's face. A pair of delicate infant white arms emerged from its side, each holding a meter-long bone spear. Black chi wrapped around the spears, revealing themselves to be low-grade magic tools. As soon as the demon serpent appeared, the 3 women controlling the formation turned pale with fright. The demon serpent turned to look at the women in charge of the formation and flashed a malevolent smile and wordlessly waved her spears. 3 black lights streaked from the spear and flew towards the women. The 3 were quick to react. They immediately recovered from their shock and took out the flags from the formation, hastily waving it in front of them. Several crackles sounded as a wave of mist suddenly appeared in front of them. The black lights flew into the mist, resulting in 3 large explosions. The mist scattered from the strike but managed to block the attack for Xianger and the white-robed woman. However, the red-robed woman's mist was far weaker. When the black light struck the mist, her body trembled and she flew out into the air, away from the mist's protection. The red-robed woman knew things were far from good and she turned deathly pale. For a time, she wasn't able to control her own body. When the demon serpent saw this, it smashed down its tail and its body blurred, arriving below her with its spear held out. The other two women yelled out, but they weren't able to protect her. In the following moment, the woman was about to be stabbed by the glowing black bone spear. But at that moment, a piercing sound whistled through the air. A white object struck the spear with strange accuracy. Bang! The spear was pushed a half-foot away, brushing past the woman's clothes. The woman was left deathly pale with her brush from death, but she used the opportunity to regain control of her body. With a flip, she nimbly landed on the ground. The white object was an unremarkable stone. The demon serpent was surprised, but malevolent glint flashed from its eye, and with its other arm, it released a chain of stabs. However, yet another whistling sound shrieked through the air. This time, a stone didn't strike the spear but pounded towards the demon serpent's head. The stone clearly carried an immense strength. If the attack truly struck the serpent, it might not shatter its skull, but it would be enough to leave it dazed at the very least. The demon serpent was enraged and had no choice but to turn its head to the side and use its spear and block the oncoming stone. But with a muffled thump, the serpent felt a huge force knock against its hand, forcing it back several steps. Enraged, it turned to look in the direction where the stone came from. A young man was looking down at it from the top of a nearby tortoise carriage. He was fiddling with a similar stone in his hand. It was Hanli. The red-robed woman had now arrived next to her companions in a blur and let out a sigh of relief. Having been foiled twice, the serpent felt immense rage and opened its mouth to release a black poisonous mist towards the three women. But then, Nanchizi's voice sounded from one of the carriages, "Evil creature. You dare." Soon after, the white light shot out from the carriage window. It circled once in the air before cleaving at the demon. It was a crystalline sword that was several inches large. When the serpent saw this, its expression changed and it ceased spitting its poison. It rushed to toss the spear in its hand with all its strength at the carriage it came from. It then twisted its body to duck into the sand. When it saw more cultivators appear, it didn't dare to fight and immediately flee. As for the spear, it was aimed at Hanli. Obviously, the demon thought to take revenge on the mortal that thought to ruin its fun and express its resentment. When Hanli saw the black light coming towards him, he wryly smiled. Not only did he not use the stone in his hand, but he also stood still in place. Boom! The spear struck Hanli accurately, and he was sent flying over 30 meters away, leaving a large hole in a carriage's container he fell on. The crash resulted in twinkling blades falling out from a carriage's storage. Ah! When the three women saw this, they let out a cry of alarm. As for Nanchizi, he let out a yelp from a neighboring carriage. Afterwards, Nanchizi's small sword circled in the air before turning to him. At that moment, the red-robed woman shook her flag and scattered her protective mist, then running over to the container. "Brother Han, are you all right?" she worryingly cried out. A trace of worry also appeared on the other two women's faces. "I am well. However, my body can't seem to move." Hanli spoke out with a wry chuckle. The three women were relieved to hear this and exchanged a glance. They all jumped on top of the giant tortoise in question and looked at the damaged container. They saw Hanli lying down on a pile of spears and sabers with town robes. He appeared helpless, but there were no obvious injuries. The three were overjoyed and dragged him out in a joint effort. "Brother Han, thank you for saving my life," the red-robed woman gratefully said. Hanli chuckled and casually answered, "It wasn't much. It only took a slight effort. However, the attack has left me helpless. I'll have to lay down for a moment longer." A trace of surprise appeared on his face and Nanchizi smiled, saying, "There is nothing wrong. The Vajra arts is worthy of being of the 5 great body refining techniques. You are already so strong after cultivating the third layer. That evil creature's magic tool wasn't what harmed Benefactor Han, but the exertion of the rock throwing has caused some injury to your meridians. It should be healed with some rest. I am glad. The red-robed woman said with joy. Nan Cheesy smiled and looked at the formation diagram that no longer glowed with light. He chuckled and said with a deeper tone, "How could this humble Taoist lie?" However, the situation will turn for the worse now that you've stopped driving the minor returning spring formation. When that was said, the three's expression vastly changed and they hastily looked around them. They saw that the guards have become exhausted once more without the aid of the formation, and they have resumed taking casualties. Damn! We've only brought one copy of the formation diagram. We've used all the power from our formation flags to block the demon serpent. We won't be able to activate it again. The white-robed woman cried out. The other two looked at each other in dismay. Although these people appeared ready to face a great enemy, the caravan managed to leave the grasslands after another half-month of travel and emerged into a hilly area. The soldiers and cultivators instantly felt relief after leaving the grasslands, and the caravan's original banter immediately returned. Even the young women in Han Li's carriage let out a sigh of relief after leaving the grasslands. The young green-robed woman patted her chest in relief and sweetly smiled, "So we didn't attract the wolves of the plains. Although that wasn't my first time through them, I still feared for my life." Luer sighed and fearfully said, "Not only was elder sister Xiang'er scared, but the entire caravan was holding their breaths. If our luck was any worse, we could have woken a beast tide and that would be the end of us. The plains are truly a death trap. Although it is rarely seen, there are a few merchant enterprises that encounter it." Quaner tilted her head and added, "That's right. I heard that in Yuan City didn't hesitate to spend a fortune to our enterprise for over 100 rare spirit tools and a huge number of weapons to deal with a beast tide." The white-robed woman bafflingly said, "Strangely enough, the city isn't large and it wasn't recently built. How could it place an order for so much equipment? That many spirit tools is something only a mid-sized city would be willing to spend." The blue-robed woman shook her head and lightly said, "It doesn't come as a surprise. Even if a group of powerful beasts didn't migrate near them recently, the city encounters a massive beast wave every 1,000 years. Against a massive joint attack of so many beasts, they wouldn't be able to easily block it." "That's right. Luer's words are reasonable." Quaner pursed her lips in a smile. Han Li sat in his seat and meditated. But when he heard their conversation about the beast tide, his face began to stir. He recalled what the large scarred man Zhang Qiu mentioned in the azure-sifting desert, a scorpion wave. Could these two things be somehow related? But after that, the women dropped the topic and quickly spoke about other things. Although Han Li felt curious, he continued to circulate the Varja arts and slowly mend his meridians. With that time to mend and the additional undying effects of the wood birth bead, his meridians recovered at a pace far quicker than he anticipated. As of current, his body was in mostly good health. With another month, there shouldn't be a problem at all. As such, with the fourth layer of the Vajra arts cultivated, he suspected that he would be able to win over late Foundation establishment cultivators, given his understanding of mid- and low-grade magic techniques. As for core formation cultivators, he would only find out after he's given it a try. Of course, this was assuming that the abilities of low-grade cultivators in the spirit realm were the same as those in the mortal realm. After they left the plain, the caravan arrived at its destination after 2 days, a stone city with an unordinary presence. Looking at it from a distance, one could tell that the stone walls were over 100 meters tall with a 30-meter-tall stone tower placed every 300-meter interval on the wall. It appeared quite imposing. There were also delicate designs carved onto the walls as if they were unfamiliar talisman characters, adding another layer of mystery to the city. Hanli was speechless at the sight of it. The city wasn't comparable to any small city. In the mortal realm, it could be said to be a massive city. But then, Hanli took notice of a few large armored soldiers patrolling the walls. There were also ballistas placed on top of the towers with giant metal arrows ready to fire. Each arrow was over 10 meters long and shined with white light as if they were each low-grade magic tools. Such astonishing weapons would likely be able to kill even fellow Daoist cultivators. Hanli narrowed his eyes at the sight and began to ponder as the caravan arrived at the city gates. There was not the person outside the city gates. They were pitch black and sealed tight. There was a large troop of soldiers on top of the gates though, looking down at the caravan with cautious expressions. The scarred man Zhang Kuei rode his wolf up to the gate and wordlessly tossed an item in his hand up to the gate. It was a golden medallion. The soldiers stirred up on the gate as a middle-aged man in silver armor closely examined it. Afterwards, he took a look at the caravan and commanded, "Open the gates and inspect the caravan. They belong with the Heavenly East Enterprise." Once that was said, the soldiers began to shout with a few of them running down to open the gate. A short moment later, the metal gates slowly opened to reveal tens of fully armed soldiers running out in formation. The silver-armored middle-aged man was the last to arrive. He walked up to Zhang Gui and vigilantly looked him. "Are you their leader?" Zhang Qiu calmly answered, "I am Zhang Qiu. You should have received the city lord's token. We carry the goods that were ordered by the city. I've received the order, but it is a peculiar time. We'll need to have a few of our esteemed cultivators to examine your caravan before we can let you in." Zhang Kuei readily agreed to their request. "So you fear demon beasts sneak among us? We'll comply with your search, of course." The middle-aged man nodded and turned out, calling out in the direction of the city, "Good. Mr. Li, Master Huang. Please inspect them." A calm man's voice spoke from the city gate. "By command of the city lord, we will assist Officer Zhao. We will naturally offer our services." A white-robed Confucian scholar and a monk of azure Buddhist robes walked out from the city gate. The voice belonged to the scholar. Officer Zhao didn't dare to neglect the cultivators and hurriedly thanked them with a smile. The scholar took out a mirror while the monk took out an alms bowl. After a brief chant and incantation gesture, they tossed the magic tools into the air. Suddenly, the magic tools began to circle in the air. The lens spouted out an azure mist, covering an entire tortoise. As for the alms bowl, it released a yellow light and began to sweep past the wolf cavalryman. In a short span of time, the light from both the magic tools quickly swept through the entire caravan, thoroughly scanning each person present. In the blink of an eye, the 30 carriages and 200 people were inspected without a problem found. "Good, you can all enter the city." "Ah yes, I must tell you something. Mistress Fang has already made a contract with the largest inn in the eastern city, the Cloud Ease Inn. You may head there after you deliver your goods." Officer Zhao's expression relaxed and he didn't make matters more difficult. After having his say, he waved his hand and signaled them to enter. Zhang Qiu saluted him before leading the caravan into the city. After passing through the gates, Hanli discovered that the city was far larger than he expected. At a glance, the city had an innumerable amount of buildings. He couldn't see the end of them. In addition, the city was well planned when it was constructed. Although the buildings were of different styles and materials used to build them were highly varied, they were evenly arranged with 10-meter-wide stone roads lined between them. Such a large city was naturally bustling with excitement. The streets were filled with people where it was nearly overcrowded. Hanli was stunned at the scene, but he soon discovered most of the people on the streets carried a weapon on them and wore heavy expressions. When the blue-robed woman in the carriage saw this, she sighed and muttered, "It seems the matter about the beast wave is true. Otherwise, the villagers outside wouldn't have all rushed into the city. There is a large pressure on in Yuan City." When Han Li heard this, he came to a sudden realization. With so many people, it would be difficult for the caravan's tortoises to make it through. Fortunately, Officer Zhao had already considered the matter and sent several soldiers to clear a path for them. They forcibly dispersed the crowd to make way. Even so, the tortoise carriages moved slowly. After traveling for almost 2 hours, they eventually made their way past 10 streets and arrived at a street with rarely few people, stopping in front of a decorated archway that was several stories tall. Behind the archway were several heavily guarded storehouses with many armed attendants standing nearby. The following process went exceedingly smooth. The Heavenly East Enterprise handed over their goods to the storehouse officials for inspection. Afterwards, Zhang Qiu received a certificate from them and led the caravan to the west side of the city. Now having restored his ability to move, Han Li made a sudden proposal to Zhang Qiu when they were halfway to the inn. He wanted to explore the city for a bit before meeting back with them. When Zhang Qiu heard this, he frowned. Then after some thought, he agreed and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you've yet to meet the mistress and have yet to officially enter the organization. I won't restrict you much, but you should take note that many shady characters are now present in Yuan City. It isn't very safe, and there can't be much worth seeing in this small remote city. If you have matters to attend to, I hope you'll return to the inn quickly when you're done." Foundation establishment cultivators use an astonishing number of spirit stones year-round as well. It is only when our enterprise has a large order that they are willing to spend spirit stones on them. As for core formation cultivators and above, that is something that we can't even consider. High-grade cultivators require rare materials or magic tools that are far beyond what we can afford. Even if our enterprise manages to somehow foster a mid-grade cultivator, they will eventually leave. That is so. Even body refiners like us will immediately depart to dangerous areas when they finish their cultivation, in search of rare medicines that can create spirit roots. After all, when one becomes a cultivator, not only can they cultivate immortal techniques, but their lifespan increases as well. Over the years, it is impossible to know how many funerals we've held for body refiners, yet they still journey outside. The soldier sadly sighed. Zhang Qiu then waved his arm, "Enough of that. This has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. Let us return to see the mistress." The soldier immediately shut his mouth. Thus, the party immediately set off, quickly immersing themselves in the busy streets. At that moment, Han Li was standing on a street, looking at the 7 blazing suns in the sky and letting out a gloomy sigh. Ever since he left the azure-sifting sands and entered the grasslands, he immediately sensed the astonishing spiritual qi in the air. The spiritual qi in this world was several times greater than what he found in the mortal world. If he was able to find a suitable place of cultivation, it was possible that the spiritual qi could be over a dozen times greater. It is a pity that he already dissipated his nascent soul. The Ice Phoenix's restriction is still present on his body, so he wasn't able to absorb any spiritual qi, leaving him helpless in this regard. He then set his sights on the road and looked around him as he walked forward. The stores on the streets were about the same as he would find in the mortal world, with nothing out of the ordinary. But suddenly, he stopped and looked at a store in front of him. After some hesitation, he entered and looked around. There were tables made of sandalwood that shined with the cold light glinting off the weapons they displayed. This was a store that specialized in weapons. It wasn't very large, only having 2 attendants, but there were many customers that visited this store to begin with. Naturally, the 2 were mortals. When Han Li entered, he saw that despite the store's unremarkable exterior, business was treating them quite well and his heart stirred. When one of the attendants was finished dealing with another guest, he took notice of Hanli and hastily rushed over to him with a smile. "Customer, do you see something you like? Take a look at this gold-plated 9-ring saber. It was forged from black iron. Not only can it cut through metal, but it is rather heavy. It is an ideal weapon for dealing with wolves." The attendant noticed Hanli was eyeing a large ringed saber. It was pitch black and appeared remarkably heavy. He poured out 70 spirit stones from it and used a beast hide on the ground to wrap them up before tossing it to Hanli. The shriveled man chuckled and said, "Here is your change. Since you are so straightforward, how about we join together if there is a chance? Perhaps there may be an opportunity in the future. But I am preoccupied for the time being, so I must take my leave." Hanli saluted the two with a smile and calmly walked away. When Hanli departed from the alley, the large man looked at the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand and took another look at the alley entrance. An ominous glint flashed from his eye and he softly said, "Big brother Bao, his face is unfamiliar and he is quite wealthy. Should we?" The shriveled man's face sank and he said, "Don't think about it. Didn't you see he wasn't wearing any spirit tools? Body refiners who do this are either too poor, or they feel their cultivation is too high for normal spirit tools to be of assistance. Which one do you think he belongs to?" The large man hesitated and doubtfully said, "This man can't be poor since he was able to take out a mid-grade spirit stone, but why did he buy that WIRM tendon from us?" The man surnamed Bao was silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Brother Axian, are you certain he bought the tendon to be used as a weapon? He might have bought it as material to create a particular spirit tool. Currently, An Yuan City is overflowing with body refiners from the outside. There is no lack of those possessing fearsome talent. Although we aren't weak ourselves, it's best that we don't risk it. After all, we only have one life." The shriveled man's words seemed to calm down the large man surnamed Axian, but soon he wore an embarrassed expression and said, "Big brother's words are reasonable. I am being too greedy for spirit stones, but in the upcoming beast tide, if we don't have low and mid-grade spirit stones to replenish our spirit tools, we'll be put in danger." Having already thought of the matter, the shriveled man said, "What are you afraid of? The city lord will surely employ all the body refiners in the city to deal with the beast wave. They'll give us a sum of spirit stones, of course. So long as we save enough, we'll be able to preserve our lives." When the large man heard this, his spirits were roused. "That's right. According to the agreement between the 3 sovereigns and the 7 demon kings, cultivators at the core formation stage and above aren't allowed to assist large cities in blocking beast waves. If they wish to protect the city, who else do they have to rely on aside from us?" The shriveled man sighed, "So long as you know." In truth, the agreement also stated that the beast wave can't have any demon beasts higher than grade 5 as well. It is hard to say who has more to gain from the agreement. The large man then remained silent in thought. Not long after, the two put away the items on the ground and walked back to the main street where they disappeared into a sea of people. There were also countless types ranging from savage ancient beasts to giants and even pseudo-humans. In addition, there were also other creatures that arrived at the spirit realm by ripping open spatial tiers. Although there aren't many of these clans, they were a powerful force that was hostile towards humans and demons alike. They also possessed their own unique abilities, allowing them to rival humans and demons in power. In addition to this, there were also many powerful individuals in the spirit realm as one might expect. There were the mythical beasts of legends, fearsome existences like true dragons that could ignore the laws of the world. Although many vastly powerful characters emerged from the demons and humans, they were only capable of having a stand in the spirit realm. Although humans and demons viewed each other with hostility normally, when they faced an even larger threat, they had no choice but to cooperate. This led to an official founding of the lands they controlled. In the past, many extraordinary individuals emerged from the human and demon clans, joining together to erect an exceedingly large spell formation, covering the territories of the humans and the demons. It is said the spell formation is profoundly powerful and was passed down from the immortal realm. It was said to target extremely powerful members of the foreign creatures. The more powerful they were, the more they were restricted by the formation, rendering them unable to enter the areas affected by the spell formation. However, the formation also wouldn't have any effect on low and mid-grade demon beasts. This immense spell formation had over 10 formation cores spread throughout the regions of humans and demons. The book hadn't mentioned where the formation cores in the demon territories were located, but it did mention how they were located at the 3 human capitals. Unless they were all destroyed, the spell formation protecting the humans would remain. Considering how important the formation cores were, they must surely be placed in important areas of the demon territories as well. If a powerful foreign creature wished to invade the territories of humans and demons, they would have to face the combined power of the 10 powerful formation cores. By relying on this powerful immortal formation, the human and demon clans were able to prosper and hold a place in the spirit realm. As for the other areas in the vast realm, humans had never delved too deeply into the world. There were only descriptions of how there were countless lands and distances. At that point, a trace of doubt appeared in Han Li's mind. Since the region occupied by humans in the spirit realm was so small, then how were cultivators ascending from the lower realms able to accurately land in the region controlled by humans? It would have been incredibly dangerous if he appeared in an area outside the Grand Immortal Formation. Han Li felt puzzled, but the book hadn't mentioned anything else, so he could only set the thought aside for the time being. After going through a few descriptions from the book, Han Li discovered that demons as a whole were more powerful than the human clans, but the humans seemed to possess more powerful cultivators. As a result, the 2 clans formed an odd equilibrium, and the 3 sovereigns and 7 kings agreed to a defensive pact as well as several other treaties. One of these agreements noted that high-grade cultivators couldn't arbitrarily suppress low-grade demon beasts of remote areas and couldn't participate in defending human cities from periodic beast waves. In addition, demons couldn't pillage humans at will, and they needed to establish territories where humans could gather and be protected. When the humans and demons divided their land, the territories of the humans and demons were mixed to a vast degree. Although they chose areas most populated by humans and demons, there were still large numbers of either race that lived in other areas. The high-grade human and demon cultivators naturally had no problem with this and decided to move them. However, demon beasts that have yet to gain sentience and ordinary human mortals weren't able to easily move long distances. They could only continue to live on their original lands and accept the rule of another clan. From the beginning, there would be wanton slaughter of either side, and war was waged several times. After much turmoil, another agreement was eventually passed. Of course, the book in Han Li's possession only detailed the most important points and hadn't mentioned them in detail. As for matters relating to the beast wave, he picked out a book for that in particular. The so-called beast waves would occur when ordinary beasts would reproduce in too great a number. Since high-grade individuals couldn't interfere as a result of previous agreements, every period of a few years, the demons and humans had no choice but to slay one another to protect their own lives. However, if there were human settlements in the region, low-grade demon beasts could lead the beast wave into a human settlement in a half-suicidal charge. As a result, apart from a few large cities in particular, most human cities would periodically encounter a beast wave. Although there weren't many true attacks on human settlements, each beast wave would leave a huge number of casualties in their wake. Because of this, low-grade body refiners and cultivators had their fates tied together. While ordinary mortals would die, it was also a time for cultivators and refiners to break through their bottlenecks and be honed in powerful characters. With both disaster and fortune simultaneously occurring, the high-grade human cultivators tacitly allowed the beast waves to continue and held no intention of altering the agreement with the demon clans. Each beast wave on a city didn't follow a strict schedule, but there were two types of beast waves that were most commonly seen. They would be the wolf waves from grasslands and serpent waves from other regions. The two types of beasts had powerful reproductive ability and were bound to launch a beast wave every 100 years or so. If a city were to encounter two or more types of beasts in a beast wave, it would be considered a grand beast wave with far greater danger. In the past, all the breaches into human cities seemed to have occurred with grand beast waves. Therefore, if the city knew a grand beast wave was about to occur, the higher echelon of the city would be struck with fear and do their utmost to gather together the nearby body refiners and low-grade cultivators in preparation for the upcoming battle of survival. When Hanli saw this, he sighed and slowly closed the book. There was without question that the city was going to experience another beast wave. Furthermore, with the grasslands being so close to the city, it will be a wave of wolves. However, the nervousness of the city revealed that this was a grand beast wave. He silently picked up the cup of watered wine before him and he narrowed his eyes in thought. Even in the spirit realm where the spiritual chi was incredibly dense, there were very few mortals that could cultivate the Vajra arts to completion. Even if a normal person possessed exceptional talents, they still wouldn't dare to be confident. But Hanli was by no means a normal person. Not only did he cultivate from being a mortal to a deity transformation cultivator, causing his unwavering determination to far exceed those of a common cultivator in the spirit realm, but he also consumed the heavenly corpse pearl, the dragon scale fruit, and many other spiritual medicines. His body was already far stronger than normal. Particularly because of the dragon scale fruit and the bone tempering arts, his body was already on par with that of an ordinary demon beast. When he arrived in the spirit realm, the massive amount of magic power from dissipating his too nascent soul not only saved his life, but they also increased his body's capacity by another level. With all of these things together, it was no wonder Hanli felt confident. As of current, the only thing for him to consider was the inhuman pain he would suffer while cultivating this technique and the amount of time for him to take. Because there were so many low and mid-grade demon beasts roaming around areas far from the city, it would be unwise to cultivate alone. Furthermore, cultivating the last several layers of the Vajra arts would need battle experience for him to increase his odds of making a breakthrough. In that case, there was no harm in remaining with the Heavenly East Enterprise for a time. If he truly felt they were an inconvenience, he would simply leave. As for the blood curse contract that was placed on his body, the blood curse would be cleanly refined by his body from its sheer vital essence. Having come to a decision, Hanli was done for the time being. He took his books and left the restaurant. Then, he found a secluded area and crushed his books with his arms. Under the huge force, they turned into a cloud of paper shreds that floated to the ground. Next, he went around the city to find a blacksmith store. He examined the shop and handed the tendon over to a blacksmith. Afterwards, he pointed to a few other materials in the shop, uttered a few soft instructions, and gave the blacksmith 2 low-grade spirit stones. When the ironworker heard Hanli, he was stunned, but he soon took the 2 spirit stones and nodded with a smile. Hanli left with a smile and flagged down a carriage being pulled by a horse-deer creature of sorts. He didn't care about the animal's origins or whatnot. He simply tossed the driver a silver piece and muttered the words "the cloud ease in." Then, he entered the carriage and took a brief moment of rest. Beast carriages were being driven by docile animals throughout the city. After all, in a city of this scope, it would be odd to not have any carriages to speak of, as if it would take hours to walk from one district of a city to another. Han Li looked at the two with narrow eyes. The two clearly weren't ordinary body refiners as demonstrated from the chilling pressure of their gaze. He did sense the two appeared to be stronger than Zhang Kuei. Elder brothers, I am Brother Han, who recently joined the Enterprise. The mistress mentioned she wished to see me. The shorter of the two glanced at Han Li and said, "Ah, you are the person who cultivated the Vajra arts to the third stage. You do appear young, but is that from taking a medicine pill to maintain your appearance?" The words contained were actually rather rude. If you too feel that way, then consider it to be true. Han Li's heart jumped, but he maintained a smile on his face. The larger of the two then snorted and harshly said, "I don't believe you truly cultivated the Vajra arts to the third layer. I'll be testing you, don't take offense." With a cold glint shining from his eye, he grabbed Han Li's wrist. Han Li raised his brow but didn't avoid the large man's hand. When the man touched his wrist, he sensed the man's fingers turn exceptionally cold and release a huge force squeezing his wrist. Han Li wore neither a scowl or a smile, but his eyes turned sullen. Under the man's force, Han Li's wrist glowed with a layer of faint golden light, but it soon disappeared. Soon, Han Li remained still and allowed the man to do as he wished. A short moment later, the large man exerted a large portion of his strength, but Han Li still remained nonchalant. Eventually, the man's face revealed surprise, and he hesitated for a moment. But rather than letting go, he took a deep breath and shined black light from his fingers, exerting even more strength on Han Li's wrist. The smile Han Li wore on his face finally vanished and he snorted, giving a casual shake of his twist. The large man suddenly felt a vibration run through his fingers as his body became numb. Then with a frightened cry, he felt a huge force travel through him as he flew into the air. As Han Li wore an emotionless expression, the large man was flung into a stone wall nearby. Just as the man was about to have a messy impact, the other guard suddenly pounced 10 meters to quickly catch him. But just as the shorter guard caught his companion in midair, his expression vastly changed and he reached out to grab him with his other hand. A large thump sounded, followed by 2 softer thuds. Although the shorter guard was able to catch him, he staggered back 8 steps and his complexion was pale. Han Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at the shorter guard. Even against the huge force Han Li released, the shorter guard was still able to catch his companion. The shorter guard's body refinement technique must be the greater of the two. The youth surnamed Luo was left stunned. The 2 men at the gate were Mistress Fang's personal bodyguards. Although they normally didn't mingle with the cavalrymen, they possessed brilliant body refinement techniques to the point where Captain Zhang Kuei held them in secret admiration. When the confident cavalrymen thought to test their skill against them, they all suffered a miserable defeat. As for Han Li, who recently joined them, he was able to turn them pale with a flick of his wrist. They weren't able to resist in the slightest. Was the third layer of the Vajra arts alone able to produce this much strength? Youth Luo's expression wavered at the slightest. He couldn't have known that most of Han Li's strength actually stemmed from the many dragon scale fruits he consumed over hundreds of years and bone-tempering art. Otherwise, even as powerful as the third layer of the Vajra arts may be, he would only be able to produce enough strength to rival the 2 men. Besides, in truth, Han Li cultivated the Vajra arts to the 4th layer. The shorter guard circulated his inner body technique several times before eventually swallowing his frustration. With a calmed expression, he said, "Brother Han possesses exceptional abilities. We concede defeat. Please head in." He couldn't help but look at Han Li with a trace of respect. As for the taller guard that Han Li tossed, his expression turned unsightly. Han Li smiled and gave them a short salute before casually strolling in. Youth Luo naturally didn't have the qualifications to follow him and could only wait outside. When Han Li saw that the main gate to the courtyard building was shut and thought to knock on it, he heard a woman's sweet voice sound from within. "Young Sir Han, please come in. I've been waiting on you for quite a while." Han Li blinked twice and calmly walked in, not feeling particularly surprised. When he went in, his expression stirred. He was surprised to see several people in the room. In the master's seat across from the door sat an azure-robed woman in her 30s. Her skin was fair and her beauty was still present. Behind her stood a blue-robed man that was in his mid-20s. He bore a strong resemblance to the woman. Sitting across from the woman was an embroidered-robed man with a young face and gray hair. He wore an indifferent expression. Sitting at his side was a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. They seemed to know what happened outside the courtyard gate and looked in Han Li's direction when he entered. The azure-robed woman had a trace of delight on her face and the blue-robed youth appeared curious. As for the embroidered-robed man, he was wearing a frown and the young pair simply looked surprised. The azure-robed woman stood up and curtsied him, "Young Sir Han, I hope you don't take offense. My bodyguards tested you on my orders. I simply wished to know if the third layer of the Vajra arts was as fearsome as the rumors said. The technique is widely spread, but it is one of the most difficult body refining techniques to cultivate. Very few people break through to the second layer, let alone the third like you." Han Li casually asked with a smile, "I am already a member of your enterprise. I can't take offense over a trifling test. Are you pleased by my performance?" Although he planned on concealing himself in the Heavenly East Enterprise as an insignificant character, he didn't mind revealing a portion of his true strength. As of current, Mistress Fong was looking at him in a favorable light. When she heard Han Li's reply she sweetly smiled and said, "The third layer of the Vajra arts far exceeded my expectations. You've opened my eyes. Ah yes, I should give young Sir Han an introduction. This is my son, Pan Qing. He is cultivating immortal techniques under the Golden Jade sect. These three are immortal masters, fellow sect members of my son." So they were immortal masters. Han Li saluted them. Although his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body, it was still quite sharp and sensed their cultivation at this distance. They were all at foundation establishment stage and above. However, the youth and the other young pair appeared to have achieved foundation establishment recently as their spiritual chi was still quite weak. As for the embroidered-robed man, his magic power was quite dense so he should be at false core stage, the peak of foundation establishment. With the abilities Han Li showed previously, they didn't dare to treat him light and returned the greeting. The embroidered-robed man even smiled and said, "Although I haven't cultivated body refinement techniques before, my master fought against a high-grade body refiner in the past. It is rumored that person was able to slay several grade 6 and 7 demon beasts by himself. I originally believed them to be fanciful tales, but from what Brother Han displayed, I am convinced they are true. But from the force Han Li displayed, it shouldn't only be a result of the Vajra arts but his nature or divine power as well." This person was quite experienced to see some oddities from Han Li's immense strength. Of course, Han Li wasn't about to reveal the dragon scale fruit and all else. He gave a simple explanation, "Brother Qin is quite sharp. Some of my power comes from an innate nature." The embroidered man nodded, feeling that most of his suspicions had disappeared. Following that, the embroidered man said nothing else. Rather, Mistress Fong had a friendly chat with Han Li, but when she asked about his origins, Han Li gave a vague answer. Mistress Fong didn't pursue the matter when she saw this and instead informed him that Pan Qing and the others were to assist in Yuan City with the beast wave on orders from their master. The upper echelons of Yuan City had ties to the Gold Jade sect. The sect would send out low-grade cultivators to use the beast wave as an opportunity to make breakthroughs. The foundation establishment cultivators were likely sent for this reason as well. Of course, the Gold Jade sect wasn't the only sect that sent disciples over to the city. There were at least a dozen more. When the men of the Heavenly East Enterprise entered in Yuan City, they were also conscripted to fight against the beast wave as per law. As such, Mistress Fang had Han Li act as Zhang Kuei's second in directing the guards. When Han Li heard her, he nodded in agreement after brief consideration. When Mistress Fang saw this, she wore a satisfied expression and had Han Li depart. According to what she said, the beast wave could start at any time. Furthermore, it would be a grand beast wave consisting of several types. It would be best for Han Li to rest and hone his spirit. Han Li smiled and promptly left the room. When the door was shut, Mistress Fang's smile vanished and was replaced with hesitation. The embroidered-robed man stroked his chin and asked, "What? Does Mistress Fang feel this person is a rare find and has changed her mind?" Mistress Fang frowned and openly expressed her thoughts, "That is so. This person is young, yet holds his current cultivation. If he were nurtured, I suspect that he will become an existence on the level of old fire. Otherwise, I would have gone with the original plan and have Zhang Kuei or the Liu brothers follow you on your journey after the beast wave." The embroidered-robed man shook his head. "I've already seen Captain Zhang and the Mistress Liu brothers. If Brother Han wasn't here, we would use either of them, but now that we have a more suitable candidate, we will have to make the more reliable choice. After all, he completed the third layer of the Vidra arts, he has nothing to fear from the attack of low-grade spirit tools, and his immense strength will make him even more suitable for the journey. If we were to take someone else, the odds of defeat will be greater. If we startle those demon beast guards, we won't get a second chance. Mistress, could it be you don't wish for Junior Martial Brother Pan to achieve core formation?" Mistress Fang sighed and she said with a tone of helplessness. "Senior Martial Brother Qin's words are reasonable. Even if this person has as much potential as old fire, I feel like Qin's core formation will possess far more potential." The embroidered-robed man felt relief and he smiled. "Lady Fu is quite a sensible person. The breakout of this beast wave turned into an exceptional opportunity. It appears those demon beast guards aren't involving themselves. When the time comes, we might be able to escape from them. That's why although we need a body refiner, he won't necessarily be needed. So long as the matter succeeds, I won't treat him unfairly and make sure he doesn't harbor a grudge against you. Immortal Qin's magic power is quite strong. After you acquire it, there should be no problem in core formation. In the future, I hope you'll look after my son." When that was said, she smiled and didn't directly address him. The man glanced at the blue-robed youth and warmly said, "Hee, Junior Martial Brother Pan's aptitude is no less than mine. If I can achieve core formation, Junior Martial Brother should have no problem with the item in hand. The mistress should feel at ease." Pan Qing saluted his senior martial brother with a deep expression and uttered words of thanks. As for the pair sitting next to the embroidered-robed man, they glanced at one another with a knowing smile. During this time, the atmosphere in the hall became rather friendly. Han Li couldn't have known that his first contact with humans in the spirit realm already involved him in a scheme. It was unknown if he was cursed by the heavens or just had bad luck. In case he knew about this matter, he would have simply found himself not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A few trifling mortals and Foundation establishment cultivators thought of using him, a deity transformation cultivator. They were beyond reckless. Even without his magic power, he had methods of easily killing them. But as he was kept in the dark and intended on remaining with the Heavenly East Enterprise, he left the courtyard and went to see the large scarred man. Not long after, Han Li was appointed a high second in command, but there were others that weren't convinced. But when Han Li revealed a portion of his immense strength, he alarmed them and kept them quiet. Because Han Li was given his own room, he didn't have to mingle with the others. In the following days, he began to grasp the chant for the fifth layer of the Vidra arts. According to the bright jade arts, it would be much smoother if he could cultivate using the magic power present in his body. But now, he would have to cultivate the Vidra arts by infusing spiritual chi into his body. He had no choice but to familiarize himself with this strange method before starting his cultivation. 3 days later, Hanli left the inn and disappeared half a day. Apart from those with a discerning eye, most people hadn't noticed that Hanli was gone. But on the 7th day, Hanli was sitting cross-legged on his bed when he suddenly heard huge bell clangs from outside the room. The sound loudly droned and faintly shook the inn. Hanli opened his eyes in shock. The rumbling clangs repeated without end and was soon followed by resounding horns, crying out to the city one after another. Hanli frowned and wordlessly walked out. The west courtyard was already scrambling into action. The guards and cavalrymen were walking out from their rooms with weapons and armor in hand. Their expressions ranged anywhere from excitement to fear and worry. As panicked voices sounded through the courtyard, Zhang Kuei walked through with an icy expression and loudly rebuked, "What is there to panic about? It is only a beast wave. It hasn't reached us yet. Return to your rooms and properly rest yourselves. When the time comes, rest will only be a delusionary thought." When the soldiers heard the large man, they all calmed down and obediently returned to their rooms. Hanli saw this with a smile. As Zhang Kuei held his position as the guard commander for over 10 years, his reputation was as high as one would expect. Zhang Kuei glanced over at Hanli and said, "Junior brother Han, follow me to observe the size and scope of the beast wave. Let's see how it compares to what we expected." Hanli quickly replied, "Brother Zhang, I am ready to follow." In truth, although he didn't take this beast wave to heart, he was indeed a bit curious. He wasn't about to refuse an opportunity to broaden his horizons. When the two walked onto the street outside the inn, he discovered there was something amiss. The bustling streets no sparsely had anyone. There were only a few wanderers and their movements were all flustered. There were several beast carriages on the street, but they were in a mad rush. There were also horned wolves, the same that the Heavenly East Enterprise cavalrymen rode. However, the ones who rode them this time were wearing the armor of city guards. They were rushing through the city, loudly declaring martial law on the city as a result of the upcoming beast wave. They were not only drafting body refiners and soldiers, but common mortals were to stay put in their residences. If they were outside and hindered the efforts of resisting the beast wave, they would be immediately executed. When Hanli and Zhang Kuei rode 2 horned wolves to the nearest wall, there was a large purple-robed man standing at the top of the southmost tower in the city. He looked outside the window with one hand pressed against it and the hand held behind his back. He silently looked in the distance with a sullen expression. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and a soldier covered in azure bone armor quickly entered. He kneeled behind the azure-robed man and softly reported, "City Lord, we verified that the beasts gathered in 3 waves, the Jade Grasslands azure wolves, the Black Tomb Mountains crimson pythons, and the Leocan beasts." The large purple-robed man sighed and he worriedly said, "So it is an attack by 3 beast types. Very troublesome. If they were other beasts, it would have been fine, but azure wolves and crimson pythons only join beast waves every 300 years. Not to mention these astonishing numbers, the Leocan beasts will make things more troublesome as well. They will attack the weakest point of our city. Although we already prepared bows and crossbows, they fly too quickly so common arrows won't be effective. Didn't you place an order from the Heavenly East Enterprise for exploding crystal arrows, sir? We should be able to hold our own against them. Besides, we have cultivators assisting us. They will be a powerful force to defend the skies. With their assistance, the hawks shouldn't be a problem." The armored soldier consoled. The purple-robed man commanded, "We can only hope to rely on them." Arrange the cultivators together and have them keep watch on the hawk's actions. We will have the soldiers and body refiners join forces in dealing with the wolves and pythons. Ah yes, quickly bring our forces to the ready. Have our guards take turns standing guard. Yes, sir. An armored soldier yelled and went off to execute his order. The large purple-robed man was the Yuan city lord. He looked out his window with a heavy expression. Han Li stood on top of a segment of the city wall and looked at the distance. Although he appeared calm, his heart was shaken. He saw yellow earth tens of kilometers from the city turn azure. An azure sea spanned as far as he could see. Upon closer inspection, he could make out the silhouette of wolves within them. Their eyes were green and their bodies were azure. Their bared fangs created a savage appearance. The number of wolves were too many to count. They could no longer determine how many hundreds of thousands there were. Apart from the wolf howls, there were the sounds of other beasts mixed in. They sounded in some sort of pattern as if they were communicating with one another. Zhang Kuei's face turned somewhat pale, but he gripped his hands in a fist and muttered, "Fortunately, the most common beast are the azure wolves. If we encountered red, yellow, or even the rare silver wolf, I fear that in Yuan City wouldn't be able to survive the beast wave." Silver wolves. When Han Li heard this, something suddenly came to mind. In his surprise, the scarred man explained, "What? Has Brother Han never seen silver wolves before? They are several times harder to handle than other wolves. A common silver wolf is a match for a dozen azure wolves. In the last beast wave, I was lucky enough to see several of them. Their fearsomeness is fresh in my memory." He was speaking with a Confucian scholar and a Buddhist monk at his side. When Han Li saw this person, he recognized him as the officer he had seen watching the gate. The scholar and the monk were the two cultivators that inspected their troops. The silver-armored middle-aged man had some sort of skill to keep behind the two cultivators. At that moment, the silver-armored man noticed that enough people had gathered together and he waved his arm. The soldiers behind him roared, utter a string of orders that were already prepared. The first order was to organize a division of cavalrymen. Afterwards, a group of land tortoise carriages rushed into the plaza, carrying a large quantity of weapons and some armor. They began to distribute them to the strong men. As for the body refiners, they didn't hold common weapons in their eye and they stood in place with a detached gaze. For the time being, private troops such as Han Li and the lone body refiners remained to the side. Then, the private troops and body refiners were bewildered by the long wolf cries outside the city. They were resounding and harsh as if brimming with violent energy. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The myriad of wolf howls soared through the heavens like rumbling thunder. The body refiners were better off with only changes in expression, but the commoners felt overwhelmed as the scream filled the world. But that was only the start. They soon heard hissing and strange bird cries from other directions. Although these sounds weren't as overwhelming as the wolf howls, they still sent shivers down people's spines. At that moment, gongs sounded from all the city walls at nearly the same time. A man's voice then filled the air. It wasn't particularly loud, but it reached the ears of everyone in the plaza. "Be careful, the beasts have begun to move." It was a sound transmission that came from a gray-robed Foundation establishment cultivator riding on a flying sword. There appeared to be other flying cultivators giving warnings throughout different districts of the city. Suddenly, an uproar rose through Yuan City and squads of idle soldiers sprung into action. They immediately scaled the walls, manned the ballistas, and readied themselves for battle. Apparently, he had already practiced that cultivation art to an extremely high level. Prior to Han Li's arrival, he was the most powerful warrior among Heavenly East Enterprise. Back when Han Li was given the role of deputy squad leader, he was one of the people who had challenged his authority. However, following a demonstration of strength where Han Li had picked up a massive rock weighing several tons before hurling it into the air with ease, Du Xiao had conceded his inferiority and bowed to Han Li's authority. At present, Han Li was wielding what appeared to be an ordinary thick blade in his hand. Meanwhile, Du Xiao was carrying a custom-made mace that was around 20 feet in length, and each of them was standing on either of the aforementioned military official. The official appeared to be around 30 years of age with a slightly thin build. He wore a suit of metal armor, and even though his facial features were quite mundane and nondescript, he had a pair of bright and piercing eyes and a naturally intimidating aura. Even though he was only an ordinary official in the army, he was also quite a powerful body refinement warrior. That wasn't anything to be perplexed about. After all, most body refinement warriors among the mortals of the spirit realm chose to join the armies of their respective cities. There was no lack of fearsome individuals among them who had cultivated their body refinement arts to the extreme, and even high-grade cultivators had to be wary of them. Just as Han Li was appraising the torrent of azure wolves approaching the city in an expressionless manner, a series of low yet explosive thumps suddenly erupted from behind him. Immediately thereafter, over 100 crimson fireballs, each of which was several tens of feet in size, flew forth from a certain point within the city, crashing viciously into the wolf pack that was only several kilometers away from the city walls. Thunderous booms rang out in rapid succession as hundreds of balls of flames exploded among the wolf pack, creating a scene of absolute carnage. Even though these were only normal flames, these wolf beasts were only normal beasts themselves, so they were completely defenseless against this scorching fire. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this before he turned to glance back toward a certain direction behind him. There, on a vacant patch of land not far away from the city wall, over 100 catapults had been set up side by side. There was a large horde of warriors placing spherical crimson objects onto the catapults before these objects were launched in unison following a loud command. As these objects were launched through the air, they transformed into giant fireballs, arcing through the air before landing among the wolf pack on the other side of the city wall. Countless more azure wolves were instantly reduced to charred carcasses. After just 2 waves of these attacks, close to 20,000 azure wolves had been slain. Just as Han Li was feeling slightly surprised by the destructive power of these catapults, the attack suddenly stopped and no further waves of fireballs were launched following the second wave. Just as a contemplative look had appeared on Han Li's face, the wolf pack in the distance began to let loose a series of vigorous howls, as if they had been enraged by the previous 2 waves of attacks. All of the mutated wolf beasts began to lead from the front, and the entire wolf pack began to accelerate. The scratching of countless wolf paws on the ground had turned into a thunderous rumbling, and the wolf pack covered a distance of around 500 meters in virtually the blink of an eye before launching ferocious attacks against the city walls. One azure wolf after another sprang into the air, digging their sharp claws into the smooth surface of the city wall. Their claws were able to embed themselves around an inch deep into the wall, and they were able to gallop up the wall using their claws as makeshift climbing holds. Following a series of loud instructions from the military officials atop the city walls, all types of arrows began to rain down like a torrential storm, striking and felling countless azure wolves. The mortals of the spirit realm were a lot more powerful than those of the human world, and their destructive power was naturally also quite immense. However, there were simply far too many azure wolves attacking the city walls. All of them ignored their fallen comrades as they attacked the wall in a maddened frenzy, and it didn't take long before some wolf beasts made it to the top of the walls. The human warriors had been eagerly awaiting for their arrival, and as soon as one azure wolf clambered onto the top of the city wall, it would be met by 3 or 4 spear or halberd weapons at once, instantly puncturing its vitals before it had any chance to wreak further havoc. Arrows fell like rain while the clanging of countless weapons intermingled with the war cries from the human warriors as well as the howls of the oncoming wolf beasts. Meanwhile, Hanli refrained from engaging in battle. He merely followed the military official that he had been tasked with protecting as the latter strode back and forth along the city wall, barking vehement instructions at his soldiers. In his eyes, the ordinary azure wolves appeared to be quite ferocious, but they didn't actually pose a substantial threat to the city. The truly arduous battle was still yet to come. On another city wall that was being attacked by crimson pythons, it was too far away for Hanli to be able to clearly discern what was happening, but the sounds of battle ringing out from that direction suggested that the crimson python beasts had also begun to launch their assault. The battle commenced at noon and continued well into the afternoon, enshrouding the entirety of an Yuan city in an aura of blood and gore. The light in the sky was beginning to dim as one sun disappeared after another, gradually being replaced by their moon counterparts. However, the assault from the wolf pack showed no signs of stopping, and had instead become even more violently and ferocious. As beasts that hadn't yet attained intelligence, they would only begin to tap into their full potential at the height of their bloodlust. The calm expression worn by the military official that Hanli was guarding had begun to darken. After just half a day of battle, a third of the normal soldiers on the city wall had already perished. There were even 20 members of the Heavenly East Enterprise that had fallen in battle. Right at this moment, 2 sharp wolf howls erupted from the rear of the Azure Wolf pack. The mutated wolf beasts that had disappeared into the pack once the assault against the city had commenced had finally revealed themselves once again. These massive wolves were easily 50 to 60 feet tall, and they galloped as fast as lightning. Just as the first wolf beast was about to be steamrolled by Du Zhao's huge mace, an incredible turn of events suddenly unfolded. A burst of faint azure light suddenly radiated from that wolf beast's body, following which it shrank down to the same size as a normal azure wolf. As such, the mace merely glanced past above its head, completely missing its target. A vicious light flashed through the azure wolf's eyes as its speed suddenly increased by twofold, allowing it to rapidly skirt around Du Zhao as it pounced toward the military official. "That's a demonic wolf." The military official's expression changed drastically at the sight of the azure wolf's bizarre transformation, and he immediately drew his long sword without any hesitation. White spiritual light then flashed from a spirit tool ring on his finger, and the longsword transformed into a swath of sword projections that shielded his body within. It turned out that this seemingly nondescript military official was carrying a low-grade spirit tool with him. In the face of the barrier of sword projections conjured up by the low-grade spirit tool, a hint of disdain flashed through the oncoming wolf beast's eyes. It merely raised its 2 front paws before swiping them rapidly through the air several times, upon which azure claw projections were sent hurtling toward the official from all directions. As soon as the claw's projections struck the barrier of sword projections, the latter was destroyed almost without any capacity for resistance amid a series of loud booms. In contrast, the azure claw projections were only slowed down minutely before continuing to descend toward the military official. The military official unleashed a resilient swing of his sword in response, but he knew that his resistance would prove to be completely futile, and his face had already turned deathly pale in the face of impending death. Right at this moment, a humanoid figure suddenly swayed beside him as another person rushed into the inescapable net of claw projections. The figure let loose a cold harumph, and even though it wasn't very loud, the military official felt as if a bell were tolling directly beside his ear, completely jerking him out of his horror and despair. The figure then raised a hand, and a swath of golden light met the oncoming claw projections. An earth-shattering boom erupted as all of the azure claw projections were shattered into nothingness by the golden light. The military official was ecstatic upon seeing this, and only then did he catch a clear glimpse of his savior. It was none other than the other man who had been deployed to protect him. Hanli was currently in the process of slowly withdrawing a fish that was shimmering with golden light. At the same time, he was appraising the azure demonic wolf that was hovering in mid-air in a completely expressionless manner. The demonic wolf had stopped itself cold in its tracks, and was staring at Hanli with a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. All of the azure hackles on its back had stood up on end, and it seemed to be extremely wary toward Hanli. The demon beast was unable to ascertain Hanli's cultivation base, but its keen instincts told it that this human was extremely dangerous, seemingly capable of posing a threat to its life. As such, it was rather hesitant about how to proceed. After missing with his attack and allowing the demonic wolf to skirt around him, Du Xiao was given a massive fright, and he hurriedly turned around before appraising the demonic wolf with a grim expression. Thus, the demon beast was sandwiched between Hanli and Du Xiao, while the other body refinement warriors from the Heavenly East Enterprise were also converging toward it, clearly trying to completely surround it. The demonic wolf aimed a wary glance at Hanli before abruptly turning and pouncing toward Du Xiao as a streak of azure light. Du Xiao was quite startled by this abrupt attack, and he reflexively lashed out with his mace. However, the demonic wolf had no intention of engaging it in battle. It merely sprang up over his head before jumping down from the city wall and disappearing into the wolf pack again. Aside from the one that had been slain, all of the other mutated wolf beasts had also fled the scene. Hanli remained standing on the spot, expressing no intention to give chase. Even though he had lost all of his magic power, he still couldn't muster up any interest in pursuing such a pitifully weak low-grade demon beast. The military official had just brushed shoulders with death, and he immediately extended genuine words of gratitude toward Hanli. "Thank you for saving my life, brother. If you hadn't stepped in, I'd be a dead man already." Hanli merely sighed and waved a hand in response. "I may have saved you, but there are other demonic wolves appearing in other locations. The situation doesn't seem to bode well for us. How could this be? How could there be so many demonic wolves in this one pack?" The military official hurriedly scanned his gaze across the city wall, upon which his face paled once again. The city wall that they were situated on had suddenly descended into complete turmoil, and thousands of azure wolves had already rushed onto the city wall. In the air above them, there were several glowing demonic wolves hovering in the air, overseeing the proceedings. Not only was the military official plunged into despair upon seeing this, even the hearts of the normal soldiers and members of the Heavenly East Enterprise had completely sunk. Could it be that this city wall really was going to be breached by this wolf pack? The same harrowing thought surfaced in everyone's hearts. Just as all of the human troops on the city wall were about to be overwhelmed by the relentless torrent of oncoming azure wolves, the sound of a horn being blown suddenly rang out from atop the city wall, following which several hundred powerful body refinement warriors suddenly rushed out from behind them. All of them wearing bone armor of different styles while wielding a diverse range of weapons, all of which were low-grade spirit tools. As soon as they rushed onto the city wall, they tore through the torrent of azure wolves like tigers running through a herd of sheep. With each and every swing of their weapons, at least one azure wolf would be felled, and all of them were completely powerless to resist. Even though the mutated wolf beasts were more troublesome to deal with, they were given special treatment as several body refinement warriors ganged up on them at once, and they were also being felled without being able to offer much resistance. The demonic wolves hovering in the air flew into a thunderous rage upon seeing this, and they were just about to do something when a dozen or so body refinement warriors took the initiative, flying into the air to engage these demonic wolves in battle. Right at this moment, another long wolf howl erupted from within the wolf pack at the foot of the city wall. All of the demonic wolves hesitated momentarily upon hearing this howl before fleeing into the distance, refraining from engaging the body refinement warriors in battle. All of the remaining normal azure wolves also began to retreat after hearing this loud howl, fighting to clamber down the city walls just as quickly as they had come. The body refinement warriors continued to give chase, but most of the wolf beasts still managed to escape. Thus, the entire wolf pack began to retreat, and the first day of battle drew to a conclusion. Both sides had suffered severe losses, but all in all, the human army had won the day. The Azure wolf pack had suffered over 100,000 casualties while most of the human troops had survived the assault. The only downside was that they had expended a large number of arrows and defensive tools in the process. As such, it was difficult to say with conviction who had gained the upper hand following this opening exchange. At this point, 7 moons had already surfaced over the night sky. The collective light from the 7 moons shone down from above, illuminating the countless wolf carcass piled up at the foot of the city wall. In the distance, the wolf pack was howling up at the moons. However, their howls were filled with grief and sorrow rather than ferocity and bloodlust. The massive wolf pack slowly retreated into the distance under the cold moonlight before disappearing into the night. Only then did the soldiers on the city wall heave a collective sigh of relief. All of them collapsed to the ground without even bothering to tend to their injuries, and some had already fallen asleep from excessive exhaustion. Even the body refinement warriors were feeling quite exhausted after such an extended arduous battle, and they were also planning to take a rest. "Don't lie down here, this is not the place to sleep. There will be other soldiers coming up to replace us soon. We've withstood the first assault, so we should be able to rest for a couple of days before the next wave of attacks. Once the next group of soldiers arrives to take our place, we can all return to our respective residents and take a good rest. For now, all of you have to get up and continue to stand on guard. We have to be prepared in case the wolf pack decides to suddenly turn around and launch another attack." The military official still didn't dare to let down his guard. All of the soldiers and members of the Heavenly East Enterprise were ecstatic upon hearing that they'll be relieved of their duties soon, and all of them forced themselves to shrug off their exhaustion and get up again. Hanley had barely done anything during the entire battle, so he naturally wasn't really tired. He was standing atop the city wall, seemingly in deep thought as he looked at the departing wolf pack. Zhang Kuei made his way over to Hanley with a smile as he said, "Brother Han, it's all thanks to you that we were able to force the demonic wolves away. Otherwise, today's battle could have ended very badly for us." He was holding his golden luster sword and his entire body was stained with blood, clearly having slain many azure wolves during the battle. "I didn't do much. The wolf pack was going to retreat anyway," Hanley replied with a calm expression. "That may be the case, but if it weren't for your intervention, we would have suffered far heavier losses before the wolf pack retreated. No one else would have been able to force back a demonic wolf so convincingly on their own had they been in your place. Even with this golden luster sword, I would have, at most, a 30% chance of defeating a demonic wolf." A wry smile appeared on Zhang Kuei's face as he produced an intricately crafted scabbard before carefully sheathing the golden luster sword. Hanley shot a glance at this spirit tool just as Zhang Kuei was about to stow it away. He already knew that these so-called spirit tools were actually just special treasures designed by cultivators for body refinement warriors to use. The spirit tools didn't require the user to possess any magic power of their own, and drew upon energy from spirit stones instead. Spirit tools were quite powerful, but using them required the expenditure of a large number of spirit stones. As such, not every body refinement warrior was able to use such tools. However, even the most powerful spirit tools couldn't compare to a true treasure, so they weren't very appealing to high-grade body refinement warriors. They were of the opinion that the best weapon they could attain was a powerful physical body. In that aspect, the thought process of body refinement warriors was quite similar to that of demon beasts. Just as Hanley was pondering these thoughts, Zhang Kuei suddenly said something that sent a slight jolt running through his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the group of spiritual-wielding body refinement warriors, known as the Spirit Squad, had intervened on numerous occasions, it was quite possible that all of the troops deployed today would have been completely wiped out. Everyone listened with heavy hearts to the harrowing recounts delivered by the soldiers who were fortunate enough to have returned alive. Everyone was struck by the impression that this beast torrent appeared to be far more perilous than past beast torrents had been rumored to be. In the face of such fearsome beastly foes, their confidence was beginning to waver. Hanli looked with narrowed eyes for a while before returning to his stone cabin. His expression remained completely unchanged throughout this entire process. In reality, he was feeling just as unfazed as he looked. Even if in Yuan City really did fall, it wouldn't be an issue for him to escape from the beast torrent with his 2 immortal vanquishing beads. As for the other people in the city, he wouldn't be able to save them even if he wanted to, so he certainly wasn't going to try to be a hero and bite off more than he could chew. However, with the ferocity of the assaults that these beasts were launching against the city, it would perhaps be their turn to guard the city wall again soon. As things turned out, Hanli was spot on with that guess. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the sun had just barely risen over the horizon, all of the members of the Heavenly East Enterprise were summoned to gather on the plaza. When Hanli appeared on the plaza in a calm manner, he discovered that there were several hundred other burly men already present on the palace in addition to the members of the Heavenly East Enterprise. A small portion of these men were body refinement warriors, and there was no lack of individuals among them who were carrying spirit tools such as spirit rings or spirit bracelets. All of the knights on their wolf steeds were also present at the scene. These people clearly comprised the most powerful troops this city had to offer. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly before he joined the crowd in an unhurried manner. A short while later, close to 1,000 people had gathered on the plaza, and the person who had summoned them was none other than that middle-aged military official clad in silver armor. He delivered an address to everyone, informing all of the warriors present that the situation on the other battlefronts was quite dire, and that their services were required in order to reinforce the city walls. This piece of news came as quite a surprise to everyone. They were aware that the Azure Wolf beasts had been very troublesome to handle during the past couple of days, but who would have thought that the situation on the other battlefronts would be even more dire? Thankfully, all of the people gathered were seasoned warriors and they were able to quickly compose themselves before climbing onto the beast-drawn carriages that had been prepared for them in advance, which then sped toward the other side of Yuan City. If it weren't for the fact that these Crimson Python beasts are so formidable, the higher-ups wouldn't have deployed all of you here. I heard that a new breed of mutated wolf beast also seems to have appeared among the Azure Wolf pack. The military official stroked his beard with a grave expression. Why aren't those cultivators taking care of the Azure Wolf beast? All of them specialize in unleashing large-scale attacks that can wipe out large hordes of beasts at once. In the past, they've always formed the backbone of our resistance against these beast torrents, someone else in the crowd asked. Don't forget that those Leocon beasts haven't appeared even once yet during this beast torrent. Those cultivators have to be reserved for combating more demon beasts that are more fearsome. If those demon beasts appear after they've expended all of their magic power on lesser beasts, then there would be no hope left for our Yuan City, the military official gave a forlorn reply. Everyone began to look at one another with concerned expressions after hearing this reply. It appeared that Yuan City's future wasn't a very optimistic one. The military official could see the pessimism creeping into his troops, and he immediately offered some words of encouragement. All right, there's no need to be overly concerned, everyone. The mutated winged pythons are only able to expel one blast of venomous mist at a time. After that, they have to rest for a while. Furthermore, from our observations during the past couple of days, we've deduced that those mutated pythons have lost almost all of their ability to battle. The instructions I received from my higher-ups were to ask all of you to focus most of your firepower on those mutated giant pythons. It's very difficult for normal soldiers to harm them at all, and all of the damage done to this city wall have been inflicted by them. If you can hold off those giant pythons, we're confident in our ability to combat the normal crimson python beasts. Hee, seeing as we've already come here, we'll naturally be sure to lend you our assistance. However, the man with the spirit bracelet was just about to say something, when a loud cry suddenly erupted in the distance. The cry sounded like a mix between the crow of a bird and the roar of a beast, but also resembled neither of the two at the same time. It was an extremely unsettling cry that caused the listeners' blood to churn within their veins. The man's words came to an abrupt halt as a strained look appeared on his face. The same expression also appeared on everyone else's faces. The Leocan beasts are finally here. A body refinement warrior murmured to himself as he unconsciously tightened his grasp around the weapon in his hand. At this moment, Hanli was standing alone in a corner, inspecting a low-grade spirit stone that was sitting in his hand. His expression was extremely tranquil, as if he hadn't heard that unsettling cry at all. The largest of the trio was over 100 feet in length with massive thick scales running all over its body. I also had a pair of crimson coral-like horns growing on its head, and it bore a strong resemblance to a crimson wirm. The second largest python was covered entirely in inky black scales. At the same time, it possessed 3 identical triangular heads, all of which appeared to be extremely vicious and menacing. As for the smallest among the trio, this was the demon beast with the head of a man and the body of a snake. It had a pair of arms, attached to which were a pair of hands that were each holding a bone spear. This was none other than that snake demon that had once attacked Hanli in the azure-sifting desert. These 5 demon beasts were clearly the most powerful beings among this latest beast torrent, but they seemed a little hesitant. All 5 of them glanced at the city wall before communicating through a series of screeches and loud cries. Immediately thereafter, they returned to their respective brethren and disappeared again. All of a sudden, all of the Leocan beasts in the air and the army of crimson pythons on the ground seemed to have received the same instruction, spurring them on toward the city wall in unison amid bursts of thunderous rumbling. The Leocan beasts were far faster than the crimson pythons on the ground below, so they naturally reached in Yuan City first. All of them began to let loose loud unsettling cries once again as green demonic mist began to emanate from their bodies. In the beginning, only a faint layer of mist had been emitted. However, this quickly transformed into a dense cloud of mist that enshrouded all of the Leocan beasts within. Thus, a vast expanse of demonic green mist around an acre in area took shape within the blink of an eye, surging forth like a formidable wave. The bald false core cultivator no longer hesitated upon seeing this. He let loose an almighty roar of rage as he led the charge toward the demon beasts, followed by all of the other cultivators behind him. Prior to even making contact with the green demonic mist, all of the cultivators raised their hands into the air in quick succession to blast forth a series of talismans. A string of loud boom erupted in rapid succession as countless balls of lightning and fire of different colors exploded after entering the green mist. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly, forcibly dissipating the green mist through the might of the explosions. The human cultivators then immediately summoned their treasures without any hesitation. Flying sabers, flying swords, magic beads, Buddhist staves, short dagger, all manners of weapons appeared in the air before hurtling toward the green demonic mist. At the same time, the green mist up ahead tumbled and surged violently as countless demonic feathers shot forth, raining down upon the oncoming treasures like a torrential storm of green light. The Leocan beasts appeared to be capable of holding their own against the attacks from the human cultivators. As soon as it landed, it immediately bit off the upper half of a soldier's body with its cavernous mouth, then sent another body refinement warrior flying into the city wall with a powerful whip of its tail. The body refinement warrior's chest had completely caved in as a result, and the only thing that awaited him was death. At this moment, a ferocious green light flashed within the python's eyes as it turned its gaze toward Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he glared coldly at the giant python before swaggering over to the beast in a nonchalant manner. The python seemed to have sensed that Han Li was quite dangerous, and it arched its body before springing forth like lightning, opening its cavernous mouth again to try and swallow Han Li whole. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised his saber. All of a sudden, his saber disappeared into an untraceable blur as he swung it through the air toward the giant python's head. The oncoming python's body came to an abrupt halt, following which countless geysers of blood erupted from its head as it separated into several pieces. The seemingly nonchalant attacks unleashed by Han Li had completely dismembered the formidable giant python. Han Li glanced down expressionlessly at the python's headless carcass before turning to leave. However, right at this moment, a startling turn of events suddenly ensued. The rear half of the giant python's headless body suddenly twisted before viciously sweeping toward Han Li like lightning. The python was using up all its remaining strength in that single strike, and its body was hurtling through the air like a devastatingly powerful whip, trying to fell Han Li in one fell swoop. All of the soldiers and body refinement warriors nearby all let loose cries of alarm upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a dull thump rang out as Han Li struck the python's tail with a shimmering golden fist, punching a massive hole into its body and sending it flying in the process. However, the front half of the giant python's headless body twisted around at an unimaginable angle and also crashed toward Han Li with fearsome might. Han Li's expression darkened as he raised his saber, and his body swayed as he rushed toward the giant python, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Piercing cold light flashed through the air, following which Han Li appeared behind the python's body before slowly turning around. Blood gushed forth from the giant python's body like crimson rivers before it fell to the ground, having already been sliced into 7 or 8 pieces. The python was well and truly dead now. Not only did everyone else in that section heave a collective sigh of relief, Han Li was also happy to be left to his own devices. Thus, he slowly strode over to the spot where he had previously been standing before looking up at the battle taking place overhead. At this point, the impasse between the cultivators and the Leocan beasts had finally been broken. All of a sudden, the stream of demonic feathers erupting from the green mist came to an abrupt halt, thereby indicating that those projectiles were not actually in unlimited supply. The human cultivators were ecstatic upon seeing this. However, before they had a chance to attack with their treasures, the expanse of demonic mist up ahead suddenly began to surge violently amid a sharp cry, following which the mist began to manifest into a certain form. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a gargantuan Leocan beast with its entire body covered in green feathers and a ferocious expression its leopard head. It spread open its wings before rushing toward the group of human cultivators with devastating might. All of the cultivators were very alarmed to see this. Even with 2 false core cultivators among their ranks, they didn't dare to oppose this enemy head-on as they had no idea how powerful it was. Thus, everyone temporarily dispersed and withdrew their treasures to better protect themselves. However, a startling turn of events then unfolded. After rushing past the group of cultivators, the giant Leocan beast made no effort to attack any of them. Instead, it plummeted rapidly toward the city wall down below like a shooting star. "Damn it, we've been had. Hurry up and stop that thing." The brocade-robed man from the Golden Jade sect flew into a thunderous rage upon seeing this. All of the other cultivators also came to their senses as they activated their treasures to pursue the giant Leocan beast. However, the gargantuan beast down below completely disregarded the attacks being launched at it, and it was intent on flying toward the city wall at full speed. A short while later, a section of its body had been scattered by the pursuing treasures, but they had also reached close to 100 feet away from the city wall. The gusts of gale-force winds being swept up by its gigantic wings were threatening to throw the normal soldiers direct off the city wall. Hanli looked up at the giant beast up above, and his calm expression finally cracked. It turned out that this massive Leocan beast was descending directly toward the section of the city wall that he was defending. In the face of such a devastating attack, even mid-grade cultivators would be unable to take it head-on, let alone normal body refinement warriors. Even though he had mastered the fourth layer of the Vajra arts, he wasn't fully confident that he would be able to emerge unscathed in the face of this attack. As such, he immediately rustled his sleeve to produce an inky black bead. However, a hesitant look then appeared on his face. The immortal vanquishing beads were the only protective treasures he had for combating powerful enemies, and it would be a waste to use one of them now. Furthermore, by his estimations, he would definitely be able to survive this attack, having mastered the fourth layer of the Vajra arts, and he would only be severely wounded at most. After processing this train of thought in the blink of an eye, a grim look appeared on Han Li's face as he stowed away the bead in his hand again. At the same time, he showed no intention of taking evasive measures in the face of the colossal beast descending from above. Instead, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists, following his entire body took on a shimmering golden hue. He then let loose a loud cry before crouching down slightly, then aiming a devastating punch into the city wall underfoot. Even though this was an extremely powerful strike, it was almost entirely inconsequential in the face of the massive Leocan beast. Before the attack had a chance to unleash its power, Hanli had already been inundated by a sea of green mist. The massive Leocan beast crashed heavily into the city wall. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and even though the city walls had been fortified through a special construction method, there was no way that they could withstand an attack comparable to one from a core formation cultivator. Thus, the city wall was immediately shattered, the entire structure completely crumbled. As for the ordinary soldiers and body refinement warriors on the city wall, they didn't have to worry about this as they had already been crushed into mincemeat by the descending massive Leocan beast. However, even though the giant Leocan beast was dispersed after crashing into the wall, waves of suffocating green mist began to spread in all directions. As soon as a human was swept up in this mist, they would immediately let loose blood-curdling cries before falling to the ground. Before long, they would be transformed into a series of green corpses. As such, all of the human soldiers who had originally intended to provide reinforcements were hurriedly backing away in horror instead. Almost at the exact same moment, a loud cry erupted from within the glacial mist, and large hordes of Leocan beasts poured forth from within, joining all of their crimson python beast allies. The crimson python beasts seemed to be immune to the effects of the green mist, and they swarmed into the city through the section of the city wall that had just been destroyed. An army of crimson pythons flooded into an Yuan city, and there were hundreds of mutated giant pythons among them. And Yuan city had been breached, just like that. The human cultivators in the air above were horrified to see this, yet that bald false core cultivator was unwilling to give up. He raised his axe treasure high above his head, and roared, "Seal up that opening. We can still save this city. Forget about it. It's already too late, Brother Wang." Even if the city wall hadn't collapsed, and Yuan City was already a lost cause anyway. It was only a matter of time before their defenses were breached. The false core cultivator from the Golden Jade sect suddenly interjected before casting his gaze toward the city with an indifferent look on his face. "What do you mean by that?" "Ha! What are those things?" The bald man faltered initially upon hearing this, but he quickly caught sight of something, upon which his expression became extremely strained. In the distance behind the swarm of crimson pythons, a vast expanse of yellow mist had appeared. A loud rumbling sound akin to that of countless thundering horse hooves could be heard coming from within the mist. Those are sandbug beasts. They must have come from the azure-sifting desert. And Yuan City is being attacked by 4 waves of demon beasts at once. There really is no hope for them, a more experienced and knowledgeable cultivator exclaimed. All of the other cultivators' expression darkened upon hearing this. Even a large city would struggle to cope with such a devastating assault, let alone a small city like in Yuan City. It's impossible to save the entire city, so let's focus on other objectives instead. I have someone that I need to save, so I'll be taking my leave now. The brocade-robed man suddenly cupped his fist in a salute to everyone, then called the young female and male cultivator from the Golden Jade sect to him, before all 3 of them flew toward the city. I didn't think that a 7th city in our Heavenly Origin region would be conquered so quickly by these beast torrents. There will definitely be people sent from Heavenly Origin City to ask about what happened here. Once they arrive, just tell them the truth. I'll also be taking my leave. The bald man delivered a few instructions with a wry smile on his face before also departing. However, he was traveling away from the city. All of the other cultivators glanced at one another before also dispersing. Some of them were returning to the city to save their loved ones while others flew away from the city like the bald man. At this moment, the yellow mist in the distance had also reached in Yuan City, and a series of massive sandbug beasts each around 10 feet in size emerged from within. All of them had pairs of vicious crimson eyes and sets of sinister facial features. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.